Hello and welcome back everyone to day 2 of week 11 of the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me today will be Jake, Spawn, Tiberi. I want to keep things off with possibly a fun one here. It is Gamti taking on King.
Yeah, it certainly is, and both of these teams have kind of solidified where they're going to finish off the end of the season. King, they're going to be around the 7th place mark unless something crazy happens. I think mathematically they can't even move. So they're 7th. Gamti, they're in the 11th position. If things go completely bonkers, they can still maybe get 12th if everything goes wrong. But this one should be a very free games. Both teams just can show something that they want to on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, just have some fun, maybe show some in Gamti. Still a lot to show here. Both teams have been swapping some things around or at least trying to get back on their feet. And it's just a matter of, you know what? Show strength here because you're moving into a major tournament no matter what happens, even though this game in the split might not matter as much.
Yeah, exactly right. This is what we call a momentum game. So both teams looking to pick up the win so they feel good moving into their next matches because they're the ones that are important. They can show a strategy that maybe they want teams to ban away from them or even particular picks, or maybe they hide a couple of things but still trying to have a good showing. I'm really excited to see this game, actually, because Let Me versus Sky in the top lane going in. Both players look reasonably good at the moment. They're definitely some of the carries for their team, and I think that they match up very evenly across the board.
Yeah, I mean, Sky's probably been the best performing member of King throughout the whole split. And for a team that came in, looked very strong, was basically the top amateur team moving into the LPL, just have not had the impact we've thought for them. Make playoff, which almost is a miracle at this point. I mean, they just managed to get enough points consistently throughout the season to be one of the 8 teams in, but they had a surprisingly poor performance given how much hype was behind them.
Yeah, they certainly did, and they did it in very strange ways. We thought that they were going to be strategically one of the better teams coming into the split, but they've shown that they really don't know how to play with that mid-game lead. They get ahead very often, but they don't secure objectives very well. Their side lane control is appalling, if we're going to be frank, but these are things that they can all work on and fix going into the playoffs. So I think that the good thing is they get that lead. Now they just need to work out what to do with it.
Yeah, we'll look through King, of course. Definitely had some stand-up moments across the board, and Sky probably been the highlight here. Lots of sign on FLICKR recently, but he's played almost anything. His Lissandra, especially early on, was fantastic.
Yeah, Lissandra, Aurelia, throw that one in there. Also the Trinity Force unit is a FLICKR. MLXG, he's had an up and down season, recently come a little bit better, especially on the rec side, but need to see some variation from him, I think.
Yeah, it's just one of the things where he looks good, he looks great, but hasn't been consistent. Assassin, kind of a similar story, definitely been big on the Cho'Gath. Probably quite happy that 5.6 has brought a lot of farming to the mid lane, because that's where he seems to excel.
Yeah, it certainly does. The tier Rylai's Karthus also looks very good. We see Woosh, he's probably their star player along with Sky. Very hyped. He's had some fantastic games trying to pull some momentum. And his support, Liam, this guy plays anything.
Yeah, I mean, you got 2 Aurelia games in there just to mix things up. Nautilus recently. Things have certainly been pretty crazy on 5.6 in general, but Lambs look strong, especially when him and Woosh band together to really put the team on their back.
Yeah, they certainly have. One of the Aurelia games went okay. It looked like they could make it work. The next one went completely wrong, just from memory. So we'll see if that one does come out again. The support Nautilus, though, is something that I think Liam will excel at. Put him in a lane with Woosh, especially on that Kalista, and it's a very big bully lane.
Yeah, nice to see King in their new uniforms as well. Looking a little less like the New York Yankees, which is good to see. Looking strong, solid colors, looking sharp. Focused here for this game again. They've just got to show something here. They're one of the weaker teams moving in the playoffs, so what can they show to these top teams?
Yeah, exactly right, and I really think it is about that mid-game control. They need to catapult themselves ahead like they normally do, but show that they do know what is going on in this 5.6 patch in the mid-game. Really force hard, because we've seen some teams are just playing for the late game. I don't think that's King's strength. I totally agree, and it is a consistency. Late-game jungle is so much in the top Yorick that came out with
very late in the season to the
Rek'Sai is probably his strongest. He has gone towards the high. LPL is a split, so
as they move into their respective tournaments at the end of the season. Should be a fun one. We've seen a lot of shenanigans on 5.6. I think this week in particular, week 11, our last week, of course, of the regular first split, should be crazy. And King vs Gamti, going to be a bit of fun.
Yeah, I certainly think it will be some fun, and I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what Gamti want to play, because they've shown, even in their latest game, that they're willing to mix it up. I don't necessarily want to call them, I guess, troll picks, because they definitely had a plan going into the game. So we'll see if they have something unusual that they can also try and catch King off guard with.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Here's King start off on the blue side, Gamti over on the red. The first ban is LeBlanc. Sejuani will follow there for King, and Kalista is Gamti's first ban. bans, so lots of respect. Target bans across the board.
Yeah, I just think that Lamb teams up with Kalista very well, not to mention that Wushin, very good AD carry, so see exactly why that is being taken away. The Sejuani as well as LeBlanc. LeBlanc not really seeing as much play now, but always have to respect Xiaohu.
Yeah, good LeBlanc players are absolutely horrifying here. And Kalista has been interesting, especially in the LPL. She's been a super high priority for a lot of teams, banned and picked very often and early. Rengar here, the second ban for Gumty, away from MLXG. I actually love that ban.
Yeah, I certainly do, because MLXG, one of the few junglers that will still pick it up. You see the Azir ban being targeted straight at Xiaohu. You mentioned it being in the champion pool. Do not want to deal with it.
No, and Xiaohu is such a strong player. 2 champions there. Going to get taken away for him by King, but Xiaohu's definitely shown a lot of flexibility. I mean, maybe a bit inconsistent as far as performances go, but can play just about anything. So Gumty, one last ban for them to consider. What do they want to take away? Nothing obvious here that they're going to let through. Maybe Cassidy if they want to take him out. Sejuani's already been banned away. Rek'Sai, another big one. That's, if I had to guess, would be Gumty's last ban.
Rek'Sai or Karthus are the two for me. We'll see exactly what it is.
Wow.
It's the Urgot being taken away. 2 bans at Whoosh.
Yeah, I mean, Urgot could be an assassin ban as well. He does like to mix it up quite a bit in the mid lane. Urgot's one of the other strong champions, so that does make sense, but opened up a couple options here for King, and that wouldn't be too surprising.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be too surprising as a first pick. Just so much early control that can come through. It's a contested pick between the two junglers. We said it's probably both of the junglers' best. So MLXG snapping.
Take it, but Gumty going to still have some options here. That's the thing about 5.6. You kind of look down Sejuani, Urgot, maybe Gragas. Like, the pool of top-tier picks is just not that high.
Yeah, well, it's kind of strange because it depends what you want to play to. Like, I definitely agree that there isn't a very clear upper echelon. Everything can kind of be played at the moment, but if you want to build your team comp, these tanky team comps, there's certain linchpins that you do need. I'm looking at like the support Nautilus, things like that that really allow you. Hecarim is another one that we've just seen so much emphasis being placed on, so that will be taken away.
Yeah, Hecarim, Gragas, 2 very strong picks here for Gumty. Certainly seen a lot of these 2 champions recently, and that's not particularly surprising.
Yeah, it certainly isn't, especially on the same team. They're just very sticky onto the back line, able to get in there and really mix it up in the mid game. They're very brawl-heavy champions. Expecting a Maokai to come out here just to help with some peel, because Rek'Sai not going to be able to deal with both at once, but maybe the Scion will come through, kind of the same thing.
You can see that Lamb hovering Janna there as well. Pretty good against the Hecarim Gragas initiation that could come in, and it is Scion Janna for King.
Yeah, so a big tank in the top lane. Don't know how they're going to be able to shut down the Hecarim, because in lane does relatively well against the Scion. As we see a massive yawn coming out of the Gumty players. A little bit early for them to be up and about.
Yeah, it's early for everyone. I guess for gamers, it's always early here. Is, you know, just kind of getting into the day here, making sure they warm it all up.
Yeah. So I think this means that a lane swap will come through from King, because they've gone with the Scion. So good in lane swap situations. Probably still the best top laner in that. Can just max the Q with the W, also stays relatively safe, and that will go a long way to shutting Let Me Down. So I would expect that to come through, but we're seeing a lot more of this. Oh, they've changed it out at the last minute, but the Vayne Kennen lane nearly was seen again. That will probably be a support Kennen.
Yeah, I think it is support Kennen, and Kog'Maw here for Tail. Again, we've talked about him swapping more to hyper carries. He likes to play these more champions, but Kennen, Kog'Maw totally fine, and Whoosh, he's already locked in Vayne.
Yeah, straight away you lock that one in, and this is a dangerous pick, because Kog'Maw, if ever hits the Living Artillery, will be able to see Vayne through everything, and really does DPS her down quite quickly. So I'm surprised that was an insta-lock out of Whoosh, but a big confident pick. Yeah,
and give up the Galio, unfortunately, that were hovering. Wouldn't have been too bad against Kennen, Hecarim, and Gragas, but we'll see what they do on a settle on. Zhao, he might just take something a bit more standard. Oh, sorry, Assassin might take something a bit more standard. And it's Vladimir for him.
Yeah, so he goes with the Vladimir over the Karthus. We've seen that they've played quite well with the Karthus. When you've got a split pusher like Vayne, who probably doesn't want to group until a little bit later, Karthus is so good because it's the cheating third man in on all of these things, even without a gank. So they do go for a little bit more of a team fight oriented late game scaling mid laner in Karthus. So many comps with two DPS threats. He just boosts everyone else's damage.
Yeah, it's kind of like a bonus 5th dragon is Vladimir in some ways here. It's a decent comp that King have put together. Vayne's going to have to struggle to get into range, and especially with Diana as the last pick. Whoosh has a big old target on his.
Surprised that he stayed with the heal for
I believe in how good it is.
You see the Vladimir.
Like, just something you never really want to
fight.
Yeah, one of the weakest, if not.
She is so good, but
open up day 2 of week 11 autos back and forth. And yeah, don't adjust your monitors. That is support cannon back again.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I've actually not minded the support cannon pickup. It's looked fairly impressive in some games, and we see Liam and Synctream, they're just bumping heads with each other, trying to get some early goals. Yeah,
they both got a lot of spell teams called, actually, so just trading autos back and forth. Jana will go back. Liam maybe even has some extra money to spend now with all the auto trading that happened. And Assassin and Jahu in the mid, hanging out. Assassin doing a bit of a dance.
Yeah, he certainly is.
Birthed the ward.
Dropped the ward. Both of them dropped the ward. Oh, Assassin, he broke the truce, slapped one of them.
Well, they're just going to sit here and hang out for a little bit here. I mean, they kind of know what's up. There's wards in the mid lane. Can't really sneak away anywhere.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be standard lane. So both teams just happy to commit to the 2v2. And that surprises me out of King. I thought that they had a better 2v1, but this is something that we've criticized them for, not making the strategical decisions.
Yeah, it's funny. One of the early games in the split was actually against Snake, a team they know very well. And honestly, Snake struggled to beat them in the LSPL last year and in amateur events. A lot of that was on the back of a great lane swap playing with the Twitch, but since then, King's bottom lane has been super stubborn when it comes to swaps.
Yeah, it certainly has, and they want the 2v2. Even with the FLICKR matchup, I really think that Kog'Maw will be able to run away with this one, but they're going to get level 2. So many jungle camps being taken at the start of this game. Sion, Hecker in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we've kind of seen this evolution here as we see the Krugs taking out. Sky going to finish the Raptors and kill himself and then go back towards the top side. Seen a lot of this, especially top laners taking early camps. They're just worth so much now if you can clear them out efficiently, and a lot of laners can, then why wouldn't you do it?
Yeah, exactly right. And MLXG going super low against this camp. Might even get taken out.
Has to be careful. Their blue buff very strong. Does just survive and pops back into the road form for regen.
Yeah, so he's able to get some regen coming through, but I don't know. He will have his smite available, so he might be able to do the red buff. Of course, it gives you a massive amount of health back, but that's a dangerous early clear.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, thankfully, no pressure coming through for Huey. Also quite low as he heads towards his red down the bottom, though. Woosh trading orders with Tail. Level 2 hit for both, but Kog'Maw just so much better with Bio-Arcane Barrage active.
Yeah, he certainly is. And the problem here with Kog'Maw is that as soon as he picks up that Sheen, his auto attack with just popping the W is a 1 auto attack trade with a lot of surprising damage, whereas Woosh is always going to need to get the 3 procs of the Silver Bolt throwers. MLXG in the end actually does it fairly easily.
Yeah, ends up quite healthy there. The smite on the red helping out a lot, but will tunnel away and then go back to recall for his first jungle item. Huey struggling similarly here, but does have his smite, so should be just fine here on the Gragas and clears the camp nice and efficiently.
Yeah, so Gragas, more so than Rek'Sai, can use his passive to get around and heal up. He just body slams around the jungle, and every, I think it's about 12-15 seconds, he gets some health back. So he's a lot more healthy in this situation. Rek'Sai needs to build up the rage, then go into the burrow to be able to get anything back, and it's just too dangerous at this point in the game for him to do it, so we'll be able to stick around.
Yeah, thankfully pretty safe for the junglers early on. Do their first few buffs uncontested there, as we do have the Stalker's Blade completed now for MLXG, so going to go with that Chilling Smite for some extra CC. It's a dropped off for a lot of junglers, but Rek'Sai seems to be the consistent one that still wants it.
Yeah, Rek'Sai still wants it. It is a little bit surprising because of how strong Skirmishes is at the moment. I just feel it's a better dueling potential, and Rek'Sai late game does have to dive onto the back line. Doesn't really do a good enough job of peeling solo to make that one work, so don't get me wrong, it's a good pickup as they bump heads into each other.
Great ward there from MLXG, but can't follow in. Could have maybe stolen that away, but too aggressive to tunnel in perhaps, and gives it up. And Huey, now level 4, has a slight experience lead.
Yeah, he certainly does. He was able to get the complete clear of his jungle through as well. 15 creeps going over to him, so MLXG a little bit behind. This is a interesting gank because there's no CC coming out from Vlad unless you count the slow from the pool, and that's going to be difficult to make work, and they've got some good early vision down. Huey being tracked through this river.
Yeah, not enough here right now, but Huey will get spotted also, as we do see back in the bottom. Woosh and Lamb farming up, and interestingly, Woosh actually not struggling too much right now.
Yeah, so Woosh actually doing okay. The lane is reversing, and that's a massive CS advantage to Tail, actually, if you take in how many live creeps they are. But he's going to get some harass down.
Yeah, good stuff there, using the Condemn to proc the Silver Bolts. Just some standard Vayne trading happening here. And I mean, if this is going well for Vayne, we always talk about it in Vayne lanes, but even or better, that's exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, exactly right. But I think he will be a little bit behind here just because of how many live creeps there are. And wow, Synctream going for the 2v1, getting some nice damage out.
Yeah, not bad, but takes a lot of damage in return.
Probably needed to prep the minions there instead because it actually let 4 die to the turret. because he's AD carry, couldn't last hit them. Of course, probably running attack speed Quints there. So that was a little bit of a misplay, I think, from Synctrim.
And we've talked about it a bit. Synctrim's aggression, whether it's in lane or roaming aggressively to other places, it's not a cost tail in some situations. He likes to play these hyper carries, but he's not the self-sufficient carry player that he might have been on Corki. He needs a lot more help in these early stages.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And we see maybe an early gank coming through here for Huey. He's been spotted out by the Tremor Sense, but just a slight pause coming through.
Who's getting ganked though, Spawn? We already have Liam and MLXG hanging out there, potentially able to spot him off. That was actually a very smart little setup there. They did spot him off with Rek'Sai as well, but looks like Huey might be able to get away, given the positioning currently.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to go back into his own jungle. Of course, Gragas, if nothing is happening early, he's very happy to just continue to scale up. He does percentage health damage, gets extremely tanky with the Cinderhulk, so he's not probably going to want to force anything against Rek'Sai, who maybe isn't as good late game.
And that's kind of the funny thing to me is that Cinderhulk's obviously taken over as far as jungle are concerned in a lot of different ways, but even Rek'Sai, who has the option still of going warrior and getting aggressive if she wants to, most Rek'Sai players are opting back into the Cinderhulk still.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I think it's just because of the late game. Games are going later, and as there's a gank.
Yeah, gank down onto Synctrim there. Flash knocker will come through Lamb. They're going to slow him out. Great condemn there into the wall, and first blood goes to Vayne.
Yeah, so now the Vayne lane really rolling, and that's, I think, the second time in 2 days that we've seen a Vayne lane pick up first blood just because of a little bit of a reckless play coming through from the other support. So good play out of King. They get the early gank through, and this is what Rek'Sai excels at, being able to force tempos of games.
It's one of the weirdest things to me that both Jinx and Vayne have this quality that's very rare for a hyper carry. They can snowball in different situations. Vayne, when a fight starts with her passive, always runs you down, and Jinx with the same on structures. So it shouldn't happen, but it keeps happening.
Yeah, I certainly agree. And look, if Woosh gets a recall here, that's an absolutely frozen lane. And I like where you're going with that because of Vayne's build especially. I think that she goes into snowballing better than any other hyper carry. Gets lifesteal first item, was just absolutely massive, but gank in the mid.
Yeah, Assassin in trouble there. Great pull there out from the body slam. Ulti not there for Huey Xiao, who diving back in for a bit of trade damage, but Assassin already goes in and just transfuses back a bit of health.
Yeah, and Xiao, who was forced back a little bit earlier, so he's only got that null magic mantle. Assassin already on the revolver. He's not going to be able to be bullied out of lane for anything. There's just not enough CC lockdown.
Yeah, I like the Durant shield there as well, just for a bit of added protection against the Diana orders, even though she is primarily magic damage.
Yeah, so able to get some regen back as well. Of course, early game using that E just costs you a little bit too much health without the shield, so it's a pretty standard item coming through for the Vladimir. And we'll see exactly. Oh, teleport was actually burnt from Let Me in the top lane. They were pushing in aggressively with the Scion, and he's had to use that one to get back into lane. Otherwise, he would have fallen behind.
Yeah, and only just noticed, by the way, we've seen it a lot this weekend, so maybe forgive me for missing it, but that is actually the Smite teleport Hecarim, so going to be moving into that skirmisher Cinderhulk build.
Yeah, and I think that will become even more standard as time goes on. It's gotten a slight nerf, but it's still just an extremely strong route. Helps dealing with these hyper carries because you get some defensive and offensive purchase out of that item, so I like the way that it's going.
Yeah, and I think the funny thing for me is that in top lane especially, the Smite usually just doesn't matter.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't, because we've seen the return of the tanky top laners, I guess, with Maokai Scion, and you can play pretty much whatever you want into them, so if you're able to get away with it, it certainly does help you out.
Yeah, and Hecarims have been, you know, in the LPL with no flashes for quite a while at this point of the season, but Woosh now level 6, continuing to get aggressive and slow push the wave in. Tail again's going to have to try and see us under turret.
Yeah, he certainly is this time around. He should have a better time of it because he does have that phase, so shouldn't need too much help, although none was forthcoming last time around. Also use that ooze. Cogmore, probably one of my favorite champions to see us on because it's just everything in his kit helps him get it done.
Yeah, I mean, Cogmore very both level and item dependent, honestly. Every little level counts. Even your Q giving you extra attack speed is kind of a cute thing. As MLXG on top of the dragon, come to be soloing and has the Barmy Cinder there as well. And Huey not in the area. No vision at all, actually, for Gumpty. MLXG basically just going to steal this away.
Yeah, but they must know what's going on. This is something that Rek'Sai does every single game with the ability to pop.
Ooh, down the bottom, Woosh in trouble. Synctrim gets Monsooned out, actually. And now the trade damage going to come through. Woosh pop the ulti. Heal used as well. Exhaust down onto it as well. But Tail low on mana with no W back in King. The dueling will escape the trade.
Yeah, and I like what you pointed out there, the lack of the W. Cogmore is one of the few hyper carries that needs to fight in windows still, needs the W available, otherwise the range just isn't there. And you saw in that little bit of a skirmish, looked like he was winning it quite handily. the W fell off and he couldn't just get close enough.
Yeah, and all the lifesteal here for Vayne going to make any extended trades quite tricky. It's the reason that Kog'Maw's gone Phage over the aggressive Sheen is that at this point with the early build water for Whoosh, he has to only take extended trades because he can't win in burst anymore.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that because Whoosh with the shield just going to be able to get through a lot of it and then heal up very well. As we see Kale actually struggling here, being forced off the wage, although Huey's in here.
Yeah, looking for a gank. Does have his ulti. Flash available there as well for Gragas, so not too bad a gank, but the wave going to be potentially frozen back in place, and Whoosh, yep, hits the S key and just sits it here.
Yeah, exactly right, and they would have been able to sneak into that one. Huey now going to be spotted by that ward, so that's pretty unlucky timing coming through. It will just die now off screen. Might be able to pick up a pink ward, although Huey, he's waiting in the wings for a game.
Yeah, MLXG coming through there on the Rex side, barrel in, but Lamb clears out the ward, nicely placed pink. I like that it's a little bit back, just to make sure it's the hardest possible distance for your opponent to clear it.
Yeah, and that's a good thing to point out about pink wards. You always want to put them as close to your side of the map as possible. As Whoosh getting aggressive once again.
Yeah, Synctrum doesn't have his ulti, so a smart aggressive trade there for Whoosh, and the Vayne lane continuing to get ahead on CS. This is the scary time.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they've really managed to pull this one through. Credit to Whoosh for getting into a position where he's winning a very unfavorable lane. Kennen especially has just proven to be such a lane bully, not only in the top lane, but in that bottom lane. And I like the way this is going so far for King.
Yeah, Vayne Dana, not something you expect to win lanes on, but they've done a good job keeping it afloat so far and generating a nice lead. About 15 CS ahead for Whoosh. And again, Huey back down on the bottom side. No vision there for King. Whoosh going to put a ward in the bottom brush just to make sure, but Huey's going to be here for a while. This gank's never going to work.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. They actually stick around with Liam. Ooh, that might have been the only window because he tumbled to the side. I'm surprised there wasn't more aggression out of there. But the wave is pushing up, so Huey, the patience might pay off.
Yeah, MLXG's here as well. Lamb's quite low, though, is the only issue. And Synctrum going to get condemned. But again, just a couple of trades here for Whoosh. Not interested in going all in. Has a very good idea that Huey's here, and he finally leaves.
Yeah, he finally leaves because of how built up that creep wave was. And with Kennen, it's just so hard to thread all of the shurikens through those creeps. So Tail, he's going to have to do his best to pick that up. But that was with the support, Liam going back to base.
Yeah, I managed to sneak in a recall there after getting quite low in the earlier trade. And Whoosh now 115 CS effectively versus 91. Currently 1v2, although Liam is already back on Janna.
Yeah, as well as the Rek'Sai waiting in the wings. And Synctrum, he was in a little bit of trouble. Condemned just didn't go off.
Yep. Good stuff there as the wave will get pushed back in. Again, Whoosh continuing to get ahead and even going to get aggressive, tumble towards the turret, just get some autos down. And Liam's even gone off to roam now. And MLXG going to try a dive here.
Yeah, so they're going for the dive. Always hard with Kennen.
Oh, Synctrum in trouble. The tail gets very low. Will go down there to Janna. Now Synctrum in trouble. Going to get chased up by Vayne. Great flash auto there to get the kill. Acathian Surprise does good damage, but King 2-0.
Yeah, and they're able to make it work, even diving a Kennen. He pretty much has an instant stun at this point in the game, but they got through. They're able to pick up both kills, and that's a lot of CS dead to the turret.
Yeah, Whoosh even taking CS as they finish the dive and thread back towards the bottom of the lane. Bottom lane going exceptionally well for King in the top side. Sky looking good. Rek'Sai coming in towards the area. Will back away. Rek'Sai not that close, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't know that, and he even had to use a skirmisher's smite there. Sky is really starting to bully this lane. Not showing in a CS discrepancy as of yet, but you can see that he's used 2 teleports to get back to that lane. Sky's only used 1, so he's definitely getting some advantages.
Yeah, and Sion's still strong as the top lane of that Q. You know, a lot of power got moved out of the E, but people just maxing Q, looking just fine there in those lanes. Is very even on the CS front. Hecarim will eventually outscale here and will enjoy the free farm, but if Sky can bully a bit more, get some damage on the turret, then we start potentially having problems. And in fact, the turret's down now. Returns. Does have a few more items, but Sky with his ulti available especially and his flash, probably not in trouble here.
Yeah, he certainly isn't in trouble. In fact, he might just be able to walk away without even using the ultimate, so not much really going Ninja Tabi versus...
Not much at all. As Blade of the Room.
Far ahead accelerated Vayne, and he's done it through maxing Tumble. So we mentioned the power of the trading coming through from Kog'Maw by just pressing the W. Whoosh has decided to match that through a Q max instead of the W max, and I like the adaptation in the lane.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Very clever. Let's hear from King as well. They might look to redive and take the turret.
Yeah, it looks like that is what they have in mind. Just build some advantages up on the side of the map where they apply it. All the vision they're going in. Puzzle of a team fight coming through. Exactly right. You see the Hemo play come through. Not to mention the pull just getting rips people apart.
Ulti there and basically peel tanks who are on top of him. Let him pull back to his team. Sick ulti by Lane.
Yeah, it's the best 2-item spike that you can get. So I just really like it coming through. The only person that can probably match it is a Draven with something ridiculous like match him at this point. Maybe
the next big power point for him.
Bit bang for buck out of that, but yeah, in general, not really that great. And they look like they want to gank onto Wu.
Their split push attempt, making sure they stay by. In fact, Lamb's just there, hanging out, providing a bit of a passive movement speed
on the rest of the map, even when he hasn't done.
Yeah, great movement here, and we'll get them a tier 2. Now 4-0 up in turrets, actually, taking all the outers out and finally claim their first tier 2. I say finally, it's actually quite quickly here. Only 19 minutes into the game, and King have a massive advantage.
Get the turret. They might even look for the fight
afterwards. They might. Singtrim pops his ulti, good turn. Back into the team. Tail gets the kill after all the stuns move in. They're going to cover. Let me moving in. Whoosh poking back and forth as well. Good Q there as Whoosh dodges all of the skill shots on this Vayne.
Yeah, so now they're...
A massive 4-man knockup, but he'll go down instead. Great catch by Maybe going to go down to a shuriken, tumbles out of the way again. Still going in, one Singtrim gets the kill there, 1v4. Can he keep going? No, gets knocked up. Almost gets another kill though.
Yeah, so Whoosh with some fantastic mechanics, but in the end it was all about the catch that went down at the start. Assassin falling before he could get anything done just meant that it was always going to be a 4v5. And don't get me wrong, King still looking very impressive, but Gumpty, they come out slightly ahead.
Yeah, 7,000 gold ahead still for King. That 8,500 gold or so, just tarnished slightly here as Assassin returns to the bottom side of the map. I guess they bought enough time that he's actually able to protect that wave, so that's one nice thing, as they did spend a lot of time chasing, but Vayne's finished up her Ghostblade. Abyssал's now done for Assassin. Even a Hex Trigger here for MLXG on top of his Cinderhawk, Ninja Taba, and the Sidestone. He's actually stealing away a buff now as well.
Yeah, he's certainly going to try. I don't think he's going to get it, though. There's just too many people coming in. Huey, he'll be able to secure this one for Xiao, who just zoning away the Rek'Sai. Doesn't want a Smite Steal to come through. And
good buff take there from Diana. They'll get some vision out of it, but Dragon back in 55 seconds. Where do King want to go next?
Yeah, so they want to trim the wave in the top lane. They need to get everything pushing. This is what King hasn't done well. So you saw it even with that. They overstayed a little bit with the turret, and then they didn't prioritize it, actually prioritize the fight, which meant that they missed out on some objectives here. So they need to reset, make sure that all three waves are there pushing, and either send the Vayne by herself to a lane to get some split pushing done and try and outplay Let Me, or just still continue to group up with the Frozen Heart as well as the Sunfire Cape. Sion's not going to take any damage from objectives. He has very good buff control at this point, looking at the Baron and Dragon that is back up in about 20 seconds. So they can really pick where they want to fight.
Yeah, I like the mobile duo coming through as well between Rek'Sai and Janna. Lots of speed there to move between these lanes. Makes sense why they've actually rotated very well to get these turrets here. Looks like right now, given that Dragon's back up in 3 seconds, they're going to group and try and fight this Dragon.
Yeah, so they're going to group. They'll be able to take it here. I don't think that top lane, he's a lot of what this team...
Pretty heavily pressured here. Teleport coming in, and King...
And Whoosh starts it up, but...
Thunder by Cannon, ultimate on top as well, and Zhao claims that kill. In the backline though, Assassin picks up Tail with a massive flank. Now Sky in the mix as well. 4v4, and only the AD carries both go down.
Yeah, and I just don't understand what King are trying to accomplish there. They just needed to keep eyes on Let Me. As soon as they saw Let Me disappear, they needed to disengage. He was in the top lane for so long, pushing out that wave. The home guard just adds so much to Hecarim's kit. He was able to get into the backline and completely shred the Vayne.
And you can see Xiao getting stronger. Has a Rabadon's now actually, so was able to clean up that AD carry kill very swiftly. And that's Whoosh's biggest fear here, is Diana just not even maybe necessarily hitting the Q, just ulting on top of you and sticking to you and never letting go.
Yeah, exactly right. All she has to do is auto attack with her passive and pretty much die on sight. Diana just such a strong duelist in this current meta. Throw in the fact that circumvented any defensive stats in the second item, hasn't gone for maybe something like a Zhonya's Hourglass. Instead, straight into that death cap, looking to just completely pop people.
Yeah, massively tanky with the W there as well for a bit of double dipping. QSS done for Whoosh, but might not help too much against Diana's raw damage, and the knock-up from Moonfall. Liam trying to knock up the pony, but Let Me does charge out of the way. And actually on a bit tanky now. Spectre's Cow is his next item after the fetch.
Yeah, and this is something that Let Me's done pretty well, actually, is understand when he can get away with getting a quick Trinity Force and when he needs to go tankier. I think with how far ahead Vlad was before that last fight. He's 3-1-2, has some very good CS at 233 at only 24 minutes in. He was getting to the point where FLICKR couldn't shrug him off. LPL
actually found a home guard gank here with his ulti out onto Huey, but just a knock-up, gets a bit of vision down as well. And it seems like Baron might be the next objective for these teams.
Yeah, and you know, with how badly the last fight went, it's surprising that King are going to stick at it, but the reason is that the teleport's now down for Let Me, so he's not going to get that huge flanking ultimate like he had for the last fight. So I do think King's still in control at this point. Gamti probably need a fight around that cooldown, and that means for the next 2.5 minutes, they probably can't contest.
I mean, especially for Wish at this point, now with both purple items, the Ghost Blade, the Blade of the Ruin King, and the QSS, he's just such a potent split push threat as well.
Yeah, he certainly is. His only fear is maybe getting caught out by that Diana, so I still think that they'll stick with the FLICKR versus Sion matchup at this point, just in case they rotate Diana. And of course, as soon as you get away from... Ooh, are they going to choose to fight? No, just some poke damage coming through. So as soon as you choose to not split push with your teleporter, it means that it can be matched by the mid lane mage, and that's exactly what Xiaohu wants at this point.
Yeah, I mean, King, I think, looking at some sort of 1-3-1, just moving Rek'Sai Janna between the lanes. And again, they're a very mobile unit together, so they can kind of buy the Diana, and there's plenty of good hard engage for Gamti. One person dies, you start a 4v5, and things are going to look real bad.
Yeah, exactly right. We've already seen the 4v5 and how that one plays out, but they two members, no Vayne there. I don't think they can do it quick enough. MLXG just taking so much damage.
Yeah, too much damage, in fact, and Baron will get checked. Rek'Sai very low on health there.
They have all season long giving up objective.
Again, strategic and heavy team, and some of the early games showed a bit of promise there, but have struggled, especially in the mid games, to close thing out. Going to look to scale at least, do have the Vayne game, and they're very happy with this.
Yeah, they certainly have. Blue buff steal does come through, so at least they're prioritizing smaller objectives a lot better, but...
There we go.
In there, has the distortion, so he moves pretty quickly with those, able to get in. And for me, it's been the differences between the junglers. 0-0 for some early game control. Huey really hasn't done enough. As a Gragas, hasn't been able to get in and bully any of the lanes. Gragas' CC is very...
Rek'Sai going to get chased out here. Prayseeker lands. Smite comes as well. I don't know who got it. MLXG, though, going to get knocked up there. Will get slowed as well, but going to dive back in. Sky's here as well. Let Me trying to find a flame, but Singtrim getting low. Will go down after he channels the ulti. Huey now going down as well. A Sky will collect that kill, and that's 2 good kills for King. Now maybe they go to Baron.
Yeah, maybe they go to Baron, but they still need to be aware of the home guard coming through. They need to get a ward in. They'll start it up and see if they can get it.
Yeah, Let Me, they can see him. He's collapsing a tunnel right now, so decent vision. Wards will get thrown in, but that should get taken out fairly quickly and does, in fact, go down. I like the zoning cue there from Sky, and Baron with Vayne here going down nice and quickly, but Assassin going really deep there, trying to get some kills done. MLXG diving in himself, flash double knockup finds in. MLXG gets tail. Now Xiaohu going to get knocked away, gets knocked up by the Q, and Woosh claims that one. MLXG lives through the heal. He's going to go back, recall back in with the ultimate, and Woosh are going to stop Baron. Oh, MLXG going down to Let Me, though.
Yeah, and now maybe they can't do it. How quickly is it being bursted? Not enough, and a bad mistake. He was recalling in vision and then didn't cancel it to reposition himself. Probably cost his team the Baron there, but a one-team fight nonetheless for King.
Yeah, it's so dangerous as well to go for Baron when there are 2 smites on the enemy team. I'd forgotten about that fun fact, but even Let Me level 15 or 16, I think 16 at this point, that's a very powerful smite.
Yeah, and that's something that we haven't really touched on, is the fact that top lane is probably always going to be a higher level than the jungler, so they have much better smite control in the mid game. The 3-level advantage just means that there's no way that they can go for it whilst Let Me's alive. And you never thought you would say that, because a drive-by pony just might take it away.
Yeah, can ult in there very fast, very resilient, can just get on top of the Baron. King, though, really forcing the issue, but there's still a ward in the back of the Baron as well. I mean, this is just maybe over-forcing here for King at this point. Not even going to clear the wall. They've got a pink right in the back. Going to keep in on top of the Baron, though, and should be able to get it just. Although Let Me is going to come in. Might look to steal. It's run in there. Does steal away the Baron. Huey now in the back there as well. Let Me going to get chunked out pretty massively. Wuso will get the kill. Huey looks to be the next to fall as he gets knocked up by MLXG, and Vayne, she gets the double.
Yeah, so double kill over for Vayne, but the Baron was taken by Gamti, and we were just mentioning how much work these top laners with Smite can get done, and you just can't outsmite them as a jungler.
No, I mean, at least they get the 2 kills. King are now finally going to push in, so might have just been a bait here. 20 seconds left for the top laner and jungler, but yeah, it's funny that we just mentioned it, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, exactly right, and we'll see if they want to go for this dive. No, instead they just take out the turret. They're going to take out the inhibitor as well, probably back away. That's enough work done because Vayne, not a good sieger, so if you're able to grab a free way into the base early on in the game, and it's only still 30 minutes, that's definitely a good thing.
Yeah, breaking the base, always important for these late game comps, especially ones that do have extra trouble sieging. Vayne are certainly counting in there. Dragon is going to be attempted here by King as well. Gumtier in the area, and Let Me looks to be porting in as well. Dragon, though, will go over to King. Let Me around the side looking for a flank. Does find Lamb. Going to dive in on top of him, try and take him out. Monsoon happens. Decimatic smash channel on the exhaust down, but Sync Stream now going to dive into the backline. Sky will get the next kill, and Assassin doing so much damage. Good Zhonya's by Sync Stream, but lining up the Q. Going to give Sion the double kill. Zhao next to fall goes down to Vayne, and Huey has to run. MLXG tunnels through the wall. Huey going to go down. Good ultimate to keep him alive for a little while longer, but Assassin, he's picked up Talon. MLXG looking for the ace. Just needs to chase a little bit further, and Assassin gonna clean it out. No, it's Rek'Sai, and there's the ace.
Yeah, so that's the ace. It's probably going to be the game as well. King with a much better late game. They still had a slight hiccup in the mid game, but in the end, they were probably able to run through. Might not be able to finish it up here, but they'll definitely at least get a second inhibitor.
They're gonna push their way in and get the other inhib. Teleport coming through for Sky as well. Nice and healthy, so might even help them break the base finally. 12, 13,000 gold ahead. Gumti, people are back up tail. I think still dead. Zhao coming back soon. It's taken a little while, but King do get the other inhib, and they're going to go onto the Nexus.
Yeah, so they're onto the Nexus turrets. We'll see if they're able to stick around. No, in the end, they have to back away. So Gumti, they'll live to fight another day. But there just doesn't seem to be much of an answer. That was a great flank that came through from Let Me. He was able to get onto the backline, set himself up, but just a little bit too squishy. And the Vlad Vayne combo just does massive damage.
Yeah, it's funny. We look at Vayne, and her big issue is, of course, that her single target damage great, but anything else after that, real hard if she's not attacking a single target. Vladimir, he'll take care of the AoE for you.
Yeah, exactly right. Being able to stack up the E, the late game damage on the pool can never be underestimated as well. Just getting so much work done. Sion also doing fairly good damage at this point in the game as well. He's been accelerated throughout the laning phase. He took it to Let Me in what was maybe a bully matchup for the Hecarim, but able to get it done. So across the board, King really looking strong at the later part of this season.
Yeah. Sion does do, I think, a bit of missing health damage in it on the W, I believe. So does get a decent amount of purchase out of late game damage. I think Vladimir Vayne's kind of cool, but I think Sion Vladimir's even better.
Yeah, I think that that's a really cool thing to point out as well. They're able to get some lockdown CC through their top lane, but some big base damage more importantly. So it just augments the Hemo Plague damage really nicely. And as we see, some creeps being taken down in the mid lane. Zhao trying to clear out for his team, but his build, it's been extremely aggressive, but he hasn't been able to get onto the back line. 1, 3, and 4, not the game we're expecting.
No, and it's a big assassination build for him as well. Didn't go for Sting and Natural's Tooth. Might go it later, of course, the last item is Huey will get aggressed on by MLXG, but hasn't been able to match the split push. The King have really been forcing all game long here, and it wasn't the biggest component of the position they're in right now. It's some smart forcing around the Baron that finally got them to it, and this last turret's not going to last too long.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. They're just going to wait for the other waves to push in. They're probably tanky enough to take some turret shots themselves as well, so they'll just be able to run into the base and eventually take down the last inhibitor. You see already 2 members have to go back to protect the Nexus because of how deep it is, so we'll see exactly how they push in here.
Yeah, going in. Assassin, I like the front lining he's doing here. Good damage coming through, fairly tanky with his transfusion. Can just kind of walk up, tank some turrets here, cue somebody in the face, and then walk away for a bit of poke. MLXG, similar sort of positioning here. And again, it might take a while, but 2 inhib lanes pushing. Sky over in the middle of the base, able to ulti in for a flank if he needs to as well. It's only a matter of time, but King are more than happy to be patient here.
Yeah, exactly right. They've got the Vayne in the late game positioning, and you see the Sion actually just taking down base turrets by himself right now. Doesn't really care about any of the damage. He goes in.
Yeah, Tail not happy with what's going on. Synctube, good ulti as Assassin in the middle over there, but there's too much damage coming through. Whoosh, he's getting chased down by Zhao, who will get aggressed on, but Hemo Plague's lined up nicely. Vayne did go down there, but Assassin still chasing away, gets the double kill. Will Assassin Let Me? The only one for Gumti left alive, and that'll be game for King.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be in. King once again, they had that bit of a rocky thing, but the rockiness is starting to shorten. It was more of a speed hump this time around with the Baron Steel coming through from Gumty, but they're able to pick up the win.
I mean, the Baron Steel was basically what got King the win there. They just got enough kills and were able to start a 5v3 and finally break the base. Not how you want that to go. Execution can certainly be a lot cleaner in King's endgame, but the way they set themselves up to get to that point was brilliant. Their early game, as always, just on point.
Yeah, it certainly was, and you have to point to MLXG completely out-jungling Huey. He just was absolutely everywhere, and his gang so much more effective. Huey was camping out that bottom lane for so long and could just get nothing done.
Yeah, Woosh did a really good job not dying somehow in the Vayne lane. First of all, getting ahead in the Vayne lane was a bit silly to begin with, but did a great job there to get ahead, and then every time Huey came, Vayne's like, nope.
Yeah, exactly right, which just had that sixth sense, able to pull away, didn't get over greedy for farm, and in the end, it got him ahead.
Yeah, strong stuff there. We'll see if King can do it again and continue their form as they run into playoffs. Gumty still looking for a couple points. We'll see what they can get done. Don't go too far away. The LPL will be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're about to start our second game between Gamti and King, and it was a bit of a long one there, Spawn, but King eventually figured out how to win the game.
Yeah, they certainly did, and what impresses me about King is their micro play. That was a game where they probably should have lane swapped, but they still managed to win every single lane across the map and really take it to Gamti. What doesn't impress me about King? Their macro play. They have some okay map movement throughout the mid game, but understanding exactly what objective they should take when is just non-existent for this team. They lost out on a Baron. They even made a very bad Dragon play where they got flanked by a Hecarim and completely torn apart. If they want to consistently win, they need to be able to get these parts of their game under control.
Yeah, we'll see what they can get done here in Game 2. Maybe they can find some improvement, but Gamti has swapped over there on the blue side. Now King now over on the red for the second game. Kalista Rek'Sai, the bands there for Gamti. Slight adaptation there with the Rek'Sai being taken away from MLXG. And LeBlanc Sejuani there, the two bands for King. Same as Game 1.
And that surprises me that Huey doesn't want to play the Rek'Sai. We've just seen that it's still strong. Even with a tank build, it gets a lot of work done. MLXG had an absolute stellar performance on that one, was probably the MVP for me. So I'm really interested that that isn't first pickable.
And Urgot Azir, the same bands as Game 1, so only the Rek'Sai band changed, I believe, and the band they've left.
He wants, but I'm expecting for this to be the Hecarim one more time coming through for Let Me. It's just shown that that's probably the champion.
Almost found enough flanks to get his team back into the game, but might take a jungler away instead here, will Gamti. We'll give them blocking the Nunu first pick.
Yeah, Nunu first pick is something I thought that we would see an absolute heap of. It's just a very strong jungler at the moment. He gets tanky. I think he's a fantastic pick on the current patch. They're going to pick that one up for Huey.
Yeah, and Lamb getting his Janna insta-locked there by Sky. So are they seriously going to do this again?
Yeah, so this is where I don't agree with it. Vayne, if she gets a Nunu, it's one of those things that it's extremely worrisome to play hyper carries into Nunu. It just doesn't do fantastic. However, in saying that, the Vayne Lucian match
really good against a lot of the former popular AD carries. We expected Kog'Maw to be a troublesome matchup, but XG actually, so be interested to see what jungler he gets as far as pressure goes. We've got the Nami locked in for Sync Dream, and their Tail's going to take Lucian this time.
A proc going to come through and do mass damage early on. Expect that one to be maybe even maxed in the lane if they can afford to do so.
I agree, it's so hard for Vayne. I mean, hyper carries in general don't like Nunu when he's on top of them, but it's even worse for Vayne because she's so short range. Every time
you can disrupt it, but if you use that, then he just wanders back towards you and chucks another snowball. It's kind of funny to watch exactly how the matchup goes. The tanky medic comes through, we expect to see more and more of just because of the double percentage health damage.
Yeah, so good at exploiting these slower junglers. If MLXG can do it, at least it's a great pick, and it's kind of similar to Rengar, very pick-oriented, but just a little bit more focused power in the early game.
Yeah, and it's just the fact that Nunu, what he makes up, when he goes into the enemy jungle, he's looking to grab some camps and counter jungle. At least when she goes in there, she's just looking to kill someone and really try and force the pressure like that. Both move extremely quickly around. And with the repel as well as the blood boil, escape from sticky situations relatively easily.
Yeah, Gamti unfortunately break my heart there. Tail thought about Tristana, but haven't seen much of her since the changes to her quite a while ago. It's Jinx instead there for Tail. Great hyper carry to complement the Nunu, Nami, and now Lulu that was their last pick as well. So all in on Tail once again.
Yeah, it certainly is, but that is a mid Lucian.
Oh, that is a mid Lucian. Awesome.
Interesting. So we actually saw a lot of this in Oceania being played a season ago, back when you could just get all the CDR in the world and use your ultimate on cooldown to just siege up turrets. Lucian's very good as a second AD carry in sieges because of his wave clear and how he can force people away with that ultimate. So it's an interesting adaptation coming through here. Probably going to be a Lulu top, although if Let Me... Okay.
Yeah, it is a Lulu top.
Cool.
Yeah, nothing crazy happening there. Xiaohu will be taking the Lucian. Makes sense. Suits his playstyle, certainly. Assassin back on Vladimir. That was the last pick there for King. And we've actually got the exact same comp for King with just the jungle change after the Rek'Sai ban. At least very similar, though.
Yeah, it certainly is. It has the kit to be able to gap close with the repel onto a target and be able to stun them up with a cocoon. So I think that at least going to be able to fulfill the exact same thing, maybe even a little bit stronger as the game goes on.
Yeah, we actually saw the Aurelia hover. And never mind, we'll talk about it later. As here are matchups. Very interesting comp for Gamti. Very double AD focus with 3 different supports. Lulu versus Silence, our first matchup in the top lane.
Yeah, so Lulu going to try and bully a Sion. Good luck. I don't know how that one's going to work out. But the Nunu versus the Elise, you feel if they're going to win, it's off the back of that one right there. Huey needs to get busy.
Yeah, and now Lucian mid for Xiaohu versus Assassin's Vladimir in the mid lane. You have to think Lucian in almost any matchup is going to be ahead in the early stages, but Assassin, we saw it once he gets scaling, team fights wonderfully, and hyper carry matchups in the bottom as well. This is a struggle for Vayne once again.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's almost like they locked in the Lucian, went, wow, that's a losing matchup, and then we went, hang on a second, we can go Jinx Nami. That's a winning matchup there. So once again, Lucian Lamb should dodge the lane. If they've shown us anything, it's that King won't dodge the lane.
Yeah, no, Nami Janna there coming through again for King. So very weak duo lane, but they did it before into the Kog'Maw Nami, was it? No, it wasn't Kog'Maw Nami. That would have been ridiculous.
Yeah, it would have been crazy.
It was into Kog'Maw, the Kog'Maw Cannon. Thank you very much. And that worked out somehow. Again, it was a lot of jungle pressure, so expect both Huey and MLXG to be big impact here in this game.
Yeah, and I want to see if the Q-Max comes through again from the Whoosh.
We'll have to find out for Whoosh. He's going to go back on his Vayne. We're about to get into game 2. And welcome almost back onto the Rift here to see some shots of the lovely Chinese crowd. Gumpty versus King here as Huey. Oh god, that noise.
Chinese Nunu bot is way more overpowered than NA client Nunu bot.
Yes,
it's next level pastry
It is
time.
next level. And Huey, maybe that's why he went for it here. That is one hell of a laugh, if we can put it out that way. And LXG and Huey gonna battle a bit here, and again, Nunu just not gonna stop.
He's having a chuckle, and why wouldn't you? As we said, probably one of the more fun scenes. Oh, he gets a award as well. Now he really has something to laugh about.
There we go. I'm going to walk back in. You can still hear it going through as well as the crowd is loving the Nunu bot there. I mean, getting the wards a nice little win here. And we expected, again, swaps coming through for King, but seems like they are going to stick very stubborn here this duel and going to go back into the 2v2.
Yeah, and that's crazy for me. I want to see how it works out this time, of course. Chompa's Bubble is such a good lockdown CC. Throw in a slow, and I'm really mad at the Chinese observer right now. Get away from the Nunu.
Well, Nunu having some fun here. Huey will start on his Grump, move into the blue. Xiaohu now in his mid lane matchup. And how do you think this matchup goes here? A Lucian versus Vladimir.
Yeah, I'm going to say that Vladimir is just going to get ahead at about the level 5 mark and probably never look back. Being resourceless means that he's a much better wave clear champion than what Lucian is in the 1v1. But if anything, Lucian can bully the lane early, and that's where Vlad really struggles. So I'm looking for him to get aggressive, put some extra points into maybe even the E to get some mobility up and be able to punish with the double tap.
And we can see now, again, the 2v2 starts in. Whoosh gets a few early creeps, but Tail going to start clearing things out with his rocket. Had one small creep taken away by King on their blue buff, and Gumpty took the whole Krug camp. So early advantage will be for level 2 here for Gumpty.
Yeah, it certainly will be. So they're going to have to try and push up. It's so hard for Vayne in this matchup because you kind of stand on the caster creeps, and Jinx just throws rockets at you, pushes the lane, and harasses you at the same time. Of course, no AoE coming through for the Vayne means it's going to struggle a lot in the lane. And Assassin, he's CSing very well under the turret, but was pushed in early. Yeah,
beautiful stuff there. But Xiaohu getting aggressive early like he should be there on the mid Lucian. Important to note, no combat summoner really there for Assassin. Double mobility once again. So Xiaohu, no ignite, actually going to go heal for a bit more defense. I guess helps the late game team fighting or mid game team fighting as well. But going to struggle with some kill pressure there.
Yeah, certainly is. And what that means is that Syncdream had to take ignite. So there's no exhaust for either the Vlad or the Vayne, which is an interesting pickup. Maybe just relying on the Nunu to be kind of the quasi-exhaust for them, running in there with the snowballs, with the absolute zero. But so far, we've seen MLXG going for an early invade. He's back behind them. Wasn't spotted. Nice. What a good early gank.
Really nice wraparound here from MLXG. Going to come in. Got his abilities ready to go. Who's he going to try and get? Actually misses both of them. And now gets aggressed on, but jumps on the tail. Has the red buff there as well. Shield for lane, but that went horribly wrong.
Yeah, it went a little bit wrong, but MLXG still chunked him out. And if you're going to swap health with everyone, better off to be the AD carry. So I like the prioritization of Tail, because now he hasn't got his health potion. Going to have a little bit of a harder time in lane. Draw some of Syncdream's mana out, which might help the bullying.
And we'll see what happens. Good CSing under turret, though, as Janna helping out nicely. Whoosh able to CS in this situation. Gets almost all the creeps there. And again, staying even against the Jinx. It was going to be hard against Kog'Maw. It'll be even tougher against Jinx.
Yeah, it certainly will. And you see, Huey having a bit of a drive by Nunu. Early gank's not amazing in the shorter lane, much better in the long lane, but you can see they're both pushed up at the moment. So Huey really needs to get into MLXG's jungle, but MLXG, he's going for another wraparound.
Yeah, going to do it again. I think knows that the wards drop now as well. And very big overextension here for Gumty. They're going to get ganked one more time. Didn't use any summoners in the last exchange, but Tail, if he gets nailed by Cocoon's in trouble. Great flash though to keep him alive. MLXG dives a bit, forcing Synctube to flash again, and more successful pressure.
Yeah, so double summoner spells this time around. We said he didn't get anything the first time. Second time around, gets a lot of them. Really good repeat gank here, and we're just seeing over and over again that they want to get the Vayne ahead.
Yeah, we do have a bit of a pause. Unsurprising, I guess, that you do want to snowball the lane. It's difficult but possible. And we talk about it when Vayne can't start snowballing. She's excellent in those situations. If Vayne ever gets ahead of you on lane, she just gets obnoxious, especially when she gets the Bilgewater, eventually the Blade, and then even her ultimate as well, just to keep building up advantages. One thing I love about what's happening there is that Gumty are playing so aggressively in that bottom lane that every time MLXG comes to gank, the minion wave's in the perfect place for him to repel away from.
Yeah, definitely, and that means that he's just able to pick exactly when he wants to get in and out of the gank. Good read there from Gumty. You know, they lost both their summoner spells, but that's been a repeat gank in the first 5 minutes, and they haven't given up a kill. Once again, though, going to call out Huey. He was taking Raptors there. Nunu, I don't think he started the ward in the first place, and then he hasn't gone back to shop after his first clear. He needs to get some vision around here. Expect an early sidestone because MLXG just seems to have the absolute answer to his jungle.
Yeah, probably double sightstone here for both junglers eventually, but we've consistently seen Nunu go machete, sightstone, and then finish their jungle item, which will likely be Cinderhawk. Probably for both of them, honestly, here. It's been very popular on Elise as well, and we have seen her. I agree. Huey is supposed to be able to keep tabs on the enemy jungler. That's his job. He doesn't gank that well. He counter jungles reasonably well, but the main thing about Nunu is walk into the jungle and tag the enemy. As we have trouble now for Sky on the top side, Xiaohu gonna pop in there. Good slow from Let Me. Xiaohu coming in, a great roam actually, and he'll get first blood on mid Lucian.
Yeah, and who would have thought ganking a no CC lane, like the Glitter Lance hasn't got that much CC with another no CC lane, but it comes out huge on the damage front, and they're able to burn through the Scion early game. That's an amazing early game.
Really strong roam there for Zhao, who gets his team first blood there. But King starting to push in now in the bottom side, and Whoosh again sitting about 5-6 CS ahead.
Yeah, and I like the early build coming out of Xiaohu as well, if we can touch back on the Lucian a little bit as we have some blows traded. He's gone with an early Brutalizer. Expect the CDR boots to come through, maybe even into a quick Ghost Blade and just try and snowball the game from mid because it's such a gold-effective way to play.
MLXG lining up a dive. Assassin here as well. Not too many creeps that have to go now. Teleport will come in. Great condemn onto Tail. Knockup follows him in, and MLXG gets the kill. Vayne will flash out. Repel gets MLXG away. Assassin's already clear as well. Whoosh has to be a little bit careful, but Bubble, little too hard to tag here. Glitterlance will land, but King get away with the kill.
Yeah, so they get away with their kill. The missed Glitterlance there meant that Assassin also survived, but Gumty, they're going to start up Dragon, and with the Nunu, with no teleport on Sky, they're probably going to be able to pick it up.
Yeah, Blood Boiled Brutalizer Lucian, not bad in this situation either. King, I guess, will trade just a kill for the Dragon, not the trade they're probably hoping for there.
Yeah, so they will get a lot of damage on top lane. Lulu does have to run all the way back up there, so it relieves some pressure on Sky, who was falling a little bit behind with that death, but all in all, good play out of Gumty.
Yeah, Xiaohu now back in the mid lane, going to keep pressuring the creeps in. Vladimir has returned, started with the cloth arm, has come back now with a couple wards, a potion or two, and a Hextech revolver. So Assassin looking a little better in the lane now.
Yeah, he certainly is. An Assassin will continue to just farm up, so he's not really concerned about what Xiaohu's doing. You can see that he already does quite a lot of damage to Xiaohu. I don't know where Xiaohu gets magic resist on in this build. Does he go for a Hex Drinker? I probably don't think so. And it's just going to mean that as the lane gets towards that level 9 spot, he's just going to start taking so much heat.
Yeah, Whoosh, a good shield by Lamb though, going to dodge the rocket damage. Tail getting pushed in, but able to clear these out relatively well, catching actually slightly ahead in CS now as the waves get pushed back and forth. Very early Avarice Blade here for Tail, so really seeding the lane as far as pressure goes, but maybe just thought about last game and said, you know what, probably not going to get ahead anyway.
Yeah, probably just thinking that, yeah, maybe just had 800 gold, but he's got a couple of potions. Not going pickaxe is actually very confusing for me because he still should be able to win this game. The gold didn't go over onto Whoosh. He's still up in CS, so seeding that one a little bit strange, but, you know, the banking, if they're going to go to late game anyway, may as well get it. And that's the first poacher's knife I've ever seen.
Yes, I was about to say that we haven't seen the full encounter jungle Nunu in a while, but Huey really mixing it up. That is also the first poacher's knife I think I've ever seen in any game.
Yeah, it's just not a usual pickup. Of course, I think it gives you a burst of speed if you're able to smite away the big camp, and with 2 charges on your smite, it is a lot better, but we haven't even seen Huey in the opposition jungle, so a very strange one. I hope he knows it doesn't work on his creeps.
Yeah, no. Does get extra gold as well, I think, for taking enemy creeps. So is the big counter jungling item. When I think it was released, people probably looked to Nunu and said, you know what, this item might be good on him, but again, just not something we've ever seen in competitive. I've never seen it in my normal games, to be perfectly frank with you.
Well, here you go. He's going in on the blue.
Poach it away. Can he get the blue? He doesn't have vision. Gets it down. Smite. Smite. No, can't do it. MLXG gets it. Elise stops the donation of blue, but honestly, Elise probably wanted it anyway.
Yeah, Elise definitely wanted that one. Assassin wasn't even moving across there. So in the end, Nunu had a good window to go for it, but wasn't able to get it down.
No minions poached yet. We'll have to keep track of just how many Huey can poach away there with his poacher's knife. Tail and Sync Gym down the bottom, now pushing back in, getting a lead, so things looking good despite the Avarice Blade here coming through for Tail, but we do have a gank and a teleport coming through. Sky wants to make it happen. Lamb, Flash Tornadoes, gets them both. Sky gonna line up an ulti, but a grey bubble might keep Sync Gym alive. Tail, though, gets caught by Cocoon, knocked out of the decimating smash, but the condemns enough, and Whoosh gets the kill.
Yeah, that was played surprisingly well from Sync Dream, but Tail, Liam was all over him the whole of that time, got the slowdown, then knock up. Then the condemn finally came through from Whoosh, so they were able to pick up a kill, and a lot of pressure once again being focused in on this bottom lane.
And it makes sense. You've picked the Vayne. Her lane's traditionally just not that good, especially here against Jinx in game 2 and even Kog'Maw in the last game. You have to give us some help here, and unfortunately, no other pressure's been found here for Gumty on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and poor Huey right now, he's getting completely bullied, but wow.
Pops his ulti, the good repel out there, dodges the culling as well. MLXG goes around towards Assassin, who's gonna maybe look to pop the ulti, goes aggressive onto Xiaohu. Whoosh here as well, Huey gets locked up, ulti hits for Tail there as MLXG goes down, and everybody else lives.
And Letme's in behind them now.
Lame too aggressive as well, has to run away, but gonna get snowballed and Glitterlance and all the other CC. Monsoon might keep him alive, but tagged by the pick. Sync Dream gets it with the bubble, and Vayne really far around, couldn't even find a 2v3.
Yeah, and I was gonna, oh, she might be caught. No, will get away. I was gonna say, good luck getting away from a red buff Nunu. That guy, obnoxious with the slows that come through. Just, his auto attacks do no damage, but do so much for him, of course. Refreshing that passive, making sure he can get even more snowballs out, reapplying the red buff. One of the more funny junglers to play, I'm going to say. Very entertaining.
Nunu's very funny, especially Nunu bot, who we've already discovered today. Very annoying there with the laugh in the Chinese client, even in the regular English client as well. Sky going to get the tower in the top side, so good stuff there. Let me moving back in. Actually a bit behind on CS, but nothing major. Has been moving around the map fairly well. And I mean, Whoosh almost got the blade done, but Tail's still pressuring with just an Avarice Blade.
Yeah, so he's still just sitting on that Avarice Blade. Maybe going to go back and pick up a BF sword for himself now. Needs to get it in the next minute 20, you feel, because that's when Dragon's back up. And Gumty, they're still in this game. They've lost the first turret, but that hasn't really led to a gold advantage yet, so probably need to make sure that they stay competitive on the Dragons.
And you know what? Greedy's certainly there for Tail there with the build, but now with his BF sword, the lane should look much stronger, even if Whoosh does have enough for the blade.
Yeah, but the problem... Oh.
Good cocoon there. Xiaohu going to get chunked out by MLXG, but trades damage very well, forcing the repeller, comes back in with the smite down as well. Xiaohu still fighting, does have the culling, little bit misangled. Now Assassin going to dive in, but flashes in aggressively, and Xiaohu baits him with the heal. Now damage coming back in, wild growth there as well. Tail gets MLXG with another rocket, and Let Me get Assassin.
And I think that, Huey, what were you doing? He popped his ultimate in the pool and flashed forward on top of a dead target. That was kind of weird, but the rest of the play out of Xiaohu, out of Let Me, spot on the whole way through. Only maybe the missed culling is what we should point out, but MLXG, he still fell. That's going to mean the next Dragon in 20 seconds probably goes over to Gumty.
I have to say, we haven't seen top Lulu in a little while. Dropped off a bit in popularity as Lamb gets caught there. Will get taken out there by Let Me, who gets another kill with the Morelli-Nomicon Lulu. Sky will get some damage down onto Sync Dream, but Gumty really powering now.
Yeah, they turned this one on its head. Now 2,000 gold is the advantage. They got the most important turret on the map in that mid lane. Weren't able to pick up the dragon. They sent a couple of members back, but maybe they'll fight for it again.
Yeah, going to look to re-engage. Let me still here, waiting for his ultimate to cool back down. Might be trying to gank here onto Vayne. If he tags him with the hell picks, that true sight, very helpful. Let me going to come in there, but can't get it. Does tag in there, but will just go down as SyncDream comes back in for the heal. Bubble goes a bit wide there as Woosh already used the ulti. Gumty, let me loses a little bit of health, but still very healthy for this dragon.
Yeah, they're giving up to Dragon. Sion's going back to the top lane. If they try and fight this without the Vayne ultimate, he's just going to get completely destroyed. So in the end, Gumty, they grab the second one. 2 dragons to nothing, 6 kills to 2. This is a completely different game.
Yeah, and looking strong here. I mean, we talked about Tail. Looked like he was seeding another lane to Vayne, but again, went a bit greedy with the build, able to keep even, and all of a sudden with the BF Sword should start taking over this matchup. Yeah,
definitely agree, especially with some extra points into Nami's abilities, going to be able to keep him topped up. The Tidecaller's Blessing just really is a fantastic AD carry spell as well, so looking forward to see how SyncDream and Tail can turn this lane around. For me though, it's been all about Let Me. This time, he's just said, Sky, you can have top lane. I'm going everywhere else, trying to gank other people, being very liberal with his movement around the map and has looked much better.
Yeah, his teleports have been on point this game, and it's weird to talk about, you know, high-impact top laners teleporting in. We often think of Hecarim, even Sion using his ulti, but Let Me popping in and adding so much utility instantly to any sort of skirmish has come up trumps in so many skirmishes this game.
Yeah, it certainly has, and the ultimate is just another thing that you have to take a look at. They're a very squishy lineup, but Lulu, especially of the AP variety, just makes anyone into a tank and just doing a fantastic job.
And now Trade Devich coming in. Woosh in trouble, gets tagged by the ulti. Heal will save him there. But Tail going to force Vayne out of lane, finally getting traction.
Yeah, and now with the BF Sword and some points into the minigun, going to be able to rip through these turrets.
Woosh staying so aggressively here as well. Gumty must think there's a jungler here, but MLXG is not even in the area. Tower going to go down, but they're not going to fight. Jinx gets excited, and Woosh, with some very gutsy play, does get extra CS.
Yeah, he gets some extra CS, of course, relying on Liam with his ultimate still available to be able to keep him safe. So good play there, able to get a little bit greedy. Will stay up in the CS department after this wave, but that lane, it turned very quickly.
Yeah, Lifesteal helping out nicely. Woosh going to even out the CS, but Jinx going to go back. Infinity Edge will be on the way fairly shortly. And again, the greedy Avarice Blade looking to pay off here for Tail in the early stage of the game. Going to pick up the Krugs as well with the help of SyncDream. Getting stronger and stronger, and you know what? So's Lucian. Brutalizer into BF Sword of the early items here.
Yeah, so BF Sword being picked up, going for the Infinity Edge build, so not going into any more CDR. Oh, Woosh needs to be careful.
Yeah, damage coming in, but actually, no, just a heal there from SyncDream. Nami, again, supplementing this lane excellently with their abilities.
And there's a lot of members out of Gumty roaming down. Once again, don't know what Lucian's going to do. Does a lot of damage, though, at this point, so maybe just there to add some of that. They need to probably start donating red buff across even onto the mid laner to give him some utility in the little bits of skirmishes, but looks like Nunu going to keep picking that one up.
MLXG trying to line up a gank, will just go wide of the zap there. Very good positioning there in the brush. MLXG going to try and force it, has plenty of options, but wants to line up just the perfect cocoon.
Yeah, getting very greedy, wants to get a cocoon and then go into spider form. Doesn't want to have to go into spider form, then go for the gank there, and I don't know how it's going to work out.
Tail's positioning around his minions has been excellent, by the way. Expecting at least might be here and just staying out of range of skill shots. Damage though does come in. Woosh going to trade through, but Huey now going to join in. Teleports down as well here. Though for King this time around. Lulu not able to join in. Tidal Wave comes through, but SyncDream still gets Cocoon. Now Huey going to get locked up there as Sky charges in with the ultimate, but Tail still doing damage. Nunu is so tanky, and here comes Lucian trying to line the piercing light. Ulti goes wide as Woosh tumbles out of the way. Liam disengages with a quick monsoon, and King a massive fight 4v4, but everyone gets away.
Everyone gets away, but Lulu didn't have to join. The top lane was pushed up much further than the mid lane, so they will get some damage through here, probably even pick up a turret. So once again, movement in the favor of Gumty.
And Tail now going to be the one to stay in the bottom side of the map. Keep farming away. Xiaohu going to clear out creeps as well. Lulu got the top turret in and amongst it also. Gumty with a big advantage. 6-2 in kills, but maybe more importantly, 2 are up in dragons and 3-1 up in turrets.
Yeah, so they've just had the run of the objectives in this map, pastry time, and that's meant that they've got a massive gold lead. 5,000 at 16 minutes is absolutely huge, and they've got it in all the right places. The Jinx, she's 2-2-0. Lucian, 1-0-3. It's just been everywhere Vlad has it, and you wouldn't expect the Lucian lane to be the one that's ganking.
And you know what? That's been Gumty's best looking play whenever they've played, no matter the team it is, whether it's OMG or King, who's, you know, sitting lower in the playoff spots. Their rotational play when they're on point is absolutely incredible. And sure, Taylor and Shahu especially have shown excellent mechanical play as well. But game one was all about King really just outclassing them in a lot of these lanes. And despite the standard lanes again, Gumty did not let it get to them.
Yeah, exactly right. And this time they helped each other, I think, is a more important point. They recognized that Huey still wasn't maybe doing enough in the jungle, so they decided to start bringing their mid laner, start bringing their top laner to these fights and force the issue. Now they've got a Nunu who's at the sweet point of the game. He's got some points in all of his abilities, going to be scaling up nicely. Nunu, for someone that doesn't do much damage, adds so much utility with the rest of his kit when he gets levels that it's just going to mean pain.
Yeah, Zap coming in does not spot them off. Actually, MLXG hiding back in the brush once again here, but Tail sticking safe. Now is the Infinity Edge here to the Blade of the Ruin King for Wushin. Don't forget that Avarice Blade, the crit now going to start helping out as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. So synergize as well with the crit. Tail probably gave that one away by starting to dance in the middle of the lane. They knew that there was a ward there at that point. They will be able to clear out the pink as well. So Gumty, after Woosh had a fantastic game one, have taken over the bottom side of the map in game two.
And that's what they've needed to do here, just get the Jinx through the healthy stages and start rotating potentially. Already got the outer turrets, but I can see Xiaohu moving in towards the top, and he went aggressive in his build. He's got a Bloodthirster now. Good Lance tag now. I mean, a great flash for Xiaohu to stop the ultimate, but not enough damage, unfortunately.
Yeah, not enough damage, but they were just trying to get enough down that they can't defend the turret. Good fast push coming through here from Gumty. Range top, range mid laner, looking to get some damage in, now collapsing on Assassin.
Yeah, that's the biggest advantage that Bloodthirst solution, especially with this Brutalizer, will give you lots of good turret pushing ability. And we normally see some aggressive rotations, but Gumty already have the outer turret, so let's see what they do with the tier 2s.
Yeah, so they're trying to force the issue on some of the tier 2s. I still think that Huey's on Zero's camp stolen for this one.
Yep.
And he walks right up to MLXG.
Yeah, missing the ward there, I think. Just kind of warding next to him instead of in the brush, which was a bit odd. But Huey will get the extra gold there. Just from having a jungle item. Can't poach the Scuttle Crab, sadly. It's a neutral creep. One day, Huey will poach him in this game.
Poor Scuttle Crab. No one wants to own him.
No. As we are going to have Gumty moving on top of the dragon. Plenty of damage here with the double AD, especially with the Eye Edge Jinx. And that dragon's real dead there. Third dragon going to go over to Gumty, and King can't even look at it this time.
Yeah, and now the blue's been started up, was able to be secured there. So Huey is struggling, man. He's trying real hard, but he just can't get anything.
Still no poaching here. MLXG actually got away with the blue buff. And again, that's probably the target here with Assassin being health-based rather than mana-based here. Has gone back, got his Zonias now as well to go along with the Hex Tech and doing some more shopping. So King scaling up here. You can see this guy struggling to get to the same point he was in the last game, I think. Had a very good Glacial Shroud plus another component and then got quickly into the Frozen Heart Sunfire Cape. This time, though, plenty of farm, but just not the same level of tankiness.
Yeah, exactly right. And the thing about Sion, he just builds so smoothly into armor because Frozen Heart has 20% cooldown reduction, and that's what his kit's really about. So throwing an AP top laner against him, sure, he does fine in the lane itself, but his item pathing is a little bit shaky because you do have to commit into some of that magic resist. So I like the fact that they're willing to throw the Lulu into the top lane.
Yeah, I like it a lot, and Let Me, almost with the Rabadons completed on top of the Morellonomicon, doesn't really need much in the way of items, does Lulu? Kind of those two items that we'll see soon are pretty much all Let Me really wants.
Yeah, exactly right. Throw in some cooldown boots, maybe even Lich Bane to start chugging out turrets. Whoosh, he gets crit there and takes a lot of damage. Remember, he's not going to have the heal to keep himself healthy. He's still burning through pots, has to auto attack.
Yeah, life's still not bad, but any sort of extended trade should be won by the Rockets and their big crits at this stage. And Nami, we kind of keep talking about it, but quietly just one of the best supports for hyper carriers. She adds so much as Xiaohu coming now, Assassin into the mid-game pool. Does go down a good Hemoplague there. Xiaohu's got to be real careful. Zoni's there, will go through. Hemoplague will dash away, but just missed time. Does flash the piercing light. Xiaohu can't collect a kill. Oh, ult down there coming. It was Letme's down as well. Huey also joining in a lock up MLXG with a massive slow. Q will go to Tail as Jinx gets the second. Letme still chasing on to Liam there, but Jana will be able to get away to safety.
And we mentioned Letme helping out his bottom lane. Another teleport used to get down there, and they're just trying to get this Jinx ahead. Now going to be able to come in, take out a tier 2 probably because of all the healing and shields going to come. And that's just fantastic news for Gumty. Might even be able to grab mid as well.
Yeah, that's Letme without the Rabadons as well. Will absolutely grab mid. The double AD comp from Gumty. If it's powerful in one area, it's certainly pushing power.
Yeah, exactly right. The fast push has just come up huge this game. 10,000 gold the lead at only 22 minutes in. And I just love the change-up. This is a completely different strategy.
And again, they've contained the lanes, didn't fall behind too far in the early game. Even roamed to make sure everyone was safe in some of the more dangerous lanes here. Certainly helped Tail a bit more, knowing that they were likely going to come down and try and gank the lane. Sitting on the red buff, I think Huey finally poached a creep. Although maybe Xiaohu got it.
Yeah, Xiaohu got it, but I think the smite came through. So we'll give him one pastry time. Xiaohu, very greedy, tried to take that one for himself. So you really can't blame the Nunu. He's done the right thing. We'll give him the point.
He has there as Huey. Very tanky, actually. Almost 3,000 health there on the Nunu. And with the Cinderhawk scaling up, Aegis completed now as well. Everything going right here for Gumty. If it's starting to clear out wards, and King, you better ward Baron, because Gumty do it so quickly.
Yeah, they certainly do. You throw in the fact Static Shiver's been finished off. Last Whisper, now the next item going to come through for Jinx. Probably the scariest 3-item carry in the game. She just absolutely tears through people. Throw in the fact that there's a blood boil. Wow, you don't want to be near her.
Oh, and Huey, Banner of Command is what he wants here. I don't think they need the help in sieging, but if they ever get the Baron buff on those minions, they'll be doing work.
Yeah, an interesting pickup coming through there. Locket would be very good because of the amount of magic damage coming out of Vladimir, not to mention Elise. Scion's got it all. A team shield could be useful, but apparently a bigger creep at this point in the game is what it's all about.
Thankfully still has the Aegis part of it, so we'll get that part of the effect anyway. I actually forgot that Banner built out of Aegis here. MLXG Flash Cocoon tail flashes though as the now Scion ulties, but just gives it up.
Yeah, and then just punches the ground in frustration. He really wanted that one, but wasn't able to get it.
Yeah, good attempt there from MLXG, but fast fingers there from Tail keeps himself. Xiaohu decimates the creep wave there with his ultimate. Gonna get on top of the turret there with the help of Huey, and it's melting quickly. About 30% damage done already. MLXG gets dove on Huey. Gonna try and zone them away. The Hemo Blake's down though as well. Assassin dives into his pool, but Letme's joined in once again. Assassin gonna struggle to get out of this one alive and does go down.
Yeah, and Letme has been huge for Xiaohu this game. That's twice that he's come in and saved his life. And we mentioned how good the turret is in these how good the culling is in these fast put situations. Just clear out the whole minion wave, get all the free time auto attacking. You see it's come up huge.
Yeah, base has been cracked now. Inhibitor will go down at 24 minutes here for Gumty. Tail. Actually, it's not Tail, it's Xiaohu that's got the last Whisper done already. Just gone for massive damage to supplement Tail.
Yeah, gone for a very caster AD build. I'm surprised that it's actually the Zerk Greaves coming through, although I like it because late game, as soon as he grabs some attack speed, that translates very well into a late game build. So getting the best of both worlds out of his carry, and they're just going to tear through Baron.
Yeah, this Baron will not last very long here. Tail in minigun form, Blood Boil everywhere onto the Jinx as well. Sync Dream coming in, and goodbye Baron.
Yeah, Baron is completely gone, although the steal it might be on. No, it goes.
No smite for Sky this time. Can't steal it away. MLXG going to get chased down. Has been tagged there. Tidal Wave coming in. Good repel to keep him safe. Good creep there as well to make sure he's okay, but still chasing in. Whimsy, not a joke when it comes to speeding in.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. They haven't given up on it yet. They do manage to tag Whoosh.
Oh, that was cutie tagged off the super creep there as well, did Letme. So Whoosh has to run away, and Gumty don't care. There's a wave pushing him bot. They'll just rotate there.
Yeah, and I think it is the cannon creep that was
earlier
Banner of Command. It's like he can see the future pastry time.
Why did the tower hit that minion? That was very strong. I think it ended up in range and then they applied the buff to it. So that unfortunately not out of range of the turret like it would be normally, but ulti there from Yui. Zones everybody away. Now going to dive back in. Whoosh, ulti's on top of Tail, trying to get him, but Mikhail's and he'll come in, and Whoosh just gets wrecked there. Now Assassin going to dive in, but Xiaohu going to roam back. All they have to do is protect the Jinx. Letme somehow still alive. Ulti onto Assassin, who almost dies to a single rocket there by Jinx, and Gumty still chasing.
Yeah, and now you see, wow.
Well, Letme, what a play. Flashes through the CC, gets That's a double there on Lulu. Now Sky on top of him, going to go down, make it a triple there for that Let Me. And Lulu probably going to give the MVP this game. What a performance.
Let me play Lulu every game. That was bonkers pastry time. What a play coming out to finish off the Gamti season. And that was completely huge.
That was awesome there for Let Me, and such a cool comp to see Gamti run as well. Finally put it together, more aggressive, don't fall behind in these lanes, because I guess they're almost the antithesis to King, because King, great early game, struggle in the mid and late game to close things out. Gamti can certainly struggle in the early stages, but man, do they close out games well.
Yeah, and they just put their foot down on the accelerator, never let up, and just want to hit on the Lulu one more time. They saw that it was going to be a sole tank pickup, Sion going to be the only real tanky member, and I just can't believe that they threw a Magic Dealer in there. Meant he couldn't get the Frozen Heart, couldn't get the Glacial Shroud. Was so smart.
It was. I mean, it's just, again, so cool to see Gamti put a cool comp together. And maybe for King, just a bit arrogant almost to run almost exactly the same comp for Woosh to take another losing Vayne lane, and this time he really got punished.
Yeah, he certainly did, and the Jinx, it just came up ahead. I'm really excited to see Jinx play. She just does laning phase so well, but late game, she's so scary.
Yeah, love her so much. We might see her in the second game, by the way. Name's about to play her in Royal. Their playoff dreams are on the line here against Snake, one of the scariest teams in the LPL. We'll take a quick break, but when we return, massive match incoming.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful, ever-present Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And we're here for our second matchup of the night. Starhorn Royal Club trying to keep their playoff dreams alive against the formidable Snake.
And of course, in that Starhorn Royal Club team is Name, everyone's favorite AD carry, who's made it to all playoffs, been the MVP before, and is right now at risk, and not completely in his own hands, but at risk of missing out on playoffs altogether.
Yeah, and it's very, very frightening here for Starhorn Royal Club. They had an interesting showing yesterday, of course, going 1-1, but we'll see how they go today because, of course, it's almost down to needing this 2-0 now against Snake.
Yeah, so with the 2-0, they will be ahead on points versus Master 3, and if Master 3 fail to win 2-0, if they went 1-1 themselves, then Starhorn Royal Club would be your qualifying team. So a lot to talk about. Worldly, I believe, still mathematically possible to qualify as well. But Starhorn Royal Club, they need the 2-0 Snakes. Tough opposition, but they've been up and down recently, so anything's possible.
Yeah, Snake's sort of been holding on to that top 3, top 2 position for quite some time, and they've been trying some different tactics. Of course, the Trundle coming out, the first top lane smite to come through for Flandre there on the Shyvana as well. We'll see whether they enter any different tactics here because, of course, that top lane smite Shyvana has really become an epidemic.
And top lane smite in general has become very popular. The Hecarim, especially teleport smite, has also become a favorite. I guess Snake, maybe there'll be more than 2 smites. That's the big question mark.
How many smites can you fit into a lineup?
And you feel like if they address it, it's going to be maybe a single smite on a team will be the solution when it does come through. Won't be in time for playoffs, I believe. We're pretty much locked in on 5.6, maybe 5.7 going forward. So top lane smite's here to stay. How many, though? What's the sweet spot, Atlas? That's what we're still waiting to find out.
I'm waiting for sort of every solo lane to have smite, and maybe just the AD carry is going to keep heal.
And then
flash.
there'll be all these like YouTube videos about like if you smite the first creep, you're even better at freezing the wave. And it just gets crazier. Like,
who knows?
Where does these smite hijinks in lane stop?
If you're going to smite the first minion, though, isn't that going to make your wave push half faster?
I mean, like, I guess we need more research to find that out.
Yes,
maybe you have to push it in fast, then freeze it. Who knows?
And what better place to try it out than the final week of the LPL split, ladies and gentlemen. And moving into this one, I hope that we see sort of Barker changing his roster here as well. I mean, he's been back on the Azir on 5.6, a whole lot stronger. We've seen Dade do amazing things, Rookie do amazing things. Barker was another one of these players that was brilliant on the Shurima champions. Of course, Azir coming back a little bit stronger than Xerath in the more recent times. But of course, Crystal as well, able to pick up a lot of his comfort picks there in the bottom lane. And Barker and Beast have been doing whatever the heck they want in the jungle and top lane.
And of course, to confirm for viewers that Snake very much entrenched in the playoffs discussion. They've been qualified for a couple of weeks now. They're going to be experimenting. Do they want to show their stronger strategies? Do they want to hide things? We don't know. Obviously, we'll find out. They've already coined the teleport smite, either by intention or maybe just by trying to show something new. They've created a monster with the double smite lineups, and nothing can hold them back from potentially doing that again. Whether it's champion pool, whether it's summoners, Snake have been innovating all season. You know, other teams have tried the Draven, they've failed. Other teams have tried the top smite and failed. They're definitely the best at innovating these strategies, and we're waiting to see what's the new thing on the block.
Yeah, well, of course, if anyone's going to mix it up, it is going to be Snake. And let's go through their lineup now. Of course, first, it's going to be Flandre. Has played that Shyvana with the smite in the top lane, but the Trundle as well. A little bit of Darien flavor definitely coming through back in the olden days from Flandre here. And we move over to Beast. Been loving the Grungle. Wasn't as impressed by the Volibear, though.
And the Jungle Gragas definitely has become a staple pick in the LPL. It makes those turret sieging teams, the ones that do turret damage but not necessarily have the range, like a Lucian, like a Kalista, so much safer when you just throw out the explosive cask and take an objective.
Yeah.
So Gragas come through. Barker threw in the Karthus. That was one of his recent adaptations. I actually love the Karthus Trundle just because you put down that pillar, the pillar of ice. It's another slow, just another thing to force you to stay in the defile.
Yeah, and he just runs rampant throughout everyone. Ella, of course, still sticking to his roots. They're playing a lot of Janna and a lot of Thresh, but the Morgana coming out there as well, being a little bit of a change-up. Of course, Morgana often heads into a different lane when Snake are talking about it. Of course, Flandre being playing that one a lot as well. And we'll see how Starhorn Royal Club are going to react to this one because, of course, Snake is one of these teams that plays very, very differently to a whole lot of others, but their bottom lane is extremely strong. So we'll see how Ella and Crystal go up against Name, who is, of course, going to be fighting extraordinarily hard to get into the playoffs.
And that unpredictability works for Snake in a lot of situations, but it also works against them. They've dropped 2 games against the likes of Masters 3. They've managed to drop games in situations where they've been heavy favorites again. As an LSPL team, as a new top team, you'd have to say, given their consistency of results. It's not necessarily the EDG beat all comers. They have split a lot of teams, split against a lot of teams, have, I believe, double-digit draws during the course of the season. But when they're on, they're really on, and that's why it was exciting to see them step up with these strategies last week, and we'll see if that momentum carries into Week 11.
Yeah, and it does just seem like the 5.5, 5.6 patches really suited Snake. But let's move over to Starhorn Royal Club now and go through this lineup. Cola been having a much better time, but still sticking to these tanks. We've seen Cola play a whole lot of different things, but more recently it has been those Hekarims, the Scions as well, into that top side of the map. And Blank, still no Insect for the lineup. The star Korean player, still with that broken leg, not being able to make it onto the stage. But Blank hasn't been doing too badly.
No, he's been okay, but you know, as Insect, maybe the emotional core of the team, been there a long time now, been in China for over a year. He's going to be sitting on the sidelines just hoping, wishing that his team can get the 2-0, really set themselves up for playoffs. Still not going to be guaranteed, and Name, definitely the one who wants to be there, always shows his wares at playoffs, has made every LPL final, all 4 that have existed previous to this season, and he and Zero, probably the star lane of this particular team. They need to get going in a big way.
Yeah, but Name and Zero, I mean, this lane hasn't been as consistent as we were expecting it to be, but just recently, especially in the laning phases, definitely been going off. Zero on that support cannon, really zoning the other members away from a Vayne lane. That is incredible.
I mean, Cannon has a lot of lane presence, and credit to Zero, always one of the most impressive supports in the LPL. Even when he was with HYY and Wei, was still stepping up and doing impressive things. He's moved on to the disengaged champions in particular, but sometimes he'll throw in that sneaky Thresh, the Cannon, who can be both offensive and defensive and do crazy things. He's a very mechanically skilled player, which suits Name, one of the all-time great AD carries from China.
Yeah, but if we move it to the other lanes as well, I want to remember Korn here just a little bit, because had 2 in a row Vladimir games, the first one going absolutely horribly against Rookie, but playing okay in the next one.
I mean, Korn stepped up a lot towards the end of this season. I thought he was really struggling in the middle of the season. Before Name came into the team, playing a lot of Lux, just losing a lot of lanes with wave clear champions. Before wave clear was cool, before the Athenes buffs came in and 5.6 has changed things. And in general, I mean, stepping up with the rest of the team, only Cola really has kind of fallen away towards the end of the season, but we know how talented that player is. Got solo kill on Koro earlier in the season. Cola and the rest of this Starhorn Royal Club team capable of great things.
Most definitely, and if we have a look at the graph of steady AD carries, Snake Esports with 100% of that one, as we've gone through Wei, HYY, and now Name, and Starhorn Royal Club struggling in that department. They show that graph a lot, though, to be perfectly honest.
It's a bit...
We'll see if they mix it up.
It's just really unfortunate. They finally get the lineup they want, and an Insect breaks his leg. They've actually been mixing up between Godlike and Cola. Look like they've settled on Cola. I kind of expected that. A lot of teams fielding their players a couple of times just to make sure they're eligible for international tournaments. And Starhorn Royal Club, why not? Because they're still looking towards winning these LPL playoffs. Got to qualify first, though.
You certainly do. The bans are going to start coming through here as well, though. LeBlanc going to be taken away by Snake, and Starhorn Royal Club, they do not want to see the Draven out of Crystal, and Crystal might be the focus here as the Cogmore ban comes through. Zero's Nautilus is going to hit the bench as well, but this is a very AD carry focused ban phase here for Royal Club.
I don't feel like we've ever seen this because, I mean, AD carries to a large degree are interchangeable, so you don't usually see multiple AD carry bans.
But it's often the Callista Cogmore coming through as well, not so much the Draven as well.
But multiple AD carry bans theoretically should open up a lot of comfort champions for Barca. We've seen Azir back into the meta this season, this week in general, and his Xerath is no slouch whatsoever. So between Azir and Xerath, with only one ban left, the Shurima pick should be available, or at least considered for Snake.
Yeah, and we'll see whether it is going to be the first pick. We haven't seen Korn go back to that Azir at all so far, 5.6, but we'll see whether he is going to opt into that one if that one gets through here. Janna going to be banned away from Ella. That is definitely an understandable ban. And Snake, they're almost shoehorned into picking up the Thresh here as well, because Of course, Zero so strong on that champion.
I mean, look, Zero has been playing other champions, playing with the Nami and other picks, so not necessarily going to be forced into it first pick.
True.
But Kallista's available. Kallista's often locked in, and it's insta-locked in this situation. With the 2 AD carry bans, they could reliably expect a first pick Kallista, so I have to think they've got a comp to work around a Kallista lock-in.
Yeah, and Cola going to start by picking up the comfort pick Hecarim for him. Of course, played it in 2 of the 3 last games that Royal Club have played. Hasn't moved over to the Smite just yet. Does still have that Ignite up there just for the lane pressure. And Snake probably looking for a lane swap this one as well. So Cola wanting to take that one in there. Blank looking at the Rek'Sai here as well. Hasn't shown us too much. But it is going to be the Cannon locked in, and with the Janna band away, that is a much more comfortable pick. But Beast, he can now possibly pick up that Gragas to try and get that Slicing Maelstrom out of there.
And look, you can already see the Gragas being hovered. That's the most reliable way to disengage Cannon. You can, of course, flash the Tidal Wave as it's channeling. So Gragas with the instant cast effectively of the explosive cast makes the most sense in this situation. We have to expect its Cannon support. I mean, we'll respect it as a flex pick for now, but as it continues to be a more reliable support pick or a more staple support pick, probably not going to be so much favor. Just like the Gragas, could be played top, but almost 100% going to be played jungle. Yeah,
and especially when there is a Maokai here as well. This is an OMG. Low still not here. And so
free Low.
Yeah, I know. They got to free him. And that support Maokai was so incredibly good
100% win rate.
100% win rate.
One day we will see it again.
Yeah. Oh, playoffs. It's happening. I'm saying it right now. And over on the Star and Royal Club side, of course, with Insect no longer on the team, you're not going to think that Horsey is going to be heading into the jungle, and especially not with Rek'Sai being hovered over here by Korn. And we'll see what Name decides to go with.
Available to Snake, and they actually prioritize Gragas over Rek'Sai. We've seen Rek'Sai banned still pretty consistently this week. Name has his choice of AD carry, usually likes to go for the more mechanic-intensive carries, but seeing Kalista, we've seen one consistent factor. It's usually looked like the Urgot's the pickup, but the last second change to Jinx, he goes from the anti-AD carry to one of the true hyper carries of the league.
And this is what he's seen the most success on as well. Definitely scary coming through from Name and Snake. Now up to them to round out their lineup. Ella is able to pick up the Thresh if he wants to. Of course, the support pick already locked in here for Royal Club. He knows that he's going to be against that Cannon, the purple bottom lane coming through from those guys.
The synergy.
And Barker is thinking about a Nidalee. That is a hover at the moment, but Karthus definitely going to make a whole lot more sense. Has actually played that one before. A new one to his repertoire, despite being a relatively old champion, and that's going to be the lock-ins.
So they see on the Snake side the fact that Cannon's likely to dive. Rek'Sai and Hecarim, both melee champions, going to dive the backline. But with Jinx in this lineup, they need some semblance of dive themselves. So, of course, Karthus doesn't work that well against Jinx. Works great against the other 3 picks. I think committing to Ahri in this situation, despite it being a very strong laning matchup, there's quite a lot of downside here because there's always a situation where Ahri dives in and just dies in the middle of the Defile. One of the strongest laning matchups we've seen consistently throughout the history of League of Legends is this Vladimir pick. So they just have to assert, does Vladimir suit their comp? And, you know, with the big dive coming through from Cola, if you get that snowball Trinity Force, the burst damage with the Vladimir will be massive. Of course, Vladimir can pull the Requiem, so Vladimir's the pickup, and I like it a lot more.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of extra damage with that Hemo Plague and the Slicing Maelstrom, despite the fact that Zero is a support player. We've seen him build Zhonya's Hourglass as his first item. Still going to be doing relevant damage.
I mean, look, I really do like the comp coming through in Star Royal Cup. It deals, especially with the Karthus, you kind of always have to respect. We saw in the EDG game yesterday where in a 4v5 situation, Paul was able to put massive damage out. And that 4v5, that was without the AD carry. That was the single member missing. You'd expect there not to be enough damage, but in a very late game fight, Karthus able to put out so much damage. Have to comp around it. I like the Vladimir pickup, and as we go through the lanes, about as standard as you can be in the top.
Definitely very standard. Flandre going back to a super comfort pick there on the Maokai. And Beast, he's going to be taking his new favorite Gragas in against the sort of standard Rek'Sai here, of course, often picked up when it's left open. And Barker, the consistent damage mid lanes into Korn here on the Vladimir as well. That's going to be exciting to see. But this is the matchup that I'm really interested about. Kalista into the Jinx. Jinx with the massive amount of range, the late game hyperscaling abilities. And then with Zero on the support cannon once again.
And look, we have to wait and see just how much presence support cannon will have. Will they go for a 2v2 to start the game? Will there be a lane swap initiated? That much is unclear, but the Jinx versus Kalista, level 1-2, probably going to be not that great for Jinx, but as she scales up, as the ultimate is available, expect that Jinx to really accelerate ahead in the 1v1.
Yeah, we'll see whether that's actually going to happen here as well, because of course Crystal has done incredible things on the Kalista in the past, and if you're going to have a 2-damage threat comp, Karthus Kalista, a pretty decent way to do it.
And it was only a couple of weeks ago where just that Kalista was enough to force Vici Gaming to surrender at 24 minutes. Such was the power of the Crystal Kalista. Something to be feared.
Well, let's see if it happens again as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Flandre already flashing here on the top side of the map to start things off as Snake take on Royal Club. Already the Tremor Sense letting them know exactly where that tree is. Name going to take a bit of damage here from Crystal as well. And things starting off a little bit dicey here on the Rift, Papa Smithy.
Yeah, the flash completely out of context just jumped into the game. So not sure what prompted that, but one summoner definitely down there for Snake. Worth noting that Jinx actually was an undefeated champion for Name coming into this season. Only has the one loss in the history of competitive on this champion. So is definitely a priority pick for Star and Royal Club. Didn't necessarily fit the lane matchup in this situation. Of course, Urgot would have been the prototypical try and smash Kalista in the early laning phase. Gone for the Jinx, fits the comp in general, and it's something to be feared.
Yeah, Royal Club just playing for comfort here as well. And when these games are really coming down to the wire, when there's nerves to really be taken into account here, then going on to the comfort picks definitely going to be working out. And a lot of these players, especially Korn and Kohler here as well, their last play champions have been the Hecarim and the Vlad. So more than happy just to let that muscle memory continue where it was.
And so the last time we saw Karthus actually in a counter matchup, we saw the Karthus versus Ahri matchup. It was a jungle snowball gank from the likes of Rek'Sai that really changed this laning phase. And of course, Karthus can get ahead in difficult lanes if he gets a snowball, if he can get a big item. Of course, that was, of course, Assassin from King picking up a snowball Giant's Belt to cancel out the Ahri. It's not quite the same situation here with Vlad. Vlad still needs to get going in terms of levels to really be strong. So expect it to be a quiet laning phase in the middle. And Vlad, of course, can happily skill pull at level 2 and just be immune to most sorts of ganks.
Yeah, generally an ungankable champion, especially with the fact that he's taken the double escape summoners here as well. Has Korn, has been doing that very, very recently as well. As Blank going to be taking away the enemy red buff here as well, as some vertical jungling going to ensue from this lane swap that has occurred this game, wanting to get the Jinx out of the Thresh Kalista lane that we saw M3 sort of make that rise to prominence with Candy there in the AD carry position, really making that Thresh Kalista lane terrifying if they get the early level advantage.
So that's why it's actually quite surprising that it's Snake that initiate the lane swap in this situation.
That's a very good point.
I very much expected them to opt into a 2v2, or at least look for a 2v2, force the lane swap through from Star and Royal Club and give themselves dragon control, because of course Snake have always been a team to prioritize early dragon control. Beast loves to play the Nunu, start chomping on that at level 2. But in this situation, it is a blue side lane swap. You can tell because it's the duo lane that was in the top. Although not a duo lane right now, as we can see Ella going for a bit of a walk.
Yeah, going for a wander there as Blank. He's going to find Barker, or Barker's going to find Blank. The Defile is going to be on there as well. Blank taking a bit of damage, but doing a whole lot back here as well with those Qs. Oh, in fact, Ella, he makes it to this lane. Descens lands onto Zero. Flandre's here as well. 4 members of Snake just collapsing on the situation.
And it's the standard 3-minute, 8-man mid-gank.
Yep, that's exactly what happens. And Korn and Barker just feeling like they're very popular here in the mid lane, as Blank going to be able to take away that Rift Scuttler, and Zero just going to hang out in this little brush in the river.
It's interesting to see that Maokai and Gragas are both on the side of the jungle that Starhan Royal Club were jungling on. So in this situation, they can't expect to find any camps. They just want to enter lane. Even though the freeze is on, they do have range wave. There's so much range wave clear for a jungle top tank duo, especially between Maokai and the barrel roll from Gragas. They should be able to start to push this lane in if they so desire.
Yeah, and they are going to get the barrels out there as well.
Look
Saplings coming through as well. The explosions of all of the creeps, and that freeze is most definitely broken.
And when we saw Gragas come back into the meta from the jungle, I said it's unique to have a jungler with ranged wave clear. Maokai always had the best ranged wave clear of any of the 1v2 top tanks. So between the two of them, wave control definitely one of their specialities.
Yeah, and I was saying that the freeze was broken. It's actually been sort of extended here, assuming Royal Club can tank this one out. But we'll see whether Snake can move that one towards the turret and get the reset that they're looking for.
And Gragas was one of the worst nightmares of any solo queue player, the smite of the tank minion, but actually very useful in that situation.
Most definitely, especially when you're not too worried about who picks up the gold on your team, because everyone playing for each other. It's a beautiful, friendly experience here in the competitive League of Legends scene.
You're making viewers jealous here, Atlas.
I certainly am. Zero going to be throwing out some shurikens here as well on the bottom side, just trying to be a menace. Of course, Mark of the Storm was spinning around on Beast for a moment there, but not going to be hanging around for too much longer. Of course, this unorthodox duo of the Gragas and Maokai have kept in league of the levels, which is definitely important as Blank is going to pay a visit towards this top side. And the 2v2s ensuing on both sides of the map here, the jungle going completely without a look in.
Yeah, all the minor camps on the Snake side of the jungle are actually available. I mean, just nobody's been doing any jungling recently, so every single camp available in this situation. Just the result of Snake wanting to try and end the freeze to enter lane and get as much experience as possible. Gragas has a very strong level 3, level 4. It's gank comparable to the likes of Lee Sin, so it's surprising to see him not to involve any skirmishing. But the kill pressure in mid lane is super low pre-4 from both solo laners. And it just feels like at the moment, just helping Maokai out is the best use of Gragas' time.
Yeah, although Korn went down very, very low there in the mid lane. A 10 CS gap has actually been formed here as Zero looking for Flandre. Nice dodge. With that shuriken there, is Korn going to make it back to lane here as well. Kohler going to get rendered, but that's about all that's going to be happening as Crystal does have a little bit of a level advantage, going to get that Fate's Call relatively soon.
I mean, look, the kill pressure from Karthus, he's now level 6, so of course has the Requiem, but it's traditionally very low in early levels. Vladimir offers no CC, barring the pool, so again, not the best champion to gank for. Too far away from the top lane to make the impact, so I don't mind just spending a bit of time in bottom. Not the worst use of your time if you're Beast.
Yeah, Baka back to this mid lane now, going to continue throwing Skittles at the minions, and not a whole lot going to be going on here as Korn's just going to do the same thing but with his Q.
And we're just looking for late game, both Barker and Korn in this situation. They're not looking to rush anything. No aggression whatsoever. Vladimir has the Hextech Revolver, so now is completely immovable in lane. I feel like he should be pushing in Karthus and really causing a bit of pain for him, especially with his summoners both available in this situation. But they feel, at least Star Royal Club, there's enough pressure in mid to start the Dragon.
Yeah, Barker is level 6, so Requiem is available here if they want to get something going on. Blank actually going to get Death Sentence there and flayed back as well. Takes a bit of damage, but this Dragon should be belonging to Royal Club. Actually, they're going to back away, really respecting Beast as Flandre's coming towards this bottom side as well. Didn't use the teleport. Dragon going to reset back into the pit. Beast being very comfortable, steals it away, no worries. Can they get more from this one as Blank very, very low. Picks up the kill onto Flandre, but falls to the Requiem. There's the Hemo Plague as well. Wall of Pain coming through. Korn right in amongst this one as Ella. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb, but the double kill to come through now as Kohler falls down. Blank about to respawn. Zero very, very low. Barker looking for it. The Defile trying to do some work. Name being ignored on the backside. Zero. Is he going to escape? It's going to be the auto attack, but it's going to mean that Name is going to pick up his first kill of the game and gets the shutdown for it.
Just an insane duel coming through between the members, especially at the end, not respecting Barker's early damage. Karthus, if you're hitting those Skittles, if you're hitting the lay waste, the early damage is insane, the base damage values. So although he wasn't able to kill Kennen quick enough to potentially get the 4th kill onto Name, the end result is 3 kills onto Karthus, and snowboard Karthus, it seems to happen so frequently in the LPL.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Assassin's Karthus exactly the same. It looks like that's what Barker's going to be going for here as well. He did build the Giant's Belt, but then sold it, or bought it back there instead to pick up that Blasting Wand.
And now he's overextended.
And now he's most definitely overextended. Of course, the teleport to come through here from Flandre, but Zero's come around as well. Barker definitely going to die. We'll see whether that Death Defy can get him anything. The Vengeful Maelstrom to come through. Flandre taking a lot of damage, but Zero has a support cannon. Not going to really have enough to kill him just there, but a nice kill now for Royal Club. 3-5 now the kill score, and it's a cheeky 1,000 gold lead here for Royal Club.
It's cheeky gold lead sounds about right. I actually really do like this Riley's tier build that has become Assassin and now Korn is starting to pick up. Road of Ages has that charge time. It's still not as impactful in the early game. You get an earlier power spike on a champion who's already so relevant in the late game that you just cancel out some of the early game farming situation. Get yourself a Riley that makes you a pick machine because of 35% slow on every lay waste on a 1 second cooldown. That's a pretty good ability. Name takes the bottom turret, but the Snake are going to answer it in top.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to kill this entire wave as well. If Crystal wants to tank a turret shot for it, decides he doesn't even want to take it down just yet. In fact, hasn't been back to base and has forged himself a 30 CS advantage here by just sitting in that top lane forever.
Of course, he wasn't involved in all the shenanigans around the
So many shenanigans.
So, of course, he's picked up CS in advantage. You compare a kill and 3 assists to 32 CS. Probably the CS just adds up, but, we're going to start scaling into late game very soon. We'll tab over to the gold at some point, I'm sure, to confirm that. But Kalista, she wants to start getting her 2-item core going. She might get punished for it, though.
Not going to happen now, as Ella was right there with that Dark Passage. Blank coming around is going to see the ward, but is going to reveal himself there as well, as Ella gets the ward down, but there's a pink already in that brush. And they're setting up the protection here for the Jinx, who really wants to be able to take down this second outer turret for Royal Club. And they've been using their Jinx very, very well for this reason exactly. Taking down the outer ring of turrets as quickly as possible, getting that global gold advantage, using that Gatling gun to do it.
I mean, look, you also have to talk about the fact that with this Kennen Jinx lane, you're talking about 550 range. Kennen has a very good auto attack, so of course is very strong at helping Jinx mow down the turrets himself. Can do it from relative safety. At this point, no one's there, so can get happily into minigun form. They basically completely DPS down this turret, but 3 members of Snake look for the engage, but Death Sentence goes wide.
Yeah, Ellen not quite able to find it, but they do save the outer turret there on the top side. Crystal returning to lane now with a Bloodthirster. So managing to save up a massive chunk of change here. So we'll see whether Snake are going to be able to put on the aggression in this lane. Because, of course, the Cloak of Agility BF Sword not going to quite cut it in response to that Bloodthirster, just because it gives you so much presence in lane, and you can force the trades that you really, force any trades that you want just because you have that lifesteal advantage. But
they have very similar goal values, so you can say that Jinx does have the Berserker Greaves, which help her in rotational play, helps her take turrets. Clearly, Name is prioritizing early turret taking over laning phase, and Bloodthirster, that's all about the lane.
Yeah, but look at this. Crystal going down incredibly low. Name picks up the kill here as Blank comes in. Beast a little bit slow on that one. Explosive cast coming through. That's going to be the Requiem kill onto Name. Blank still very, very healthy. Ella not going to find the death sentence. 0 again on barely any health. Is going to escape. Korn looking for it. Hemoplague there. Ella going to flash away, but he is most definitely dead. Korn just leaves him on that one. Beast looking for some slows. He's pretty tanky. Has a bit of a drink here as well. Karthus going to come through with the Wall of Pain, but it is going to be a 2-for-1 in the end.
But you see the effect of the snowball. That Karthus order did much more damage than I expected. Was enough to take down Name with the early blasting one. Of course, if that was a catalyst to go with the tier, wouldn't have had the AP to take down Name. So you start to give Karthus kills, and the flow-on effect doesn't even need to have global pressure. You just have to press the ultimate to have any semblance of teamfight involvement. Karthus getting big is a scary thing for Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, terrifying prospect. And of course, the gold lead only in 1,000 at this stage is, of course, those turrets were answered by both teams.
We're expecting Jinx to try and push in this top wave. At the moment, looks like freezing, perhaps to force Kalista to rotate with a build that doesn't really open up rotational play. Only boots one in the Bloodthirster. Definitely looking for a long lane instead. I see your exclaim coming through. That's quite a lot of AP items completed on Karthus.
Yeah, and all of his CC as well. The utility to come through from that Rylai's, as you mentioned earlier before, was something that I'm quite frightened about for Starhorn Royal Club entering this next Dragon battle that you have to think will be erupting very, very soon.
It's so different from what Pawn did yesterday in the last series of the night. Of course, he was going the Catalyst build and was looking to build a Rod of Ages last at 50 minutes. Instead, you're getting the Rylai's last at 50 minutes. Now you're getting a Rylai's finished at 12 minutes into the game. Again, more pick play coming through from the Rylai's build and the CC. It's not just the Wall of Pain. It's every single Skittle, but the onus is definitely on Barker. We already saw a couple go wide when he was trying to get the exit kill on Zero. He needs to be hitting his skill shots. And a couple of weeks ago, I would have said that's easy, but we've seen him miss skill shots even on his fabled Xerath.
Yeah, well, it's true. And Those Rite of the Arcanes weren't really working out for him. Of course, on the Karthus this time, we saw him struggle to hit the cannon, and Royal Club, they're wasting no time. They're going to start off this Dragon. Of course, that is a teleport Karthus in the top lane. They're going to teleport behind here as well. It's going to be a lot of Defile damage coming in as Ella makes his way in there as well. Look at all of the AoE as Flandre is going to pick up the kill. The Slicing Maelstrom trying to get some work done, but my goodness, Snake are ripping through Royal Club. Korn trying to get some work done, does finish off Crystal, but the rest of the members of Royal Club are just falling one after the other. Some low health bars means that Korn might be able to get something done as the Wall of Pain comes through. Just trying to dodge out the Skittles. This is an awkward situation now for both sides.
I feel like you're getting to see your iron, so a bit of practice on the layways coming through, but it was just an awful team fight opted in by Starhorn Royal Club. They knew that Karthus was coming in the bat. Their choice was to try and collapse on top of a Karthus who's happy to die in the middle of an enemy team fight. You should not be using your Onslaught of Shadows to try and get on top of a Karthus. The fight actually continues.
Yeah, Blank actually taking a lot of damage here. Flandre, though, is going to go down lower, says Barker. He has the Death Defy. Blank is most definitely going to die if he uses this Requiem. Korn trying to use the Q, gets enough health back, but Blank is going to die. It's a 2-for-1, though, at the end of that one, which I think evens out the trade.
Which is
No,
crazy.
one kill still up here for Snake.
Yeah, one kill still up. We're waiting to see how the Dragon shakes out. That's the big objective to speak about. This fight, it never stops.
Yeah, Ella actually going to get Fates called out of that one. Going to get himself closer to that Dragon Pit as Crystal going to take away this red buff here as well. The Dragon going to be started by, I believe that was Beast, which is a bit of an interesting one. Another teleport in behind Starhorn Royal Club as the Zap's not going to find Flandre. Oh, Chomper's not going to land in time either as Name. He's going to get distanced and destroyed. Beast takes him down. And Royal Club without the jungler, of course, no Void Rush available. And Korn very, very low. And no Name means that the second Dragon going to go over to Snake.
Yeah, 2 minutes 40 into this Dragon fight. Finally, we see the Dragon actually fall down. Starhorn Royal Club, hold your heads in shame. Never initiate.
Oh, Cola going to get taken down by Ella here as well as Crystal's going to pick up that kill easily with the Rend. And they're just going to head back and keep taking this blue buff.
And just keep me from my analytical point, Atlas.
I know.
These fights are so long coming through.
We'll have a chat to them afterwards,
But
Papa Smithy.
Onslaught of Shadows onto a teleporting Karthus? What are you thinking, Cola? Why are you committing to a fight, Starhorn Royal Club? And you're just giving Karthus the best day of his life, just sitting there doing consistent damage. Didn't even die during the whole engage after sniping off the AD carry in the backline. You need to disengage fights off Karthus. But Karthus, speaking of disengage, don't think he's going to be able to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for him to disengage this one as there's a Hemo Plague to come through as well. Barker trying to get in a position so that he can die where he wants to. Doesn't have the Requiem available. Does land a couple of cheeky layways, and he did a lot of damage. But 1v3, not going to be able to get much done.
I mean, he was actually moving forward to hopefully find the minion wave during his Death Defile to get a bit of CS while he died. That's the clever thing to do, though. So keep overextending if you know you're going to die, just to pick up a bit of CS. That's a Karthus-specific point, by the way.
Yeah. I wasn't going to take that one too literally into my next solo queue match. Don't worry, everyone, as Recurve Bow has been completed by Crystal. Hasn't been back for a little while, so he can possibly pick up the Hurricane if he wants, especially with this now influx of global gold from this bottom outer turret taken down by Flandre.
We mentioned the fact that with the Berserker's Greaves, it was Name with the minigun form was looking to DPS down turrets. Snake actually get the first ring of turrets and have both dragons. If you go for the Berserker's Greaves, if you go for rotational plays early and get out-rotated as an AD carry, your build just doesn't do what it's looking for, and it delays your potential power spikes coming through. Now he's looking fine, of course, has the Infinity Edge, but with that recurve bow, you feel like Crystal is perilously close to the scary reality of a Karthus with Death Defied, with that passive, and then the Ren sets coming through to back it up.
Yeah, and now Barker actually has that Archangel Staff completed here as well. Sorcerer's Shoes also there with that Ryleigh's Crystal Scepter. And Name's still behind 40 CS to Crystal, who is just farming this whole map here as Kalista.
It's just crazy how much CS he's found, even without the Hurricane, or even without overextending by mowing down creep waves. He's managed to find so much CS. He will have the Renset build complete at the 20-minute mark, as far as we can tell, just with the insane CS values, a couple of kills and a couple of score involvements. It should be backing soon. But Crystal, take a bow, just found a lot more CS than Name.
Yeah, and he's using that Pierce to Beautiful effect as well. Of course, if you hit a target with your Rend on it, it passes it to the next one. And You can take out a very large line of creeps with that one in an AoE as well. So despite not having the Hurricane, still able to clear out these creep waves very effectively.
And I hate to keep on top of rotations, but look at the CS values in general coming from Snake. They're higher than their opponents, despite the fact that Star World Cup have been trying to find those rotational play. They have boots to on a couple of members. Despite the fact that Star World Club's early play was around taking turrets and pushing, they've actually been missing out on CS compared to immovable champions like Crystal, who had just a Bloodthirster, not even the boots, and Karthus in general, who's always anchored to the bottom lane, to the mid lane, sorry.
Yeah, well, not so much anymore. It does have that teleport back available here as well, and it does seem like with this staggering of teleport use in that sort of hilarious ensue of events that happened around that dragon, it means that they are going to have the ability to move around this map as they see fit, a Snake, a lot more than they otherwise would with only a top lane teleport.
Yeah, with double teleport and not being punished in lane. Of course, no combat summoner coming out from Vladimir to answer the no combat summoners coming through from Barca means that Barca gets away with the teleport. We saw a lot of teleport Diana from Gia of World Elite getting punished by, say, Ignite LeBlanc laners, but in this situation, with the double escape summoners, you just aren't able to punish. And Vladimir, traditionally a great lane matchup, the fact that he doesn't put out that much solo kill pressure, it's been taken advantage of because this rotating Karthus around the map with double teleport.
They're starting a Baron. Snake beginning the Baron here as well.
Think about the Baron damage. The drunken range, Karthus lay waste, but there's the engage.
Yeah, there's a flash in as well as Barker's going to go down very, very low. Blank actually going to get engaged on here. The Baron is so incredibly low. There's the Onslaught of Shadows into the back, and the Baron going to go down from Kalista. That Ren damage really doing some work. The double kill already here for Barker as well. As my goodness, he went down low, but didn't manage to get the kill. Crystal flashes out of the way here as the Hemo play comes in. Requiem coming down. Name's most definitely dead. Barker hadn't even died yet and just used the ultimate. And Korn, now the only one alive. 3 Barons left available for Snake. We'll see what Korn can do, and what he can do is die.
Yeah, good laying of CC coming through, but that's the reality of having a Karthus and a Kalista. Next to Cassiopeia, Karthus is one of the best Baron securers coming through from mid lane. Kalista, we already know the Renzo build had Hurricane completed, already had so much attack speed. Rushing down Barons at 20 minutes feels like an IG move, but it works out. It's at 3,700 health when Zero comes through with the flash engage. The other members just aren't in position. Vladimir's still walking over. Jinx is still walking over. They get the kill onto Zero. Still very squishy from the support role. Blank expects them to DPS down fast. It does turn into a smite battle. It was a 50-50 Baron, but Snake are able to pick it up. And again, you're fighting against Karthus Kalista at 20 minutes with their core items complete, with a Karthus snowboard, in fact. I mean, at this point, no peel whatsoever for Crystal, so will die just from the Hemo Plague and the Transfusion. But the end result, Snake win the fight, Snake take Baron, Snake get everything.
Well, this is exactly what you want for taking Baron, though, isn't it? You've got the most consistent DPS in the game in Karthus, and you've got the most burst damage on a neutral target ever with Kalista. And Snake, they're going to demonstrate it one more time.
Does just fine. It had the captured monsters increased to 300. So again,
completely ridiculous, Papa Smithy.
And they have Vengeful Maelstrom. We didn't even mention that. They have reduced damage. So the fact,
oh my goodness,
they took no damage. They did a lot of damage. They won a team fight and they took Baron. Sounds good reading if you're a Snake fan.
Certainly does. Thank you for the succinct recap there, as Ella going to get crit to the face by Name here as well. Royal Club looking to make something happen, but Flandre wants it as well. Kohler going to get engaged on that Hemo Plague, doing massive work there as the Fates Call comes through, as Ella comes back into the fight as well. Kohler looking to try and take him down. Royal Club still looking good here, but Crystal's getting the resets, and Flandre is a beast in this fight. Picks up Name. Kohler going to die. The triple kill. Beast has a drink, and Korn just going to get battered to the face with that body slam as well. And Crystal and Flandre heading up this mid lane to try and take down this turret.
A drink of celebration coming through after the fight from Gragas, because once again, Starhorn Royal Club are addicted to fighting on the death to fight. They're happy to fight against Karthus. They AoE him down. They try and DPS now, and then they don't even disengage. I don't understand this theory coming through from Starhorn Royal Club, because if you don't respect the snowboard Karthus, 10 kills now, only person in double digits, that's the result.
Yeah, and that's 3 dragons to 0 as well. Snake able to turn any team fight that they want at the moment, in complete control of this game. QSS now for Crystal completed. He's going to be able to get rid of that Hemo Plague to come through as well. Not to mention all of the stuns to come out from Zero if he feels like removing that one. Just a fantastic item to keep him safe in this backline. because they are relying a lot on the Karthus Kalista damage, but when it's a Karthus, it's not as much of a problem because he dies and still contributes a whole lot to the team fight.
And that's just the great thing about Karthus. The one thing that we remembered the last time Karthus was viable is he's very flash-orientated. Usually teams will respect Karthus's passive damage, and the only way he can get to the backline and die is to flash on top of the enemy. But he hasn't even been forced to use his flash because Starhorn Royal Cup, from that first Dragon fight, were happy to opt into fights on top of the Karthus when he teleports in. And that rhetoric has been repeated time and time again. They're just not respecting his damage. You think with double-digit kills it'd be time to, but the reality has been, even with the Aegis Forbidden Magic Resist, the armor stacking certainly not there. Only a Glacial Shroud and the Zhonya's coming through to respect Kalista's damage. Kalista already hit that 3-item power spike, let alone 2-item power spike.
My goodness.
Karthus doing massive damage, even has the Distortion Boots, waiting to be forced to use the flash, but hasn't had to.
Yeah, and the Distortion enchant coming through. I mean, I'm not even sure whether he has been flashing in these ones and it's just been coming back off cooldown very, very quickly.
I mean, that fight was certainly not 4 minutes ago, and that's just the reality. It's just not been forced to because Starhorn Royal Cup opted into fighting on his grave.
Yeah, it's almost like you were about to say they opt into dying, which is what it kind of seemed like when it happened just before. Seraph's Embrace Transform is going to come through, and I want to talk about the unsung hero here in FLICKR, who's had a monster performance, 19 out of 21 kill participations this game.
And this is when Maokai versus Hecarim goes right. It's when you use the mid-game peaking Maokai with Righteous Glory, the ultimate mid-game item on Maokai to get in range of that Twisted Advance. Has the Spirit Vision, even has a Frozen Heart. FLICKR is huge this game.
Monstrous.
And Cola has what? A Spirit Visage and a bit of tankiness. It's definitely no semblance of a Trinity Force for at least another 10 minutes, you'd have to think. The backline burst damage onto Kalista's never happened, and Kalista in general has been free to auto-attack away in these fights.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were talking about. The reason Hecarim's so incredibly strong is because he gets to build that Trinity Force, destroy the AD carry very, very quickly, but you're not going to do it with a Phage and an M-Tome.
And look, I actually have come to really like this Showtime build, the Teleport Smite choice from Hecarim, just because, again, the Jungle Fall is fine, but, oh, that's the Hemoblade.
Yeah, Hemoblade coming through. Not going to do any damage here as the Zhonya's is there for... Oh, my goodness. Flandre with the flash. There's the Requiem. Going to snag Cola there as well as Barker going to flash out of the way of the Vladimir here as well. The pull comes through as Flandre just happy to tank up this turret for 15 years, you have to think. Super Mega Death Rocket not going to find the Karthus as Flandre, I swear, was under that turret for the last 7 minutes.
Well, I already recapped his items. He's got plenty of armor and health, so he just takes no damage whatsoever from turrets. Outer turrets, inner turrets, inhibitor turrets, all tickle Flandre. He is so tanky on Maokai, much like the Maokai we saw coming through from Lupa yesterday. And Snake in general, they just run all over Starhorn Royal Cup with so much on the line. Certainly not reflected in their play this game, because they just haven't scouted out the enemy lineup. Not even the players, just the champions. They're not playing around Karthus in the correct way at all.
No, it just looks like Starhorn Royal Club a little bit in disarray this game. 11-5-9 on this Karthus here as well. Another needlessly large rod. I wish that was the Luden's Echo.
Luden's Echo Karthus has been hypothesized as being quite strong, so we might see that pick up. I think you go for sheer AP just to register guaranteed damage with your Lay Waste in that case, and the ultimate to some degree. Has excellent AP scaling even with the Defile, but if you're hitting all Lay Waste, then why not go for the movement speed and short spellcast and go for the Luden's Echo?
Yeah, well, we'll see whether that's what he is going to decide to do, as we had a slight pause, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to get that one back to you as well. But at the moment, Snake in pretty firm control of this game.
I mean, they absolutely are. And in general, the playstyle from Starhorn Royal Cup, we've already mentioned it. Won't dwell on it too much, but doesn't seem to be gelling together. Blank's caught away. Baron's respawned, and with this Baron damage we talked about the first time, they're going to start DPSing it down.
Yeah, I don't think we need to go into that one again. I definitely think that we covered it. Got that one nailed. Snake actually looking to try and grab a pick here if they can. Twisted Advance to come through. He gets unburrowed as well and just heads back towards that Baron with the Dark Passage. Barker and Crystal together doing this Baron. Take it down to about half health, but they are going to disengage. Barker very, very low here as well. Korn actually getting in amongst this one. Does have the Zhonya's as well, but just gets rendered before he has an opportunity to use it. Blank going to get Explosive Cast back into the team. The Flash Play as well. Death Sentence going to be flashed out of the way of as Crystal looks to try and get some work done. Name maybe a little bit too far forward here as Crystal able to use that Martial Poise. Another one comes down and Crystal able to snag that one there as well. My goodness, the longest death sentence in the history of things that have been sentenced to death. And Ella still gonna survive. That was a beautiful passage of Thresh play.
Clearly there was so many charges to be read out that the death sentence was not rendered until the end of a very long journey.
Insane.
Almost a magical journey.
I'd say magical journey, Papa Smithy. I most certainly would.
And this should finally be the Baron. They only need 2 members, and FLICKR, who basically negates all the damage from the Baron, can tank it up for years, and this should be Snake's 2nd Baron.
Yeah, you can see Crystal just dancing around this one more than happily. Blank wants to come through for
Try and outsmite Kalista.
Yeah, try and outsmite all of this that's going on here as Blank not going to be able to, just going to feed his life there. Barker not going to be taken down by the Super Mega Deathrock, and Snake, they pick up their 2nd Baron of the game. They've got 3 dragons. Could pick up their 4th if they feel like it, unless Royal Club can make it around there to pick up the Consolation Dragon here. They do need to find a first dragon somewhere in this game, but with 15,000 gold behind, it's not looking good. Pierce actually doing a heck of a lot of damage as there's the Requiem. Not going to find Korn, but Death Sentence will, and the Rend is going to lock him down there. And Snake just really running away with this one. The teleport going to be used by, I believe, Barker, to get him into this mid lane, and with the Baron buff, with a whole lot of extra damage, Snake are going to tear apart this base.
28 seconds on Vladimir. It's 5v4 with a minion wave, so I'm not sure if Snake will be able to finish just yet. There should not be any surrenders coming through from Starhorn Royal Club. Let's talk standings for a second. They're a point behind Master 3, who have 1 more series to play, so they need at least 1 win to be even in points. But because they've got less wins than Master 3, I believe that with this loss, they will be eliminated from playoff contention. They will only be able to play for potentially 9th place and better seeding coming into the LSPL playoff to try and get back into the LPL next season. So Snake, they're going to pick up a dragon. Star World Cup, they've got scaling. We've talked about that from the start of the game, but I mean, potential scaling compared to a 16,000 gold lead, 4 dragons and 2 barons. Grim reading if you're a Starhorn Royal Club fan.
Oh, Grim reading, which rhymes beautifully with Grim Reaper, which is this Karthus here in the mid lane as well.
It does not rhyme.
I want to say that it does. Okay, it sort of feels like it. Papa Smithy, does that make a little bit of sense?
Grim reading and Grim
No,
Reaper
it doesn't
do
work.
not
But
rhyme.
they start with Grim.
They do. You didn't say that.
That's what I meant. 11-5-11 though for this guy. It's got a palindromatic scoreline as well.
Excuse me?
It's a palindrome. I don't know whether that means palindromatic.
It is a palindrome.
Yep. Thank
It's
you.
not
FLICKR is going to use its Twisted Advance onto Korn here on the bottom side of the map, who's trying to split push this wave. Is Beast and FLICKR, are they going to have enough damage? They certainly are. FLICKR are going to lock down that kill after they give Kalista the assist there as well. And Snake able to do whatever they want this game.
They just have so many items. Maokai added a whole War Mugs to what was already an... Look at his health bars. They're so tiny. He has so much health in this situation, and he's going in.
There's the Flash Twisted Advance there as well. Death Sentence to come through. Name's just going to get bounced around and destroyed. Blank, I think he was there for a moment, but then just gets taken out of that fight. I'm running out of descriptive words here, Papa Smithy, as the Nexus turret's going to fall down. Crystal getting very angry at this horse. The final Nexus turret now going to fall down as well, and Snake with such a dominating performance. The horse comes in, nice 4-man fear, but in the end, the Nexus is falling down, and the Vladimir going to be taken out as well. And congratulations to Snake. That was one of the most decisive victories we've seen from them, and what a perfect time to do it.
And to be honest, one of the last things we expected this week was for the top teams to actually step up and put forward those decisive victories.
Yeah.
We thought a lot of these teams that are already qualified for playoffs were going to take the feet off the gas, so it was actually a good time for Starhorn Royal Club to be meeting Snake for the 2nd time with their potential playoffs on the line, but it did not result that way. Snake, they came here to play. Didn't respect the Karthus, didn't respect Crystal to some degree, giving him the Kalista that has already forced surrenders against better teams than Starhorn Royal Club. And the end result is the end of the Starhorn Royal Club playoff dream, and Snake taking the victory.
And it's going to be very, very hard. Of course, this is a best of 2, ladies and gentlemen. Starhorn Royal Club now having to go into the next matchup, knowing that they're not going to be making it into playoffs, going to be very, very difficult. And we'll see whether they can bounce back from this one, because they need momentum moving into that LSPL promotion series that is coming up very soon. But ladies and gentlemen, Game 2 on the way very, very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, this is Papa Smithy, and we're here for Game 2 between Starhorn Royal Club and Snake. And a little bit of an unfortunate turn of events there for Starhorn Royal Club. Now, without any hopes of making it into those playoffs.
So they're sitting at 20 points. With a point, they go equal with Master 3. So you might think, okay, Master 3 gets 0 points tomorrow. That means they're on the same score. But actually, Master 3 have won an extra game in terms of game score, in terms of specific games, not series, but games. So that means that Starhorn Royal Club cannot go ahead of them, even if they win this next game against Snake. And honestly, after that last performance, that's a big if, given that they were comprehensively outplayed by Snake.
Yeah, they were torn apart. Again, it's going to be the Cogmore and the Draven Band away here on the side of Royal Club, but they're going to take away the Karthus here from Barker. They don't want to see that one coming through in this two-threat comp that Snake have been very, very good at. Snake, in the end, are going to answer with that LeBlanc Sejuani taken off the board. They do not want to see that coming out of Korn, and I can understand.
Yeah, they're banning away the Karthus, though. That's the result that's come through. So obviously not wanting Korn to play that champion, not wanting Barker to return to it. The thing about Karthus is the way to beat him is you rotate around him. You never choose to take fights on top of the Defile. You try and take turrets and beat them in the neutral game, because of course Karthus has very poor engage and has to usually flash aggressively to get into fights, but they feel the need to ban him. That allows them to at least take away the Maokai, and after Flandre's performance, Cole is going to do his best Flandre impersonation this game, because that was one hell of a scary Maokai.
Yeah, you need to definitely get rid of that one, and definitely a comfort pick here for Flandre as well. He'll pick that up whenever he possibly can.
Along with basically every other top laner in the world.
Yep, that's probably true. But Flandre, he's the man with the 6 in a row. You know, that guy does a whole lot of tree things. But it is going to be Kalista and the Morgana being hovered here for Beast so far, but not going to be that in the end. And Thresh going to be taken away. Understandable Kalista pick here at the same time.
And I was definitely smelling a potential Morgana mid following Pawn's play yesterday. Another safe wave clear champion. Seems to fit the MO of Barker, and of course would have been a flexible pick for bottom. But I think Crystal just said, no, I want to support Thresh, and that's the result.
Yeah, but that is going to mean the answering Nautilus here from Zero by the looks of things, and Blank back on the Rek'Sai as well. Had an okay performance, but of course you have to think probably got a little bit outclassed there by Beast, but now no longer has the option of getting on that Grungle.
Yeah, they're considering their options. They were going to go for the Nautilus. Janna is traditionally been Zero's best champion, even looking back at the 2014 World Champions. That was his pick, but with them out of contention, insta-lock on the Blitzcrank, and we can only hope for one thing, Atlas. Will we see the return of Name's Varus?
Oh my goodness.
That's the dream.
Don't play with my heart like this.
Of course, you are the noted Varus fiend.
I just love that champion. He's my personal favorite. Aurelia is going to be looked at here by Barker. They do have the Nunu hovered as well for Beast, but Riven is what Barker's going to look at now. So we'll see exactly what does get locked up in the end.
So I think there are going to be some fun picks coming through. The Blitzcrank's usually a sign that the fun times are here. Wait and see, but Snake, no, they're looking very serious. Of course, Trundle, now one of their serious champions, and Beast is back on Nunu. This guy does not lose on Nunu very often.
Oh, no, and being able to cut through all of the defensive statistics that Cola does have available to him as well. Very, very important. But Name, he's back on the Vayne here. It's not going to be the Varus. Pretty close. VA, but Vayne's going to be the one locked in.
Maybe it was a misclick. Of course, this is the Chinese client, and they're not actually next to each other, I don't believe. So,
unfortunate.
A different situation coming through. The last hover coming through is the Velcos. Another dream. But with Azir being available and Barker being a very noted Azir player, loves to pick wave clear champions, loves long laning phases, can understand the Azir.
Yeah, we'll see whether that one does get locked in the end. And it looks like this Blitzcrank, a very serious-looking pick at this stage of the game. Of course, Korn played a lot of Ahri. Name had a very good performance on the Vayne as well. In the end, Ella is going to move over to a Cassiopeia, though.
So Cassiopeia, another new champion, I believe, for Barker. Maybe played it once this season.
Does fit his playstyle, though.
I do feel like he's maybe picked it up once. In this particular situation, I love Kalista and Cassiopeia together, just because Cassiopeia, the only downside of this champion, who has massive single target damage, can have a very oppressive laning phase, is that sometimes positioning in team fights is very difficult. When that poison falls off, if you're not able to keep spamming out those Twin Fangs, you don't really get the same team fight impact. So that's why I much prefer with a hyper carry, because just like when Kennen fights with a hyper carry, just stand next to your hyper carry, use Petrifying Gaze as a disengage option, throw out the poison. You know people are going to be coming in to get on top of both you and the hyper carry, and then just smash out the damage.
Well, we'll see whether they manage to do that, but let's look over the lineups here. Cola now on the Maokai, taking it away from Flandre there in the top lane, who's back on the Trundle. Blank with the Rek'Sai again against Beasts. Nunu, of course, is critically acclaimed Nunu there as well, as the Cassiopeia meets the Ahri in the mid lane. Ahri very tricksy, going to be hard to land those Noxious Blasts, but we'll see whether Barker can manage it here. As Crystal against Name, the Kalista against Vayne, and this is a lane that Name was actually quite strong in.
Okay, but we have to factor in the supports when we're talking about the lane strength. What does Blitzcrank offer Vayne, barring the miracle brush hook into Condemn against a wall? The situational engage, if they put it together, can get them a lane snowball. But in a long laning phase, Thresh is just so much more flexible than the Blitzcrank.
Well, we'll see what does happen, of course. Blitzcrank, pretty fun champion. We'll see whether there's going to be any excitement here in the early game coming into this one, because you have to think that with a Blitzcrank on your team, you've got to invade.
Absolutely. Level 1 is usually a priority for these Blitzcrank comps, and also level 1 defenses or even a counter invade might be on the way coming through from Snake. So hopefully some fireworks for what is looking like the last LPL game this season for Starhole and Royal Club.
Yeah, well, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen, as we get onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Starhole and Royal Club, taking on Snake for Game 2. Snake already up 1. Starhole and Royal Club's hopes of making the playoffs have been dashed now as well. So we'll see whether that does get to them. But at the moment, they're definitely playing aggressively here already in the jungle of Snake.
Yeah, they're following the sweet ride of Zero on this Blitzcrank skin. He's trying to get in there and get the pick, but holding so far behind. Snake still want to go to this bottom lane, you can see. So they're just hanging around where they know that they're not in wards. In fact, we've already seen that Blitzcrank has gone over 2 wards. So definitely predictable as Starhole Royal Club starts.
Yeah, and actually this bottom lane has not been seen yet. The Sentinel is going to wander into the brush and spot 4 members already.
With that Sentinel start, it does suggest to me that they might want to start the Gromp, but against a Blitzcrank, very risky to do so. Rend is usually the laning start if you're rushing to lane. You can go for the Pierce as well for a few flexible options, but usually you want to take a camp if you're going to start with the Sentinel, and judging by the minimap, they're still going to do so.
Yeah, still going to take that one down. They're going to take both Gromps here as well, and Snake back to their de-gromping ways.
It's just hilarious to me that the jungle timings change from 140 to 155, and yet everyone still finds a way to help themselves to some of the jungler's jungle.
Yeah, it's exactly what happens every single time. I can understand your frustration here, Papa Smithy, being a former jungle player. But look, it does help out in these 2v2 situations, and is going to give Crystal and Ella the early level 2. You can see both hitting that already. Name not going to cop too much aggression just yet. It's just going to be an auto attack there, and the Rend to come through as well, just to secure the minion and some harassment.
I mean, Blitzcrank and Vayne definitely need to push this lane in. Blitzcrank's much stronger on the aggressive than he is on the defense. Of course, there is always that hope for the miracle hook under turret, but usually a bit fleeting when it comes to competitive play. So you'd rather the lane be pushed up. At the moment, fairly even.
Yep, Name just doing his best, farming out these waves. You can see both of these AD carries very, very even, as Blank actually going to steal away a blue buff here as well. Blue, I believe, was also stolen on the side of Snake. We saw them taking down the Gromp, and that would understandably lead to the blue afterwards. So some vertical jungling understandably coming through here, as Korn able to push up this wave here against Barker. Haven't really seen him on this Cassiopeia as we mentioned before, but so far doing okay, and there's a Noxious Blast. Not bad.
So the vertical jungling happened not because of the lanes, but just because it was very well understood that Starhole and Royal Club were entrenched on the blue side jungle of Snake, so it would be very risky to at any point try and visit that blue. They didn't go for that, but with the Pillar of Ice, Cola could be in trouble.
Yeah, Beast actually is there with the Ice Blast here as well. The permanent slow coming through, and first blood for Beast. Easy as you like, and the robot walks away.
So he had the option of trading at least one flash from Snake in that situation, but was happy just to die with his flash available. Maybe that will become relevant, but you'd have to think the wraparound gank from Nunu is not going to be as scary as the wraparound gank from Rek'Sai, but the result still, first blood goes down to Flandre.
Yeah, and Ella was respecting the Blitzcrank here, sitting in the brush. They do manage to get a ward in there now, though, as course, with Marshall poised, Crystal going to have a little bit of a better time there as the Condemn actually onto the wall. Zero coming through. There's the Unburrow, the teleport immediately to follow, but there's the grab from Zero, and he locks down the kill. FLICKR teleports in, but he's very close to death as Crystal trying to get some follow-up damage. Blank attempts to get out of there as well. Still 3 members strong here, but the answering kill already now in the bottom lane.
Yeah, the skirmish damage coming through from Blank on the Rek'Sai is so high early levels, with the double knockup coming through from both the Power Fist and the Flash Unburrow into the hook. It rang true onto Ela. Good answering kill, and they're not done.
Yeah, this is a Flash Condemn actually from Name as Beast is around here as well, trying to be a problem. Crystal manages to get to the other side of this turret. He's very, very low. Blank's going to fall down. The Power Fist here, and all of these caster creeps. Nets Zero another kill. Beast trying to catch up to Name. He's got a lot of Ice Blast in his back pocket. And Name, that's the auto attack. And Beast picks up the kill.
Yes, slapped to death.
Oh, that's just a horrible feeling, isn't it? He's just wandering after you and you just are completely powerless.
Nothing to, didn't even have boots himself, but of course has the W, the Blood Boil to close the distance, even on the usually slippery Vayne. Watching mid lane, actually the first to back is Ahri coming through, and you can see quite a significant CS advantage already for Barca. Before you get that ultimate, you can still start to hit those skill shots, because with the ranges changed for Ahri, she has to get closer and closer to the minion wave to be able to try and push it with the Orb of Deception, and obviously the poison has been ringing true from Barca.
Well, you can see Korn actually didn't stay in that fountain for very long, stays at about half mana here at the same time. Just wants to be able to get back for this minion wave. You can see only about 10 behind as FLICKR taking a lot of damage here from Cola, who's putting the pressure on. Does have a Doran's Ring here at the same time as those boots as Blank up here to try and get some pressure on.
I mean, it'd be very intriguing to see whether Barca goes for an identical build to his Karthus build. Already has the tier. Ryla's, again, one of the staple items of Karthus.
Yeah.
And this is one thing I will tell you, Starhorn Royal Club. Free advice. Ward that Baron at 20 minutes, because Cassiopeia is a great replacement for Karthus, and they once again have the Kalista.
There's a beautiful grab there as Crystal not going to get condemned against the wall, using that Marshall poise very beautifully to get out of the way of that one. Zero does have his eye in for these hooks as Snake are up against this turret.
You wouldn't think a team could have more Baron damage than Snake did at game 1, but adding Nunu into the mix, FLICKR can take it for days.
And the secure.
This is a filthy Baron taking comp coming through from Snake. You need to get those wards around Baron up at 19 minutes. Prep them early, because they're going to be necessary.
Yep, Prey Seeker just going to annoy Beast there as well as he's taking down this Rift Scuttler. Snake with a 1,000 gold lead. No turrets to be falling just yet. A lot of excitement on this map so far, but this is a killing spree Nunu at the beginning of this one.
A killing spree Nunu's got a snowball Sightstone so far, so of course the jungle
snowball
pathing.
almost everything.
He's got a very quick Sightstone coming through with the 3 kills. I'm not going to even enter into discussion with you anymore,
Okay,
Atlas.
fair enough, fair enough.
He's got the snowball Sightstone. Let's say it again. Let's just leave it this time. He's already starting to get the aggressive wards down, is Nunu. You can see red wards already littering the red side jungle of Starhorn Royal Club. The thing I love about Snake's team comp, and I really do love this team comp, Atlas, is that, okay, you're going to see Cassiopeia and Kalista fighting. You want to kill those if you're Starhorn Royal Club. Do you agree with this statement so far? How are you going to get past the Pillar of Ice, Nunu charging the Absolute Zero, even with some snowballs to throw out as well, and then Barca's Petrifying Gaze if you somehow get through, and a box too, throw it in there. The space control coming out from Snake is disgusting, and Crystal, once he hits that 2-item power spike, fight over Baron, fight over Dragon, go fight anywhere, because Snake, you've sewn it up just in Champ Select.
Yeah, beautifully played. We'll see whether they do manage to... Yeah, well, already pretty beautifully played as well, getting Beast fairly far ahead, able to affect these lanes. Another hook, though, in the bottom lane as Ela gets condemned and just gets thrown around. He has no control over where he is in this bottom lane. Very confused. Understandably as well, but of course Crystal not getting grabbed there is going to be very important. 14 CS advantage here for Barca. That's a couple of waves that he has in the advantage as Korn does push out this wave here as well.
And Crystal's actually turning back the clock. Very early Berserker's Greed pickup. It's not on Caitlyn, which we often saw, but actually completed on Kalista for 2 reasons. For one reason, defensively, just having extra flat movement speed to avoid that Blitzcrank hook is a very relevant statistic as we're waiting for Korn to maybe throw out the charm. Doesn't do it. So, of course, movement speed, that helps against the Blitzcrank hook, but offensively, any champion with an auto-attack augment, like the Rend, like Twitch's Expunge, loves to get those early boots too for that early, very cost-effective attack speed. So offensive and defensive options, not necessarily health or flat AD, but still a very flexible first purchase from Crystal.
Yep, and there's the Dark Passage as well. Going to get Kalista to safety. Very safe lane here as long as Ella's playing back there as well as Zero doing some zoning work. They are going to get them off this one, but Beast looking to try and get some damage down. Skirmishes Saber now onto Conda. Flash into the Petrifying Gaze. Gets him the slow. The Ice Blast there as well. They're not stopping as the Orbit Deception comes through. Not going to get the follow-up damage. Blank now in a lot of trouble. Look at this consistent CC, and Barker picks up the kill. The rest of Snake already down here as Name. He pops the ult. The final hours there as the Fates Call over the wall. Doesn't get the knockout. But Death Sentence is there just before the Condemn. The dancing through Crystal here as well as Name's getting a lot of swords in his back. There's the renders, Korn. He's got the reset, the next rend, and Crystal gets a double.
And Snake completely style all over Starhorn Royal Cup. First Blank, what are you doing? You have to respect the consistent damage coming out from Cassiopeia. Dies first, and then one of the sickest interactions I've seen. The Fates Call over the wall into the red pit to get the Flay, I believe, was just insane coming through from Snake. Excellent mechanics. They're going to pick up the Dragon as well. And this game, it's not decided at 10 minutes, but damn, it's getting there.
Yeah, and Ella's death sentences have had the tether tested this game, Papa Smithy, with, of course, now they've taken down the Dragon, but I mean, last game we saw that death sentence chain be very, very long, but the Condemn afterwards as well, unable to break that one, and Ella able just to lock down Name in that last fight. He does have a CS advantage, a couple of assists there as well, but doesn't have his Blade of the Ruined King yet to the BF sword that's been completed now for Crystal. Does want to go for that Bloodthirster again as the first item choice.
I mean, just in terms of items I've picked up, Berserker's Greaves into a BF sword far outweighs Vamp Scepter into some attack speed daggers. The hook comes through very nice, but doesn't pick it up amazingly.
Yeah, Beast able to use that smite to secure the blue buff.
Was on 16 health after the hook, but still secured it. So this is the big issue for Blitzcrank. If your lane falls behind, at this point, Vayne cannot trade with Crystal, despite whatever the CS values are telling you. You just don't offer much as Blitzcrank. Bursting down Callista's not really looking like a realistic option with the fact that Ella can just throw out the Dark Passage, and suddenly you're going to have to exit lane just against Crystal, I mean, without Thresh even present in lane.
Yeah, and of course, Beast able to pick up a few assists this time, so not going to continue picking up all of the kills here on the map. Able to give some over to Barker, able to give 2 now over to Crystal, who's looking very, very frightening. The Sentinel to come through. Ooh, looking for the rocket grab, but Martial Poise is going to save Crystal, who takes the Dark Passage. And he's going to secure that pink ward there as well. Name probably wants to move away as the Pierce comes through. And look at that Ren transfer damage at the same time. That is a whole lot of work done to this Vayne.
And Crystal, one of the most noted Calista players, is still maxing the Ren.
That was amazing.
Gets the triple Ren in, as you mentioned. Is still maxing the Ren. We've seen a lot of Pierce maxes actually this week with the Bloodthirster. Just going for a bit more guaranteed AoE range clear. Ranged wave clear, but in this situation, going for the Ren set build, despite the fact that he's building the BF sword. Waiting behind was Rek'Sai, but has to leave. The Calista mechanics from Crystal, they've always been a highlight, and they continue to be a treat.
Yeah, really looking beautiful so far, and you can see the amount of pressure here on this bottom side. That Pierce is just magnetized onto Name here as the rocket grab being threatened, but Crystal does have the ability just to jump out of the way of this one. The Pierce going to be available as well to reset that Martial Poise for him if he so needs to.
And this is, of course, Calista Thresh, so who do you hook? Because there's a Dark Passage and a Fate's Call, depending on which target you go for. Saddest day of Blitzcrank's life coming through as Beast finds Zero on his roam.
Yeah, Beast looking for Zero. Doesn't have very much mana as the Blitzcrank, and he's just going to do a bit of a drive-by and head back to base as Ella wants to be able to get some vision down here as well. Beast and Ella, they do find this pink ward as they start off the Raptors, and looks like Snake, they own the jungle here as Cola in a bit of trouble as Flandre turning around a 2v1 situation. The Subjugate doing some work, but Blank, nothing he could do. It's
a very big one-item power spike in terms of the Tiamat. You need to pick that up for a bit of AoE wave clear. Of all the things Trundle has, a lot of CC, sustain, is a very strong top laner. Just isn't able to control waves, so the Tiamat at least gives him a bit of AoE wave clear as Snake finally going to take out this outer turret.
And they're going to continue down the wave here as well. Of course, Crystal hasn't been back to buy for a little while. Does have the CS advantage now for himself as they clear out the rest of these minions. And Starhorn Royal Club really just floundering here at this stage of the game. Nice scrying orb going to spot out Zero there in that bottom brush. And they continue to push. Barker's here as well. Crystal going to get condemned out of the way of this turret because they just want to stop the damage. Oh my goodness. Dark Passage is going to save Crystal here as Cola was coming through the back. Flandre going to teleport in. They're looking for something here as the hook doesn't quite land. Flandre able to take down this ward here on the bottom side of the map. But 5 members strong of Snake. They really want to take this inner turret. Dragon not available for another few minutes.
I should see a rotation coming from Star World Cup. Just try and take out this outer turret. 5 members to the bottom side, so your red side jungle is definitely not a safe space. But they could have just rushed down mid and got some turret damage. Choose not to do that. Maokai's going to get some happy farm on in the top lane. I mean, Name's going to continue to farm up, but it feels like another one of those games where Vayne's just going to be irrelevant as the game might be decided before she starts to hit a really big power spike.
Yeah, it does have the build draw to Cutlass now, I guess, so going to have a little bit more of that lifesteal and ability to stay in lane, but it's really not looking good as Crystal's finished off that Bloodthirster. Corn does pick up a blue buff. We'll see how this one does go. Flandre, first item Hydra, already completed here. Doesn't want to sit on that Tiamat for too long. Does have the CS advantage here as well, and he's able to push out these waves very effectively. So much sustain now on this Trundle, who didn't need any extra sustain to come through from any items.
And that's the crazy thing, is that the little buffs that he got was for the range and consistency of his healing from his passive. Now has a massive amount of lifesteal that I believe is still augmented by his W.
Yeah.
So at this point, absolutely immovable in lane, despite the fact that he hasn't gone for the Catalyst build. He's able to go an offensive item and be equally immovable compared to a Maokai, which is no mean feat.
Yeah, and I believe that that Frozen Domain as well now gives him a flat 20% extra healing as well, instead of that scaling healing as you level it up. So even at this stage of the game, when it doesn't have all of its points in it yet, still very, very relevant. And with the Hydra as well, I mean, there's no way you're moving this Trundle out of lane.
I mean, when you're more immovable than a Maokai, you know you're doing something right.
No, most definitely. Is Korn going to be able to clear out this minion wave? Still behind in farm by just a little bit, but that gap hasn't really changed too much. Blade of the Ruin King now completed by Name, who's staying up in farm. That is definitely something to his credit here, as Flandre going to get rid of some tunnels, and it looks like Snake not quite able to find what they want. The flash out of the way from the hook there. A lot of respect onto Zero, as Barker probably would have died there. The rest of his team not quite able to get there in time. Blue buff going to be taken down by Crystal by the looks of things.
The Dragons respawn. No teleports available from the top lanes. We might see 4v4 action, but Snake, they took the first one. They want to continue with the second Dragon.
Yeah, and they have the Rift Scuttler here as well, so Snake able to see exactly what's going on. There's a ward down for Royal Club as Flandre's going to take down the turret. Of course, a lot of damage, and Ella's going to get caught out here. There's the Fate's Call, though.
Very low still.
He's going to be safe. No Ignite ticks left, and that was very close.
Very close, but you can see that there's already a big win for Flandre in the top lane pushing, but this is an engage. Beast needs to get there.
He needs to get to the lane, makes it, and doesn't quite get grabbed back. That would have been a very cool interaction as the outer turret does fall down. Cola now needs to be careful. Barker's going to take down the other outer turret, and that is the whole ring now removed. Royal Club, you better really enjoy this Dragon because it cost you a whole lot.
2 charges for 1. That, even though they might see the Dragon, doesn't mean they're not going to fight after.
Oh, the hook's going through everywhere. Name actually gets hit by the death sentence and now manages to tumble out of the way as Zero going down very, very low. Crystal gets the reset on him, though, and he's going to be able to lock down Name at the same time. Zero does eventually die there. It's, oh my goodness, Korn gets locked down by the Pillar of Ice. Flandre's going to chomp him with a flash there at the same time. Subjugate not quite available just yet, but getting slowed down by these chomps as there's the charm to finally land, and the Ahri able to use that nimble movement in order to get out of the way. There's the knock-up actually going to come through here. Not actually bound as Cola comes down. Flandre gets blank, and the Subjugate just off cooldown just in time.
Just in time, absolutely. So the Dragon does go down for Style and Royal Club, but they lost so many things in trade. There was a sick interaction between the Blitzcrank hook and Ella's Death Sentence. I'm going to wait for the replay to see if it was intentional, but actually got hooked into opening up a hook onto Vayne to get the pick onto Name. It was just amazing to see Name now 0-3-2, already falling dramatically far behind.
Yeah, it's actually... Crystal going to get caught out just a little bit here. Dodges away from the hook. Name's going to get taken down in a 2v1, and Crystal now turns his attention to Zero. The 2v1 battle is going to be won by Crystal here as well as Zero. He gives up. He knows exactly what's happening, and man, That outplay was beautiful.
You can see Name furiously talking into his chat, but the fights continue.
Yeah, BARKR actually in a lot of trouble. Can he do the 2v1 here as the Petrifying Gaze wasn't off cooldown? Unable to turn that around, and at least they managed to take down the mid laner.
Yeah, but two 2v1s and one gone horribly long. A 1v2 it was. The
that
double
was a
kill
Crystal
for
with
Crystal.
over 2,500 gold in their back pocket.
Yeah, now, of course, has the straight-up Hurricane. Realize is the completion. It's actually an identical item build, barring maybe a second Doran Ring coming through from BARKR. Cassiopeia, Karthus, they do very similar things in terms of Baron damage output. I almost said that horribly wrong.
Damage. Yeah,
yep,
no.
you nailed it there.
I didn't quite understand what you were
trying to say. And
say.
it's almost go time when it comes to Baron pressure. 1945 for Snake.
Yeah. Ooh, the death sentence not going to find it. We'll see whether Zero can answer with a hook. Doesn't even look for it here as Flandre is hanging around as well. Almost has the Frozen Heart
But
completed.
look, there's so much more on top of ward coverage around Baron. They are not to be caught with their pants down twice around Baron, as there's 2 wards in the area from Starhorn Royal Club.
Yep, 6,000 gold the lead at 20 minutes, though, is a very scary prospect here for Royal Club to come back from. See whether they can. Of course, Blitzcrank, fantastic for turning games in the late game. If you get that godlike hook that you need, that could be all she wrote here. But we'll see whether it does come through. A lot riding on Zero there with this pick.
And that ride might be even faster as Beast has picked up the Righteous Glory. This Nunu, that of course snowballed early, still is 3-0, 3-0-6 now, so a little bit less kill participation coming through from Beast. It's now going to be turboing in with that targeted skill.
Yeah, it's going to be ridiculous, and able to get that slowdown as well on a whole lot of these mobility-reliant champions as well in Name and Korn on the Ari and the Vayne. Ooh, Noxious Blast not going to find Blank there. As he is borrowed, does have a little bit more movement speed there on this Rek'Sai.
Waiting to see what Snake want to do. They have Trundle Swift pushing in the bottom lane. Has a lot of tankiness himself, working towards the Frozen Heart. That means even more uptime on the Pillar of Ice, and that space control comp that we've talked about will really get underway when there's this consistent CC coming out from multiple members.
Yeah, Name now on the bottom side. Of course, Flandre with his teleport available. We'll see whether Snake want to make a move towards this Baron. They decide not to at this stage, as Crystal's going to continue pushing in this top lane. Does have, oh my goodness, steals away the Gromp as well. Crystal, you are so greedy.
Yeah, I mean, the PS now is doing plenty of damage with the AD scaling coming through from the Bloodthirster. I mean, Starhorn Royal Club are rotating around trying to get CS onto Name, but it's almost for naught. The fact that he's only 25 CS behind belittles the fact that he's 0-4-2 because it's 6-1-1 Crystal. At this point, despite having a team fight orientated build with the Hurricane, he's going to win 1v1s against Vayne, and that's when the whole strategy...
He's winning 1v2s.
He's winning 1v2s, that's worth noting. But in this situation, I mean, Vayne can't enter lane against Callisto when usually it's a lane matchup where Vayne can pick up, say, the Yomu's Ghostblade second and actually split happily against Crystal.
Yeah, unable to this game. You saw Fate's Call not going to find Name there on the top side of the map, but didn't want to go anywhere near that Callisto. Hey, Snake, now they're going to start off the Baron.
Of course they are. There's so much Baron damage. Star Royal Club respect it though, and the peel off and the fight should come in.
Yeah, there's the Death Sentence to land as well as the box comes through. Korn now using that Spirit Rush to get around this fight. Crystal gets grabbed and exhausted here as well, but not quite taken out just yet. Korn's going to get taken down here as the Absolute Zero is going to do a whole lot of damage. Blank in trouble, but that is all of the damage now down on the side of Royal Club for just Crystal. But man, that hook from Zero, that definitely saved the Baron.
And that was the only way they could stop the amazing comp from coming through. Cola and Flandre fighting. Flandre obviously winning that in a quite landslide fashion, but probably not with kill pressure.
Yeah, these top laners not actually opting to teleport towards that Baron fight as well, actually. So neither team going to benefit or sort of fail on that front at all.
But you can see what would have happened in that fight if not for the miracle hook coming out from Zero. BARKR was trying to fight right next to Crystal and use that ultimate for peel, and they were in general peeling for Crystal. The heroic hook negates all of that positioning play coming through from Stake, so good job there from Zero. To some point starting to vindicate the Blitzcrank pick for comp, but is it enough given the gold lead now? It extends to just over 6,000 gold.
Yeah, that was a kill coming through for Name in that last one. Does manage to pick himself up a Cloak of Agility here as well, going towards that Phantom Dancer as Beast has found Blank.
I mean, they were doing nothing to each
No.
other. They were basically slapping each other. There was a bit of tomfoolery going on.
Definitely some tomfoolery.
In the enemy jungle.
Yeah. Nothing found. Of course, Dark Passage was there for Ella, and Blank does have a lot more mobility there on the Rek'Sai. Speaking of which, Void Rush going to be used to get him back towards this Baron area. Rift Scuttler was taken.
Look at this teleport, though. Flanking teleport.
Goodness.
This could be real, real bad.
Yep. Speaking of real bad, there's the Fates Call immediately. Beast managing to get the snowball, onto Name. Does pop the ultimate, immediately gets cancelled, but Name now has to deal with FLICKR right in his face. Beast just throws a ball at him and manages to pick up the kills. Korn now focusing on Beast here in the backside. Meanwhile, the rest of Snake are just going to destroy Kohler as well, as FLICKR just smacking Beast about. Frozen Domain, they're going to give him a whole lot of movement speed, but takes a tunnel and he's going to be safe. But the Baron, most definitely not.
And FLICKR and Beast are so strong that what should usually be a 5-man peel unit for Crystal was actually fighting on 2 fronts. Beast and FLICKR assassinated down Name in the backline. And Crystal, Barker, and Ella, Thresh, Callista, and Cassiopeia. Damage CC coming through on any of the divers. 2 fronts, not ideal for Snake, but working out just fine. And they secure the Baron.
Oh my goodness, he gets out! That was ridiculous. Ella didn't actually check the brush there. All he needed was a flay, and that would have been a dead Korn, but Korn staying true, didn't cancel.
No, we can calm down on that one. They had already secured the objective. They had no reason to expect a wild Ari in that particular
They saw the
brush.
Orbideception come through.
Okay.
Surely. I was excited
Bigger
about
problems
it.
for Starhorn Royal Club this
yeah,
game.
that's true. It's a drip in the ocean just a little bit here as a 10,000 gold lead
And Crystal
has
does
resulted.
not want this game to go along. He's actually gone for the Hex Drinker just for a bit of cost-effective MR. And again, this first time it's popped, and it has been popped to once, it's just deceptive. You don't expect a Hex Drinker coming out of an AD carry, but very cost-effective, a very nice item purchase. You know, in the late game, it's no QSS. As Zero goes for a bit of a dance on top of the Pillar of Ice.
Yep, spinning around that pillar. FLICKR didn't actually opt for the Junkyard skin this time. I'm a bit sad about that. But of course, the Brutalizer now being completed as well by Crystal. Not entirely sure what he's going to build towards there. Probably the Ghost Blade for a little bit more mobility around these fights and sort of the ability to instantly take down one of the carries if he's going to be fighting them.
He's having a bit of an identity crisis. We always talk about Crystal maybe peaking at 2 items. He might think he's Pantheon and going for the cost-effective armor penetration and 80 fighter build, but they're fighting a lot. And again, if this game doesn't go long, you're not going to be punished for moving away from the attack speed, the critical strike, the more standard modifiers. And to be honest, on a champion like Callisto, who doesn't really need critical strike, doesn't really fit it into a build till maybe 6 items once you've really committed to the Hurricane build, no reason not to go a bit more mid-game.
Yeah, really wanting to get some damage down here as well. Pierce going to land on a Korn, but inner turret does stay up for now as FLICKR is going to be able to split push in the bottom side. Beast and Barker hanging out in this mid lane, and there goes the inner turret in the top, and this is the last inner turret now available for Royal Club. We'll see whether Snake are going to collapse on this area. Zero waiting in the wings, looking for a potential hook to come through as Blank searches for some Prey Seekers. Oh, close.
I mean, this is nothing Starhorn Royal Club can do. They don't have the best wave clear. It's only Ari, remember, because Vayne offers little to nothing in that regard. Hasn't even gone for the static shift for even threatening any sort of wave clear with a bit of AoE splash lightning damage. In this situation, they're just happy to see turrets. I mean, that's all they can honestly do. It's against Baron buff. The wave clear for Snake's a lot better, even though Cassiopeia has to spend out a few spells to do it. They keep pushing. The siege is decent without being wonderful. They only have 2 ranged auto attackers and a Thresh, so 3 ranged auto attackers.
Not bad.
But just given how the game's going, given the fact it's a 13,000 gold lead, Starhorn Royal Club just ceding advantage, and I don't think even a Vayne can bring them back in the late game.
Well, Name, he's done amazing things in the past. We'll see whether he can do it again, but it's not looking great this time as FLICKR's got a Trinity Force.
And just things in general have really worked against Starhorn Royal Club this season. Name not being available despite the trade going through hurt them in their preparations. They were splitting scrim time between Name and HYY and Wei, depending on which AD carry they were playing during the first, I believe, 6-7 weeks of the LPL. It was a lot of the season, more than half. They were away from Name. Name himself definitely isn't rising to his 2014 and previous play, but can that really be expected against these teams that have so much more practice playing against each other, scrimming against each other? Just has left practice and just hasn't lived up to the hype. I don't think that's really a big surprise, given just the fact that he's thrust in right at the end of a very long 44-game season. They'll need to battle through LSPL. There's no guarantee they'll be in the LPL next season. But Starhorn Royal Club, with Inset back in the lineup, with things going their way, it would have been a different season, I think.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed to not have their star jungler here on the lineup.
It's a long way to fall down, though. Of course, World Finals. This is actually the Starhorn Royal Club special because they did the same thing after the Season 3 World Finals, really falling down without being relegated that time. That was the role swap. We'll all remember Uzi to mid lane. That was not the best role swap for Starhorn Royal Club. In this situation, forced for other reasons not to field their best AD carry in that position. 2015 might still be the year for Starhorn Royal Club, but it certainly hasn't started that way.
Not so much, but we'll see whether they can make it back in. Of course, up against the LSPL teams who are no slouch as well. We've seen some fantastic performances out of those guys. And
we'll be seeing them soon, of course, in the promotion tournament next week.
Name clearing out this wave in the bottom side, doing their very best to triage this game is Royal Club. Lots of wards here for Snake, able to use a very nice sweeper there to get rid of a few, but Snake now just probably waiting for the next neutral objective to pick up. They've taken every single camp on the map. Of course, prioritizing Royal Club's jungle here as well, as Blank going to set up some tunnels here just to make sure that he can get around this one as best he possibly can to help out. FLICKR being a nuisance on the bottom side, as we had Barker picking up his own blue buff. We'll see whether we are going to get any action moving into this one, as Crystal's going to start sieging down on this inhibitor turret. There's the twisted advance, actually. Not a whole lot of members of Snake are around here as Beast. Absolute zeros there as well. As my goodness, the damage from that one. Crystal going down very, very low. He's going to be taken out here by Korn, as there's the grab onto Ella at the same time. No Fates call flashes after a nice play, but that is going to be the death of the support. And just a little bit overexcited were our Snake members.
Yeah, FLICKR tried to get some split pushing going, but Cassiopeia Barker walked towards top, then walked back when he realized it'd be too late to enter the fight. Didn't get any work done, so 2 picks for free, basically. No real pressure coming through from Snake. In general, Snake's comp is much better defensively than it is at sieging down turrets, so that's why we've seen so much defensive play. The fact that they've felt like they've taken the foot off the gas in the last 5 minutes. When it comes to actually breaking the base, their comp doesn't really work well in that situation. So they just had to go for this split push. It's been punished once. They have the global from Rek'Sai coming through as well. We've pronounced this game over a bit like Royal Club's season, but it might not be just yet, just because Snake are going to struggle until, as you mentioned, the likes of Baron or maybe a 5th Dragon come onto the map.
Yeah, and this is, of course, still League of Legends. Anything can happen moving into this one, despite the 13,000 gold lead, because if you get to that late game stage where money becomes irrelevant, it's just that. Money's irrelevant. If they can't break the base, they can't get in there and start these split side-pushing minions.
And it's worth mentioning. Stranger things have happened. So this game not over until you break the base. We've seen Juggermore comps, for example, come back from probably even bigger disadvantages. If the enemy team hasn't been able to get an inhibitor to really start to get the 6th man, the super minions working against them in a landslide fashion. The 5th Dragon is still a long, long way away. So only 2-1 in Dragons at 32 minutes. That's a very slow clip in general. Of course, the first one will be picked up around the 14-15 minute rather than the 3 to 6 minute Dragons we've seen earlier in the season. FLICKR just laughs at the Dragon, though, solos it down with so much ease. But 3rd Dragon, still not a win condition really shouting out for Snake, and Starhorn World Club happy to turtle up.
Yeah, they're doing their very best too, as Void Rush is going to at least get Blank in here with his team. FLICKR still on the bottom side. Crystal pushing out that wave in the top. He's going to have that one pushing forward. As turret going to be removed. Zero looking for a hook. Maybe doesn't want it on Beast, though, who's very, very tanky.
And FLICKR, he's tanky. That's one of his strong suits, but he does a hell of a lot of damage.
Oh,
Trinity
yeah.
Force might actually just be for sieging, because those Trinity Force blocks, at this point, he can just ignore Maokai in terms of doing damage to him, and the Trinity Force is going to help him take down this bottom turret and really open up that win condition and finally get towards an inhibitor.
And you have to think he's probably a bit annoyed at this Hydra as well, who's going to be drawing turret aggro as he's trying to just hit the turret.
Neither the turret nor Maokai are going to be doing a lot of damage to FLICKR, let me tell you.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. I guess he doesn't really worry about it too much, as the Pillar of Ice is there, and you saw FLICKR didn't take any damage from anything at all. Void Staff has been completed now for Korn, though, so that's a nice 3-item spike, but in response to that, Barker has the Death Cap and the Rileys and the Seraph's Embrace, plus a cheeky Haunting Guise. This Cassiopeia is definitely doing ridiculous amounts of damage at this stage of the game. A lot of magic penetration here as well against a lineup that doesn't have a whole lot of AoE magic resist. Of course, none of these Lockets of the Iron Solari being completed because, of course, that's a Righteous Glory on Zero.
And Crystal got interesting items. Look at FLICKR, that's what I was mentioning. With that Trinity Force, you do so much damage to structures, you can shrug off the damage. finally they're able to break the base, and it's just FLICKR with the solo mission. It looked like a greedy build, but when you have so much gold and already a Frozen Heart and a Spectre's Cowl, he breaks the base and wins the game, basically, for Snake.
Yeah, just now turns his attention to Cola, who's walking away from this one. Cola not taking a whole lot of damage as Name's making his way in here. We'll see whether FLICKR is going to be okay.
Wait for the Pillar of Ice.
Yep, Silverbolt's doing some work here. Twisted Advance coming through. Korn's down as well, lands the charm. But Baron, at the same time, is going to fall. It was all just a ploy from FLICKR, who still has his teleporter available. We'll be able to meet up with his team in another 40 seconds here.
And he's already done his work. He already got the inhibitor. He got the inhibitor turret. He opened up a free Baron for his team. Can't ask for much more from your tanky top laner. And we've forgotten for a while, we haven't mentioned the fact that Kalista, Cassiopeia, Nunu stare at Baron and it instantly dies. It's effectively what happened off your screen. And things working out for Snake.
Oh yeah, and now it's a Spirit Visage completed by FLICKR as well. He's going to have so much healing. It's going to be pretty insane as Crystal completes the QSS there as well.
A lot of magic resist, the more Mammoth is. Even when he falls low, he's going to have 20% lifesteal and a shield to help open up extra time to lifesteal.
And extra damage as well.
And extra damage, that's worth mentioning as well. So Crystal, very, very difficult to kill. Going to be hopping mad in the back of the fight. And good luck getting through the space control of the Trundle Pillar of Ice, the Absolute Zero, the Snowball, Cassiopeia's ultimate, and then just her regular spells are slowing at this point. And the box, 99% slow. That should be helpful too.
Yep, that's 99% effective, you could imagine. As Snake now looking to push through, but they haven't managed to break open the rest of these ones. And of course, in a siege situation, we'll see what Starhorn Royal Club can do. But with that bottom lane inhibitor down and Name, all of his time being taken up. Crystal now has some free time. Look at this tower get destroyed.
I mean, the Pillar of Ice just zoning away as if it's a Gragas ultimate. Will we see the big fight, though?
Yeah, Beast actually takes no damage here as Barker's getting destroyed, exhausted down here as well as Blank comes through. Petrifying Gaze onto both of those tanky members. Cola does manage to take down Cassiopeia, but at what cost now as Royal Club are getting destroyed. Death sentence onto Korn after the Fates call. That was stunning. As Zero, the last man standing, the second inhibitor falls with super creeps entering towards that bottom side. Snake make it a clean 2-0 victory, and they are looking terrifying moving into playoffs.
Absolutely, I believe this is Snake's last game before playoffs, looking so convincing. Starhorn Royal Club convincingly beat 2-0, will not make it to the LPL playoffs. Name's dreams as he stepped onto the fields a month ago are dashed, as he will not be in the playoff finals. But Snake, who's to say about them? Because if they play and they draft so intelligently, love the space control comp with a hyper carry like Kalista, and hell, Cassiopeia does plenty of damage in the backline as well. Well drafted, well played. That's just all I can say about Snake this series.
Yeah, really beautiful as well. And seeing Barker on the Cassiopeia, a new pickup here for him as well, really extending his champion pool. Crystal's Kalista is out of control, and with two bans focused at him on top of that, his performance was brilliant, and he has to go back to that 1v2 situation, and Crystal is a very, very feared AD carry moving into these playoffs. But ladies and gentlemen, we're only half done here for the LPL for Week 11. LGD going to be taking on OMG right after this short break.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Page Stoneclaw. Back with me is Jake Spawn Tiberian. We have a match here, OMG taking on LGD, and this, if our last game wasn't fun enough for you, this one should be a blast.
Yeah, it certainly should be, and I cannot wait to see the Imp versus Uzi grudge match. This should be pretty hilarious to actually watch. Imp's been very free in his play, but we're already jumping into the lineups, and we take a look at Cool. 5 KDA, he's had a fairly decent series, but OMG as a whole, you'd say that they're probably not happy with their third place.
Yeah, not a really stellar season for them. Strong, but not amazing, and that's not acceptable for OMG. Uzi certainly been doing a lot of good work in all the games. He's probably been consistent, and Cloud as well. The OMG bottom lane has looked amazing, but unfortunately for the top half of the map, both Lovely, Cool, and Going have all looked kind of average, which is weird because we don't normally say that about OMG's players.
Yeah, we certainly don't, especially not Cool. He's such a well-respected mid laner around the world, and he has had an up and down season. His good is still very, very good. We can't take that away from him. Loveling and Going, however, have struggled slightly.
Yeah, they have, and Loveling especially, like, hasn't always had amazing seasons as Loveling. Hanging out right now, just chilling. And, I mean, when he's looked good, he's looked great, and his Nunu is good. Certainly his Rek'Sai in the early games was good as well, but Cool, picking himself into weird matchups, playing oddball champions. Like, Cool's, I think, been trying to find himself or find more depth as a player, and it's hurt them, honestly, in different situations. Yeah,
it certainly has, and now they're in the third place positioning. They're on the opposite side of the playoff brackets to EDG, which, you know, that's good for them. You want to dodge EDG for as long as possible, but they do find themselves on the same side of the playoffs as LGD, the team that they're going to go up against. They're currently in, I think, 6th place. Probably can overtake IG if they win a 2-0 here, but it's not going to change it up too much. You would think that this is nearly cemented how the playoffs will look unless something crazy happens. We'll go through the LGD lineup.
Surprise!
Flames in the starting lineup there. The big carry top laner. Hasn't looked his usual Flame self, but he certainly is trying very hard.
Yeah, the meta seems to suit him as well with all the smite teleports. TBQ's certainly been going a bit crazy. Riven jungle in there. Been playing a couple different things there. Godv, formerly Wayless, of course, still the same player, just appears to have changed his ID. Never one to shy away from strange picks in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Riven one's the one that stands out. 3 AD champions already on that lineup. You take a look at Imp, the Ashe, the MF, the Vayne. What can't he play? I can't wait.
Imps look good. He actually has wins on most of those champions, interestingly enough. I think Misfortune letting him down there, unfortunately. But PYL also has a Bard game in there as well. Don't be fooled. There is a Bard game in the last 10 or so. But he's also looked strong. I mean, his Janna's always been good. His Thresh is great as well. LGD just a very solid team. And I guess for me, I don't know what to expect from these guys because they're very strong as a team, but they've got good individual players as well.
Yeah, I think the one thing about LGD is that fun helps their morale. They're one of the teams, Imp especially as a player, likes to enjoy the game, likes to get around. We've seen that Godv has also taken on kind of that persona, willing to take some picks into the mid lane and start enjoying the latter part of the season. So whereas OMG, very serious team, probably wanting to take it very seriously, I think we can actually confirm that San is in the top lane for this matchup.
Yeah, I saw him sitting there. I was like, I know that's San, but I have no idea what role he's playing. He's giving a wave to the camera. Apparently he's playing top lane this time around.
Yeah, so no going, which means no top Rek'Sai, which I'm very disappointed in because that was hilarious to watch. He was just all over the map at every point and just was nearly zombie split pushed in the end.
One of those things that with a lot of the teleport smite action that's happening might have potentially even improved. I mean, that he was doing that with the flash teleport, I believe, and kind of trying to use those double teleports around. Smite teleports everywhere on the top lane. That might have actually suited Going's top Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. With how aggressive he likes to go, with how much of a late game threat he likes to be, I think that this meta especially really is in Going's playstyle. But we won't get to see it. We will get to see exactly what San brings to the top lane. Of course, we've seen some crazy people in the top lane this season already. Zatai's the one that stands out from IG.
Yeah, I mean, he's permanently in the top lane now as well. And OMG have certainly gone through a lot of peaks and troughs in the latter half of their season, particularly in their roster. Bottom lane looks solid. It seems like they've settled on Uzi, Cloud. Cool and Loveling still great players, but now Going getting mixed up. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, AD really doesn't have that much in common with top lane. You can talk about how solo laners really do have the experience in being able to play some of the majors that we see in top lane now. Maybe you can round out the transition, but unless he takes Quinn top lane, nothing's going to be relevant.
Yeah, I mean, Sen does have a win in the LPL this season, picking up Graves, actually subbing in as an AD carry along with Xiang, I believe, one of their mid lane subs who was a support for that game. So OMG have found some success with roster swaps, but this one's a big one here. Going leaving is a huge sign here that OMG are really getting everything into place before playoffs.
Yeah, exactly right. But he passes the first test. He knows how to ban pastry time. Gets Urgot off the board as the first one for OMG.
Strong stuff there. So we do have OMG on the blue side. That's LGD over on the red. Urgot the first ban, very strong on 5.6. Kind of joins Sejuani. And Cool still getting respect for the pick, and I can't blame other teams. LeBlanc banned away.
Yeah, so just get rid of that one. It really isn't a fun pick to play against. Kennen will follow PYL probably being targeted out there, but Flame, probably the greatest top lane Kennen all time. Just throw it out there.
I mean, he's very good, and it makes sense. It's now a flex pick, weirdly enough. Can be played in 3 different lanes, arguably, with the top, mid, and bottom. See Imp there. Just talking to his analyst, being like, "What can I play this game, coach?" He's like, "Please, no more misfortune."
Is Varus good?
Varus actually seems okay. Got a couple quality of life changes, but LG really considering their options here as they look through. And Flame, you know that he's going to be wanting to get on the big Shyvana or some sort of smite teleport top laner, because again, that seems to suit him. Ari the ban there up against Cool, again targeting those mid lane assassins.
Yeah, I want to see if the third one comes through as well. Cool getting a lot of respect here. Lastly, I think, Sejuani actually being taken away from TBQ. That's interesting. TBQ, of course, has had an up and down season a little bit. Probably the inconsistent member on LGD. PYL can join him for the last couple of weeks especially. But taking away Sejuani, taking away Rek'Sai, they're probably still the 2 strongest junglers on this patch. League of Tanks, Rek'Sai seems to fit right in there, even with the bruises and the tanks.
Yeah, this would be a bold first pick for for OMG, if that's what they want. As Sun's considering picking Orianna there for Cool. I do like the bans. Lots of 5.6 flavor, I guess, coming through for a lot of these. But it makes sense if it's open. If Uzi wants Kalista, you give it to him.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think that Uzi, in the last couple of games, will try and make this a must ban against him, purely for the reason so he gets to play his Vayne a little bit more often in the playoffs. But he's just shown time and time again he is so terrifying on that pickup. And I wouldn't be surprised to see PYL's Janna coming out. I would be surprised to see a Yasuo taken into the current meta.
Especially pick this early. I feel like you can play him in certain situations, but very dangerous to blind pick him. But instead, Godby going to go back to Orianna, a champion he was known for quite a long time. And if PYL gets Janna here as well, LGD are going to look very comfortable. You know what? Even with the Maokai, not really a Flame champion, but a very strong pick.
Yeah, and a really good ball carrier. So let's see how many ball carriers they can get into the lineup to allow Godby to really have an outstanding Orianna game. There's also some great builds you can currently go with Ori. I'm looking at the Leandry's Torment one as a third item, just making sure that you can shred through these tanks as much as possible. The dissonance really does do work with that particular pickup.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting to see that TBQ, a big Rengar player as well. Wouldn't be too surprised to see him pick that one up just as a potential combo in there with the Orianna. We've got actually Kog'Maw already locked in by Cool, so that's presumably Uzi's champion building around him a little bit. Wait a second. There's already a Kalista in play. Gragas locked in there as well, and Royal are doing some things.
Yeah, that is an AP mid Kog'Maw coming through. I'm waiting for the Ghost to come through for Cool as well. Of course, they're generally the summoner spells you do see, but it's still... It kind of comes in ebbs and flows, the AP Kog'Maw. It's used a lot, then people kind of figure out how to play against the poke and the heavy scaling, and then it's never run again for about 5 months, and we don't change anything, and then it comes back again. So I'm very excited to see exactly what Cool can do with that. And Imp, trying to get sneaky here, looking at the Twitch.
Yeah, he flashed the Ashe for a while. Does have a win on that in the LPL, but LGD going to take things a little bit more seriously. Twitch already locked in for Imp. He's going to take that away, and it will be joined by PYL's Janna.
Well, we were mentioning it before the game. As you see, the Ghost has been swapped over for Cool there, so definitely a mid Kog'Maw. I think that Imp will be on a personal mission to hunt down Uzi no matter what lane he's in, and what better to do it on than the Twitch. get the Yomus, get the Blade of the Ruin King, and then just go Uzi hunting, because if there is someone that you can mind game on the OMG lineup and you're going to play them again relatively soon, you think that it would historically be Uzi.
Yeah, someone you can probably, push a little, put on tilt, at least unnerve a little bit in the game. We do have Gnar locked in. That should be Sans champion here, and Cloud, excellent with the skill shots, considered the Thresh, but takes the Nautilus.
And the disengage / kite back that is going to come out from this OMG lineup is just absolutely massive. With the changes to Nautilus, as soon as you get some of the skills into the E, he can just sit on top of your AD carry, sit on top of your mage, repetitively get slows out, just mashes that button and kites backwards. Not to mention the fact that San going to be able to chuck people away from his carries, as well as the Gragas with the barrel. They have a very strong lineup to really get out of the face, kite back, and ensure that they're not getting heavy engaged on.
Yeah, and LGD have built an excellent comp as well. The last pick, Nunu there, the jungler for TBQ, and this could not have been built more around Imp and his Twitch.
Yeah, it certainly couldn't have been. The Blood Boil going to come out. The idea is you get Flame in there, Godvi gets the ball on him, and then everyone throws everything on Twitch, and he unloads with that spray and play rat-a-tat-tat. What is it called now?
It is rat-a-tat-tat.
The one that does the damage.
Yep, the big ulti button, the one that you press and gives you a million range and kills everyone. Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, Orianna, great in any sort of protect the AD carry comp. 2-threat comp, but very solid 2-threat series. Gnar versus Malka is where we're going to start. That's San versus Flame in the top.
Yeah, and we see Loveling playing against his Nunu. He'll take the Gragas. TBQ on that Nunu, of course. Cool versus Godvi. It is the Void Puppy versus Orianna. I want to see how Cool plays that matchup.
Yeah, we got Kalista there as well, and Imp taking Twitch. Big trademark champions for these two, so it should be amazing there. And Cloud back on Nautilus and PWL, trademark Janna. For a draft that we thought might get a little silly in places towards the end of the season, these two teams coming into game one taking it very seriously.
Yeah, you definitely thinking two big team fight comps. No split pushing going on this time around. They're looking to run head-to-head, one with a kite, one with a heavy engage. Let's see who plays it better.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I think Comra especially, so cool coming out from that mid laner there from OMG. Really cool stuff that's coming through, and it kind of makes sense, more fun mid laners. Why not play Kog'Maw?
Yeah, exactly right. He just has so much control. As soon as you get the Rylai's in, he does a lot.
Yeah, we'll see what he can get done. We're about to get into game one. And welcome back. So we do have applause to kick things off here. We can hear the fans cheering for this team's very popular teams here playing on the stage right now. OMG in particular is cool. Looking very serious to start things off.
Certainly is. He's looking a little bit not cool right there. Maybe a bit worried. He is, of course, taking that Kog'Maw into the lane as we get the pause resolved. And looks fairly standing in the start. Everyone going towards their own lane, maybe looking to get some wards out, but no deep invades.
Yeah, I really like the Crystal and Flask there from Cool. Makes a lot of sense. Don't see too many mid laners running it, but if you're going to have it on anyone, Kog'Maw's probably right up there.
Yeah, he certainly is. I wouldn't be surprised if he's fairly heavy into the utility as well, just because of how it works. And we once again have the Chinese Nunu bot.
Yeah, he's back, guys. Of course, we're casting again. He's back as Loveling and TBQ. Sharing a moment here on the Rift. You can see TBQ in the bottom right laughing very hard. Just having some fun here. I wonder if Loveling will break the truce, but no, up Godvi.
They get the ward. So, yeah, this is what happens. They just always do this. And, Loveling doesn't have a friend, so he's not even going to humor him.
Yeah, it doesn't go in. Looks a little sad, actually, to the bottom left. Kind of open his mouth in disgust. But early trade, I guess, does go over to LGD. They get the ward down.
Yeah, so they get the ward. Extra gold over to Godvi in that mid lane. Course. He did cheat, so I'm not going to give it to him. Deduct 10 gold.
Deduct 10 gold. Fortunately, we can't take the gold away there, but certainly the points in our hearts being lost there is LGD. Potentially looking for... Oh, they are going to do this, actually. There's actually a ward there still, but Imp and PYL seem to be setting up for a level 1 game.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're just hoping to get both summoner spells, because that's going to put Kog'Maw very far behind. He's got the ambush. I'm sure PYL has the shield. Otherwise... might even flash in for an early nado, and let's see exactly how they go.
Yeah, they are going to start it off here. PWL's actually charging. No, not quite. Imp, though, going to come in. There's the shield on top. Ball comes in as well. Cool's taking a lot of damage early on, and Imp goes for the cheese and gets a good amount of damage.
Yeah, he certainly does, and it's a lane swap, so he'll be able to get back up there. With the Flask as well as 3 biscuits, they knew that was going to happen. I don't necessarily agree with not getting ahead in the early game, but, it is a fun little tactic, and if it had have come off with a kill, we would have been talking about it for ages.
He'll have to see how it does resolve, but kind of a smart way to start your lane swap in some ways here. Will miss a bit of CS, miss the freeze as well, so I'm going to get some early CS, but makes sense. Substitute player, you have to think, coming from AD to the top lane, unsettle him, put him in a 1v2.
Yeah, and this is what we just see repetitively. As soon as there is anyone new into the top lane, that's the first thing you do to test them, is throw them in a competitive 1v2. Sure, they might have done it in scrims, but there's a big difference in Flame. He's going very low.
Cloud's almost dead, though, actually. They went for a super aggressive tower dive, and Uzi might even join him back again. Instead, just walks past the minions and a couple of pot shots on the turret. But funny that we mentioned a 1v2 for San. Flame always ends up in this situation.
Yeah, he certainly did, and it must be so frustrating as one of the original carry top laners who really used to get work done 1v1. To continually be put behind, it just negates all the power you feel you can bring to a lane. But he's got his teleport back up, and now Cloud and Uzi, they need to be careful.
Yeah, you have to think that Flame, maybe frustrating in the beginning, has gotten a lot better at navigating these situations, because everyone is expecting to get have Flame be swapped on.
Oh, definitely, and I really think that Flame has performed admirably when he can play for LGD. Of course, they've preferred to play with Acorn throughout this series, and Acorn, fantastic player in his own right, a little bit more team-orientated than Flame, you'd have to say, just the way he plays the game. But Flame, if ever a split-push meta comes back, if ever there are these super carry top laners, you expect him to rise straight back to the top.
I think a potential shift come through there as well, but right now it's 2v2 on the bottom side. TBQ gonna make it 2v3. Cloud trying to get away. Uzi gonna get in some of the damage, but Cloud can't really get out of this. Gonna get slowed by the snowballs. Nowhere to go, and first blood goes to Nunu. Teleport coming in now for San. He's actually a mega now from Uzi. Forced to flash. No, San Minina now tired. Forced to bounce away. Gonna get locked up here, and a big mistake from San. Will force the flash. Flame will flash on top of him though. Still going in for it. Tower dives in, and PYL gets the kill. TBQ will give double buffs to Uzi though. Now gonna get chased down. Ward does go through, but Jana's safe for now. Oh no, the hop's still coming. Minions there just in right. The Rend does hit there, but the Tornado will finally put an end to the chase.
Yeah, but Uzi grabs a response kill, and I think it was actually TBQ. No, it was TBQ and PYL, so nothing going over to Flame. Just a little bit out of luck. Imp on the other side of the map, probably giggling to himself, although he looks very serious in his player cam, because now he's got all this time alone. The wave's reversing back into him, and Gragas actually lending him a helping hand by throwing out some barrels, because now that is a very hard freeze. They need to break it, otherwise he's just going to refund.
Yeah, you have to think Loveling's going to stay up there. Was at least up there covering the wave while San had teleported down, but so awkward. I think San, his intentions were good, was going to come down and Minina foam in the port, but basically Warif, as soon as he came in and tied Minina, not much he can do there.
Yeah, exactly right. Just in a chase situation, Na's fantastic. In the end, double buffs do go over to Uzi, so that might help the lane out a little bit. If they can get another kill off the back of it, I'm sure Uzi will be happy at the least. But yeah, it just didn't work out, and that's a big cooldown, the teleport. 5 minutes used for not much effect.
And it's interesting to think about San, obviously not as a top laner, because we have literally this game as his only top lane competitive games as far as I'm aware. But just thinking about him as a player, much better with fewer resources, played with his team very well. And you have to think maybe they're just trying to give Uzi a little bit more room in these games.
Yeah, and I completely agree. When you talk about how supportive San was and how he was willing to do so much with so little on his team, it makes sense, because he was kind of the king when there was all these carries, that he was the one that said, okay, I'll give up the farm. I'll make the map movements that our team needs to make. I'll play the likes of old Graves where I really only need 2 items to get going. And that will suit the top lane meta really well.
Yep. Uzi now joining in though, still with the double buffs in the top side of the map, but Imp will get away from the swap. Doesn't really want to fight Kalista, and especially Uzi's Kalista, which is still looking as elegant as always.
Yeah, it actually is 10 CS ahead as well, even with all the fighting that went on. So massive props to Uzi to be able to get ahead in the AD versus AD matchup. And that's overall a 20 CS advantage, because Na's been able to pick up 10 over Flame as well.
Yeah, looking great. Sun's actually now in the bottom lane already as Imp will rejoin there. So good early movement from OMG. Haven't seen too much of them moving around like this, but moving back and forth has been very good for them so far. And Godby getting chased away by Loveling. Just a barrel though. That's to send a bit of a message, because Cool, low on health and mana, has to go back.
Yeah, exactly right. Wasn't able to get in there, as we see Imp trying to get some harass down onto San in this lane. We'll just continue to farm up. He wants to avoid everything until he grabs those 2 items, at which point he'll try and submarine as many people as possible in about a 5-minute window. But yep. In the mid lane, 25 CS advantage over to Godby. You have to think that maybe that level 1 did a lot of work.
Yeah, it seemed to. I mean, I'm not too familiar with the matchup in general, but certainly cool struggling right now. And that tier, unfortunately for him, versus the Charles double Dorans for Godvi, not going to help him as far as combat goes.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. So he will, I guess, have to put up with all the extra magic resist through. Means the poke will be a little bit harder to wear off.
Down the bottom, San actually Mega now. TBQ's come in for a gank. Imp going to use his ultimate, big damage coming through, and that might be enough. Snowball comes in, and TBQ is second kill of the game.
Yeah, but probably doesn't want to pick it up on Nunu, but they definitely will take it because they're forcing the Nah out of the lane, and you see Loveling, he's coming in. He's just a little bit too late every single time, and he'll be able to clean up another wave, but not much else will come through.
Yeah, second time he's come to San's lane, and unfortunately can just sit here and sort of babysit the creeps a bit. Does pull them off a bit, so we'll have them nice and frozen potentially, given if he can leave them there in that spot, which is nice. But, I mean, they're giving Uzi a lot of room, but San definitely suffering in the early stages.
Yeah, so San 0 and 2 now. You have to say at least Flame was able to mitigate the early turret dive that came through, and now he's got his teleport back up, so he can even go back and refresh all of his mana, make sure he picks up even more items. He's going a very tank-heavy build. Wouldn't be surprised if that was an early boots too. Maybe a Soul Shroud, actually, for some cooldown reduction as well as all that armor. But Godvi, this lane swap has just meant that he's been by himself the entirety of the game, and now it's nearly up to 30 CS.
Yeah, Cool still struggling here to get the CS going. He's maxing that Void Ooze, of course, getting the tier stacked up. Relatively safe, can farm from a good distance, but if Godvi's able to leave and potentially get some roams on, that could cause problems as well. Loveling going to get the red buff. Tornado from POL, a very good attempt, but Cloud joining in there just to make sure it's safe again. And we're going to swap one more time for OMG, and this is something different for Uzi. He's gone Hurricane first.
Yeah, so Hurricane first, maybe recognizing that he wasn't getting the matchup he wanted, so he just wants to shove out the wave as soon as possible and then be able to match Imp. He's hunting him all over the map. Imp, he's still about 1,000 gold, I want to say. Maybe brutalize the Blade of the Ruined King. He can come back in the lane, so maybe even a little bit more, maybe a couple of 1,000 gold away from really being able to go toe-to-toe with Uzi. And you see, as soon as they see the Nautilus, he's backing away. Probably expect him to either go for a gank or return to the top lane.
Yeah, still needs his blade, but getting farmed slowly here. Going on a pretty big journey, actually, now on the Twitch. No extra points in ambush, so just has the 1 point there. Loveling will find Godvi. Good ultimate back in there as well. Cool now gonna join in, tries to tag him. Cool. Godvi, sorry, flashed into the blue buff, but Loveling gonna keep chasing. Gragas is so sticky. Another body slam coming through. Sun. Beautiful boomerang there for the slow. Damage comes through, and Loveling claims the kill.
And this is the thing about red buff Gragas. You just do not get away from him once he starts hunting you down. The body slam, the barrel, the auto attacks come through. You max it in with a you mix it in with the fact that W does so much health early game that he just becomes this big, beefy, unkillable slowing machine, kind of like Nunu, but does it with his stomach instead.
Yeah, as you can see, POL and Imp have actually rejoined the top lane once more, so vehemently dodging Uzi here are LGD. Sun continuing to get bullied. Flame and Sun actually fairly even on CS, so not doing too badly given all the swaps that have happened, but maybe a bit of a misstep for LGD because Cloud, Uzi, and now Loveling are going to start the Dragon.
Yeah, exactly right. So they're going to be able to grab that one for free. TBQ, however, he's got cool here.
Yeah, might just ulti here as well. Going to keep going the snowballs. No mana left. Nunu so tanky right now with the Cinderhog. Keeps running in. First Dragon happens. Cool flashes forward, but TBQ mini ulti there and does pick it up.
Yeah, I don't even know if he really needed to ulti. I think the red buff would have killed him, but in the end, it doesn't really matter because that's a 3-1-1 Nunu who now going for some counter jungling as well, might rotate into the top lane. He's pretty tanky.
And TBQ's done a good job with the early gold that he's picked up. Remember, the first 2 kills here in this game, and as a result, Sightstone Cinderhulk already completed, and Nunu at this point is so tanky.
Yeah, he certainly is. They might have to wait for San to go back into mini-Gnar form. They also ping out the fact Nautilus is on his way, so no dive will be forthcoming, but I completely agree with you. Using it for vision. Look at the top side of the map. It is so safe right now to be Imp. No one can get within like 300 meters of him without the authorities being notified and coming in to take them away.
And that's good because Imp, that's exactly what he wants. Just safety here to get to those first early items, and then he can start looking for some kills and snowballing the game. I guess Uzi kind of thought the same thing and wanted to speed up his item build, so just pushing the waves into Flame's turret down with the Hurricane, looking good on CS. Imp will go aggressive there onto Sun. Mini-Gnar super squishy at this stage, especially with that longsword edge. Really weak on the items, unfortunately, for Sun and Flame. At least finish his Glacial Shroud already.
Yeah, and the reason was, just like Uzi's item build, they thought they were going to get the 1v1 back, so he's going for a Hex Drinker. That's not going to do anything against the Twitch, and you see that Imp, he's now pushing it out, must have enough for the blade, but he even set up the freeze when he returned to this lane, pulled the minions into the bush, made sure that they were all hitting the same thing. So this has been a repetitive tactic out of LGD.
Yep, here we are going to bop in, but we'll go back as well. Sun going to have a bit of free time to CS here under his turret, but turret will take some damage. Uzi working on the bottom side does actually get it, so the Hurricane paying off for some early 1v2 pushing.
Yeah, so they're able to pick up the Dragon. They're able to pick up the first turret of the game. So far, LGD look like they're falling a little bit behind, but you have to think their comp just scales astronomically better. Maokai just always as successful as Mega Gnar and doesn't really need all of the transform pressure to come through. It's a difficult champion for Sun to have to play on his first game, and Twitch, Kalista, she's probably the epitome of mid-game carry. Twitch, he's all about the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of weird because Cool also wants to scale a bit. Imp finally looks for a gank, but Cloud and Loving will join in. Hook just wide there for Cloud and Imp. Get shielded off the Gragas barrel damage.
Yeah, so they're able to get Imp away. They went for the first submarine play because Blade of the Ruined King has been finished up. Unfortunately, not enough points in that ambush yet, so Imp, he's going to have to slink his way back down to the bottom lane. Keep farming up. As I said, really is that Youmuu's Ghost Blade where he becomes extremely effective at this part of the game. But he's still about maybe 5-6 minutes away from that, so we'll just continue to farm and push the waves out.
Yeah, 20 CS behind Uzi right now, so not too bad, but Kalista certainly ahead as far as 80 carry farm goes. Cloud, Uzi, and Loveling now setting up, and Loveling, oh, beautiful wraparound. They're going to find somebody. Teleport's coming in as well. Cloud, Fade's called in on top of him. Loveling coming down as well. Ultimate, we're going to move them back. Piwheel's already dead, and Uzi, plenty of creep for him to jump to. Imp stealth right now is going to turn it around, but Uzi hops his way out to safety, and Loveling gets the kill.
Yeah, they're able to pick up a return kill on the back end. This is still going to go pastry time.
Flame in trouble there. Hook onto TBQ. There's Sun coming in. He's almost Mega Gnar right now. Finally hits it. Nars him away, I believe. No, stills the ulti if they want to chase, and Sun will get the kill. So 3 for 1 in favor of OMG.
Yeah, so OMG turned it on for that fight. You thought because a couple of members were very not to mention Uzi being so low, they might be able to turn it, but the heal was still there. Able to bait TBQ in. 3-2 now on the Nunu, and you have to think him having a lot of the early gold as opposed to Uzi having it really did turn that team fight.
And I was a bit worried about Cool, honestly, not getting enough gold, because certainly struggling there. Had the tier, finally got his Arcandles ready to go. Getting an assist in that last fight, a bit of extra gold, and Cool might become a problem if he can't get to his items kind of in sync with Uzi, especially is looking for that mid game. But if that keeps happening, OMG keep winning fights and getting towers, Cool will kind of catch up from behind a bit.
Yeah, I certainly agree. And, you know, it was a little bit of a shame for him that Godvi was able to pick up that kill. He's now in a very strong position in this 1v1 matchup. But you have to think of what's Cool's job this game. He's there to provide some additional peel, so that Voidoo is going to be very hard for people to run across. That thing right there on your screen. So he's going to keep Uzi safe with some peel. And then he's got all of the anti-invisible for Twitch. He adds a lot of utility for a Kog'Maw that you probably wouldn't expect. And will be able to, I guess, still do his job even if he hasn't got the big damage.
Yeah, finally gets the blue buff though. Struggling a bit there, but is able to pick it up. Uzi BF sword now done as well, so looking quite aggressive at this stage. Going to have 2 items very quickly here in this game. I wonder when Cool, I imagine Cool at some point is going to get a Rylai's. My only question is when. Yeah,
I think it will be second item Rylai's coming through. Maybe he'll go for a Chalice. Just to get some magic regeneration. We see that build a lot. Also gives you some cooldown reduction. But I just think in this particular team comp, keeping Uzi safe, Rylai's is just such an important pickup. And we've seen it with people going second on Karthus. It really does help these people that don't have much CC in their kit, apart from one ability, peel for their ADs.
Yeah, especially if you have low cooldown spells like Karthus Q, and of course like Kog'Maw ultimate there is Cloud. Going to get caught out here, taking big damage there from Imp. Does get ulted in. The Orianna ultimate's used again, but Imp already collected the kill.
Yeah, I also think they maybe... No, that was just Nunu having a bit of a drive through. I was going to say, I thought I saw a teleport, but it was just TBQ. He was having a peek in.
Yep, going to get the Scuttle Crab now as well. Dragon in 10 seconds now if LGD want to collect their first. OMG managed to get the first one due to the lane swap situation, but with a man down, going to be a bit tricky as Cloud's just respawned.
Yeah, and they don't have teleport, so they will be able to start this one up if they so please, but call was made to not do it, and you see that in the top lane, Flame not even following.
Maybe a bit too dangerous with the Orianna's ultimate, which was used to try and secure the kill what Imp already had. So a little awkward there. Sun's actually rotated down, so good knowledge there by LMG knowing the Dragon's up. Flame, though, does get the tower as a result. Nuzi already got the Dragon.
Yeah, so Dragon was started off straight away. As soon as they recognized that Maokai wasn't coming down, they knew exactly what you were just talking about. Without the shockwave, they weren't willing to fight, so they just pick it up for free.
And Uzi getting insanely strong here in this game. 162 CS at 17.5 minutes. Going to go back and spend some gold, but you have to think as soon as he gets it, that's the go button there for LMG.
Yeah, you definitely think that's the case, and it really is up to Godvi to land a shockwave on Uzi now. Otherwise, I don't think they have enough damage to burn through him, and that's a scary prospect. A highly mobile carry like Kalista, all the pressure of landing the shockwave, unless he gets a perfect twisted advantage from Flame, that's an extremely difficult task.
And Cool going to go spend some money now as well. Looks like Kalista might be heading to the top lane, try and do some damage there and use that Hurricane early on to try and pressure some other turrets. Probably quite confident in the 1v1 against Imp, despite the fact that Bloodthirster is on the way but not quite finished yet. And Cool still farming away level 11. So as soon as LMG want to start sieging, they have a lot of good tools to do so.
Yeah, and Imp, he's just once again going for the submarine play. There it is.
Oh, wants to try and take out Sun, force the flash away. Now Piwayel's then hit Tornado, just gets him there as well. Magical stuff as he exhausts. Also lands Piwayel going to use the ulti. That might have actually helped Sun, but a good ulti will keep him alive for a bit longer, but Imp gets another kill.
Imp gets the kill, and this is exactly what they want to do. Fight going on.
Nautilus here as well. Cool's joining in. Uzi now coming through. TBQ gonna get low. Gets rendered. Almost goes down to Cool. Will fall to the living artillery. Now Cloud gonna come in, but Imp's actually gotten the kill onto Kog'Maw, now chasing down Cloud, who's going to force the flash away. Imp flashing over the top, gets hooked though. Now Uzi going to dive back in, but Fate's Call not available, can't save Cloud. Will go down to Flame. Loveling going to be the next one to be chased down. 3 for 1 and OMG too low.
Yeah, so LGD come up with a fantastic team fight. I thought when Godfrey had actually shockwave Kog'Maw over the Kalista that the bad news was going to start, but Imp flashes over the wall, ever the aggressive AD carry, and really put the brakes on Uzi's damage.
Yeah, and unfortunately Uzi just not quite strong enough there. If he had the Bloodthirster, maybe a slightly different story, but needed a little bit more there to really push the team fights over the edge. And LGD just fighting with their picks has finally noticed this is on camera.
Yeah, it certainly did. And we see they're pushing up mid lane now. They're trying to get the second outer turret. You think that that might be the case. Nunu going for a flank.
Yeah, trying something, but can't really fight. Uzi here is good at taking turrets when he's just sitting under them. Pretty safe as well. Able to hop away at a moment's notice. Cloud going to clear out a couple wards. Sun building up, getting tankier, almost at his Randuin's, but Flames finished up his Righteous Glory. Godvy's getting stronger as well with the Need to See Large Rod. Everyone's kind of weirdly fallen behind in some senses in their item builds, and for me on both teams here, LGD, it's their mid laner that's looking good, and for OMG, it's Uzi, but even then they fought in kind of a weird timing.
Yeah, I certainly think that especially Uzi's timing to fight was a little bit weird. He didn't have the defensive part of his item. He didn't have the Bloodthirster shield coming through. And what that meant is he just took way too much incidental damage at the start of the fight. And you saw that the focus went through on TBQ. He's a Nunu. He's just so tanky at this point that you're never really going to kill him quick enough to make a difference. If you get picked at the start of a team fight, you should probably just back away, especially with all of the damage that's going to come out of an Orianna, going to come out of a Twitch.
Yeah, and Cool, you know, does not have his Athenes, but damage just not as consistent here, to be honest here. And I like the boots there from Godby, as the Observer points out. Alacrity Enchanted Sorcerer Shoes.
Yeah, so just looking for a little bit of that movement speed coming through there. And Imp, he grabs himself another red buff. So he's looking to once again submarine someone, and he does it under a pink ward. They're playing around vision so well.
Sun potentially in trouble. He has been spotted off. Will hop over the wall instantly after that scrying orb. Very smart play there. Minina will get away there, but again, LGD just buying time. Flame actually free farming in the bottom lane right now.
Yeah, so Flame able to push up, and if you're a Twitch player, look exactly how Imp sets up for his ambushes. Make sure that he's on a pink ward when he goes into stealth, so there is no tells, and they've got them at every entrance of the jungle. It's just smart play coming out of LGD, because that's what their team comp's about in the mid game. They're using the Twitch to stall out by getting a pick, because then there's no momentum for OMG to push with. And then in the late game, they're just a much better composition.
Yeah, just bridging so well here. Dragon back up in a minute 30. OMG looking for their third potentially, which could speed things along here. Uzi also now quite strong. Bloodthirster completed and bought. So ready to go for their next fight. OMG looking a little scattered. Cool, I think, is the weird one because he's still scaling on the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, he's still trying to scale up there. He has his Athene's Unholy's Grail, waiting for the transform to come through. But once again, LGD, they're just not going to fight them around the Dragon buff. If it's not a pick with Twitch, they're just not interested in it whatsoever. So you see, they know that Dragon's coming up. What's the objective? Push out top, make sure there's pressure on the turret, try and get a sneaky roam around, and they're trying to force.
They're looking for someone. I think Flame they might have seen, or perhaps Godby, but ultimate used there by Uzi very aggressively to try and find a fight, and instead they find no one, not even a Dragon to look at now.
Yeah, so 40 seconds still until Dragon. Pickaxe actually coming through from Imp, so maybe going for that last Whisper. Could even be the Infinity Edge. Depends how far he thinks he is ahead. Probably going to be the last Whisper as you see the Randuins and everything going through. Cool, he's finally got the transform, so he's got the Sarah's got a little bit more of a mana shield, so he's deceptively tanky at this point of the game, especially against magic damage. His effective health pool is bigger than it looks.
Yeah, and kind of looking at the other mid laner builds, we look over there to Orianna, and that is a Luden's Echo Second coming through.
Yeah, it certainly is. Or a really weird Lich Bane.
I don't. We'll see. It might be a weird Lich Bane, but I imagine it's a Luden's here. Kind of an interesting item on Orianna. Sort of adds wave clear to wave clear, but we've seen it be a reasonably popular build for a lot of mid laners.
Yeah, we certainly have, and it's more about the fact that for one item spikes, it is the best one item power spike on it.
Oh, good ulti there, but can't steal it. TBQ gets the Dragon.
Yeah, so a little bit of an old school Gragas play, throwing out both the ultimate and the cask. Unfortunately, not going any AP means that it doesn't really do that much damage at this point apart from the bases, so they will be able to secure it. First one over on LGD's side, and you think that's nearly against the tide.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so weird that OMG had a bit of momentum building and then all of a sudden just picked one slightly mistimed team fight and completely stopped in their tracks. Look at Imp getting so much free time in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's still 40 CS behind, 50 CS behind actually, but they're using him as a pick champion. Look, they're even once again just looking for a team fight in the bottom of the map. Nautilus has now shown himself. Won't be long until Callista has, and they'll go for this fight.
Callista is there, but they'll walk away, and they're very sad. Imp wanted to kill there, I think.
Yeah, but how patient will Uzi be with farm? That's the question, because my answer is maybe 45 seconds until he goes for the minion wave, and even that, not really proving to be the truth.
Yeah, Pierce misses, and that's Uzi's safety button, but he's not safe at all. Dredgeline coming through. Cloud will be safe, but Imp gets another kill, his fourth.
And that's just knowing who you're playing against. If that was someone like Deft, no way he's going near the creep wave. He hasn't seen anyone. He's not getting it. He just doesn't value farm that much, more about the team fighting. Uzi, if there is creeps anywhere on the map, he gets double lift syndrome. Doesn't care about brushes, just wants to go in, and you see Loveling versus Flame. This will be an interesting fight.
This will take a while, if at all, and yeah, they'll give it up eventually. Flame actually popping his Righteous Glory, maybe looking for initiation, but decides against it there. Cloud the nearest target, not too attractive, fairly tanky on the supporter list right now. Cool, still stacking up, getting some farms, still behind the Orianna by about 30, and it just feels like OMG have no map control right now.
Yeah, well, the thing is that Impy's behind the same amount, but he's supplemented with kills. He's 2 kills above Uzi, which means that his item build definitely underway. On the other side, Cool hasn't been able to do either. He hasn't got the kills, he hasn't got the farm, and that just means that Orianna going to continue to be stronger, and Orianna, even though not being a meta pick, is still one of the strongest late game control mages. She just dictates the pace of the game, and it's all about that shockwave. You cannot go near the ball if it's still available.
No, and right now, I mean, it's just fine. Ori seems very fitting, actually, for the current meta that we're sitting on as far as mid-majors go. Surprised to not see more of her. In fact, it's been Godby in the LPL that's played most of it recently, especially. I think he even had a game yesterday on the champion, so going to get blue buff. Luden's Echo now completed. Imp still just grinding for farm wherever he can. His last Whisper's already done. Sure, Uzi's on the way, but this Callista that's supposed to have a big 2-item spike hasn't been able to use it in any sort of impactful way.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Imp's build for just a second, because people are thinking, where's the attack speed? How is he going to get the spray and pray across? Because he's maxing that Q second, that's actually done now, and the fact that there's a Nunu Blood Boil there, doesn't need any more attack speed after the Blade of the Ruined King. He just feels that that is enough to get the job done in team fights. So he's gone for the cost-effective penetration items to shred through the tanks. Really like what he's doing, because what this means, at this point, he's hitting everyone for equal damage.
Yeah, and that's great. I mean, that's exactly what Imp wants to do. He's played Twitch very much like a mid-game champion. He's kind of went through the early game, just lane swapped every single time he saw Uzi, got to this point in the game, and now very strong, 4-1-2. LGD sitting pretty with a 3,500 gold in, and Twitch is just rolling all over the map, and OMG are afraid to leave their jungle.
Yeah, and look exactly what he's doing again. He's sitting on a ward this time, but he actually wasn't. They just knew he was there. Once again, as soon as the wave was pushed up a little bit, He's in the brush waiting to submarine someone once again, just looking for the solo kills. Even without his team there, if he gets the jump on someone, because of how far his range is, and he has both summoner spells effective, just going to be able to duel anyone. And
that's great because OMG really want a team fight. They want to get together, use the Gnar, use the big Gragas ulti, get in a siege situation, use this big Kalista that has spent all this game building up. And LGD, their game plan seems to be to dodge Uzi for the entire game.
Yeah, so keep dodging him unless they can get the pick on him and then just ensure, look, Loveling even protecting Uzi now because he just knows that history has shown when Uzi is near farm, he gets ganked by multiple members, and that just means that they're already succeeded with the Twitch pick. They've just killed all momentum. This will be a 40-minute game now, and that's exactly what LGD wanted.
Yeah, intuition good there from OMG because Imp was waiting there in the bush up top, but gets some minion wave instead. We'll start pushing it back, and Uzi will rejoin, push it out with the Hurricane, and we'll have this to and fro for a couple minutes longer. Dragon back up, the next big point of tension here. 1 minute 20 or so for that one. And OMG looking for their third, but LGD already snuck one away. Just feels like everything OMG were doing well in the early games just dissipated.
Yeah, exactly right. And they've lost even momentum through their item build. Sun, he's gone for the Thornmail. There's only one AD champion. Sure, he's a linchpin, but that just means all the damage coming through from Flame. Nunu will still, his ultimate, do very meaningful damage against Sun. Not to mention the fact that Orianna is an absolute monster. 20 CS ahead of the 10 CS minute mark. Going for another needlessly large rod, going to be a beast.
Probably a death cap at this point as well for Godv, who's shown to be quite an aggressive mid lane player, even on a champion such as Orianna. But Luden's Echo, again, LG are going to play a longer laning phase here, use the Twitch to control the pace of the game. Luden's Echo makes perfect sense because it's all about getting you additional farm and snowballing you towards the late game that you already want to be at.
Yeah, and the surprising burst damage. No one has yet been hit, to my knowledge, by a Luden's Echo Shockwave. It's just going to do a lot of surprising damage as TBQ might have been a little bit caught.
Yeah, it does have the ball in Moso, quite tanky, will dissonance out. The great ulti there from Loveling. That's going to throw him back, and Cool will finally get a kill. Good double shockwave though, gets onto the carries, but PYL going to get knocked up and killed by Cloud Flame now in the mixes. Imp has opened up and they're trying to kite away. Loveling getting too low. Cool tags him though. Now Sun going in massive, tries to go for the wallop but doesn't quite get it. Massive two-man ulti though, right into the wall, and Uzi now going to get caught up by Imp. Does get taken out by the Twitch. Still running in as well, and OMG have to give it up.
And you have to question what Uzi was doing. Imp was not out of that fight by any stretch of the imagination and blindly walk away from his backline. Everyone was still available.
Yeah, I mean, they tagged him as well. Knew he gotten low, but they couldn't see him again. If you don't get the kill, please stand by your supports there. And Imp gets a 5th kill of the game. This Twitch is paying off huge.
Yeah, it's coming up absolutely massive. He's got the Yomus as well as the last Whisper finish. Probably the strongest you're going to be at 29 minutes with any AD carry. And they're starting off the Baron.
Yeah, aggressive Baron, but TBQ's running back in on the Nunu, ready to go. They might not even need it at this point. Imp is shredding in here with the help of Orianna and Flame, a formidable one-man tank. TBQ is going to walk in just for the formality, and LGD secure Baron.
Yeah, so Baron goes down at 30 minutes in. Teleport also cancelled by Sun, so they don't want to fight at all. Consolation prize? OMG might get a dragon, but no. LGD doesn't even want to give them that. They're going across right now.
Yeah, massive sidewave there for Uzi means that he has to go down and trim it and can't be here for the next fight. Cloud will get some vision down. Loveling also in the area, but just can't really do much. Nunu so tanky at this point, over 3,000 health. The Baron will get aggroed by OMG just to provide a bit of annoyance there, but Imp coming in. Looks like Infinity Edge is going to be his next pickup here. And he's just looking for a kill. He doesn't even want to do dragon damage.
Yeah, he does not, and he's just hidden from the Sentinel. This is going to give Uzi a very false sense of security on that bottom side of the map. Although the whole of OMG now going towards the mid lane, and Imp won't be able to find a pick.
Yeah, smart stuff here, but Imp instead going to rotate back in, take the dragon with his team, and OMG, I think, wanted to counter push there just to force Imp out of hiding. Do that, but instead give up the dragon.
Yeah, so dragon goes down. That's the second one, I believe, for LGD. So they're now equaled up that objective. And once again, Imp leading the charge, going to open up.
Oh, red buff getting low, but Uzi will get it. PYL actually has vision here. Does have the vision on top of his head, so able to clear out any wards. Knows there's nothing here. Going to wait patiently of these three here, but no one's coming. Although Godvy's going to look like pretty delicious bait in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's all they're doing, waiting for the rotation to come through. If it is the Gnar solo, they will just dive him. If it's the rest of the team, they will kill them, and here it goes.
Yeah, check the bush here, but now they know what's up. Sun forced to hop away, will get out, but the tower dies instantly. instantly.
Yeah, and this means that the wave will be stacked. There's another one right behind it. They can stick around. No, they're going to the one prepped earlier. Flames got mid pushing as well, just clearing out the outers.
Stellar rotations here from LGD, and again, forcing them to play around the Twitch pick. This is old school jungle Evelyn tier scared that OMG are playing.
Yeah, exactly right, and they're just not able to get anywhere near the team fight because of all the zone control that's held by Godby as well as TBQ.
Yeah.
I really like the comp.
I mean, Orianna hasn't really had to use her shockwave yet. Just the one did a little bit of damage. Didn't actually, shatter everyone. Didn't instantly kill the two carries. Now with the death cap might be a slightly different story as far as damage goes, but able to protect the Twitch. LGD won the last fight that they initiated, even though OMG had a great pick there onto the Nunu. But there's just so much they have to walk through, and OMG almost scared themselves into a disadvantage at this stage of the game.
Yeah, they certainly have. They just have never wanted to fight. Maybe they're waiting for the Cogmore to become a little bit more relevant, but that's still a while away because he's gone the Void Staff. Don't blame him because there is a lot of MR coming through on the LGD lineup, but what it means is that he's so far away from that dead cat, so far away from the Rylaz, which is what really helps Cool get going. Before 6 items, Cool's just never going to be as strong as Godby.
And that's just not a good thing if you have a Kalista on your team. We've seen that Kalista seems pretty firmly entrenched in mid-game power. Sure, still an AD carry, has decent lane game potential, but this build, especially with the Hurricane, you really want to, take an advantage of the 2 items and start pushing it. And if Cool's still scaling up to 6 items, Kalista just not going to be as significant as Twitch, who's a monster in the late game.
Yeah, he certainly is. And, you think 12,000, they're probably 1,000 gold apart, but Twitch is still stronger than Kalista at this point in the game. Kalista with an item hits 3 people. Twitch with his ultimate hits all 5 if they line up for him, and he's just going to be able to completely tear through.
Yeah, and as soon as that Infinity Edge gets completed, which you have to think is Imp's upcoming 4th item, it's not just going to be pick damage that he can do. He's going to do real team fight damage.
Yeah, exactly right. He's looking for the flank here onto San.
Finds him there, throws out the W. I think was predicting a hop potentially, but instead we'll just start pushing a minion wave out.
Yeah, and that is a Thornmail, Randuin, Omen, Tank Nah that just got hit 4 times and was at 3/4 health. So you can see even San not that tanky against the Twitch, who's now looking for Lovely.
Yeah, gonna go in. Lovely will get caught out there. Flame gonna jump on him. Imp gonna do the damage. Too much power there, and Imp snipes him at the back with the ultimate. Now looking over, finds on to Cool. Insane damage coming through over the wall, and LGD will close the trap. Uzi gonna hop away. Cloud can get rescued with the Fate's Call. San gonna get low though, and LGD zone them off another turret. Imp though tanking turret for some reason.
Yeah, Imp tanks all of the turret damage, and that might cost them a fight.
Yeah, OMG gonna go back in, but Cloud will get knocked up. PWL trying to disengage the ulti. Lands on a TBQ. Just Cloud there eating the shockwave, so OMG can fight back, but Imp has gone back around. He's actually home right now if OMG want to start a 4v4, but can't really do it. LGD have successfully disengaged.
Yeah, so LGD disengaged, but that's not what they were looking for. They got the kill, everything they wanted, but they weren't able to pick up the turret just because of the fact that Imp tanked about 6 shots, I think, in total off the back of that fight. Sent him back. He has got himself a BF sword now. He's going to go pick up that huge minion wave, but you would think that would be the Infinity Edge nearly pays through time. And from there, this game goes very far downhill.
There can't be much longer, but the scales are really started to tip. LGD already have a gold lead, by the way. This is something to bring up. It's not just that OMG have been, fighting all this game time long with a good mid-game comp, and LGD have been behind. They've actually been ahead for quite a while here in this game, and as you said, Spawn, it only gets worse.
Yeah, exactly right, and this is exactly what the Twitch does. It just, the way that Imp played it meant that this game was never going under 40 minutes, because there was just not ever going to be a situation where you could group, grab some minion wave farm, then group back up. There was no split pushing potential because Imp rotated so well between lanes and they didn't have the siege pressure.
Playing around the Twitch once again, PWL actually with a Zeke's Herald there, trying to give the Twitch a couple of extra stats. Again, this comp, even as far as actual 5v5 fights go, very much built around the Twitch. They played around it to get to this point, and come late game, he'll be the star.
And this is the thing that about LGD, everyone has trouble gauging how good they are. We know that Godby or Wayless, fantastic mid laner. We know that they're individually skilled, but how do they bring it together? If they start playing around Twitch, it's very scary.
Cool in trouble there. Forced to flash on Loving. We'll find him. Hook there, lands for Cloud. Massive CC, and Imp too aggressive that time.
Yeah, a little bit too aggressive. There was a pocket of vision. Look at the pink ward that Cool as Loveling and Cloud ran off, and that just meant that they went way too deep there, and they didn't have the Orianna ball, they didn't have the shield available, and he gets exploded.
Yeah, I mean, it's all well and good to find the pick, but OMG playing a bit more together now. Massive chunk, though, taken out of Cloud by the Orianna. This ball is no joke.
Yeah, it certainly isn't with that Ludens coming through there. Probably going to be able to clear out this wave, although they're going deep.
Yeah, Sun wants to go in. Mega Knight bomb coming through. Good ulti there for PYL. Tries to skip them back, but can't quite find it. There's a two-man ulti coming through as Uzi diving into the back. PYL will be the next target. Uzi gets one round. Can he find more? Godby trying to line it up. Uzi's still alive, but will go down there. Flame a little too tanky. Reckless dive from OMG. Shockwave finally used her onto Loving. He'll go down as well. Flame going to line up a double kill. Wayless will get the first one onto Ori. Flame trying to dodge. Can't dodge. Everything is cool. Gets the kill in a very messy 3v3.
And this is such a crazy game, pastry time. Uzi's playing like he's crazy. He's utterly insane because he's jumping past turrets, past his front line and repetitively getting picked off. Whereas Cool's positioning in these fights, flawless. Back, taking pot shots whenever he can. He was weaving auto attacks if he felt comfortable. Let's take another look at it. So you see Uzi, he's completely on the opposite side of his tank line this whole fight. He's not in the right positioning. Now compare it to Cool. He's on the perfect side of the fight because you can't run through the Nautilus. Once again, Uzi jumped past the tank line one more time to just isolate himself for no reason whatsoever. Stay behind Sun, stay behind Loveling. That's an easily won team fight, but he just doesn't want to do it.
And we've seen Uzi, definitely his aggression cost him in certain situations. He's had that famous Vayne, very famous Vayne 1v3 at Worlds. There's the Uzi going a little too deep and getting himself killed.
Yeah, exactly right. And you know, it might be because Kalista, a little bit of a shorter AD carry, and you do get tending to hop away from people. But when you have a front line like that and the threat of an Orianna, you just don't want to isolate yourself for all of the surprise damage that can come through.
Eldredino on top of the Baron. Loveling, big ulti. PYL going to get low. Godby getting locked up as well. That's a big target if they can get it. Shockwave though will land in it. Godby's still alive. San trying to find them. Wallops onto him. Going to lock him down. Big ulti into the wall as well. But that ball from Orianna is keeping him so tanky. Kalista goes down to Flame as San and Loveling are forced to run away. They tried to get the pick but couldn't get anything. Cool. Going to get locked up now as well. Twitch getting yet another kill. That's going to be 3 kills to LGD and only PYL down.
Yeah, and somehow Godby survived in all of that carnage. Very impressive play to get out of the Baron pit, and they all started up and probably secure their second of the game.
And Orianna living there made all the difference in that team fight as well. You saw that shield that Imp had after he got jumped on by San. Absolutely, about what, 25% of his health bar and shield?
Yeah, exactly right. It just meant that San went from the stage where he was like, I might be able to win this 1v1 to, I cannot touch this Imp anymore.
No.
He has too much effective health pool.
And this Kalista, there's so much lockdown here for LGD. I mean, Makai just on his own, who seemed to be a popular pick, but before that, let's watch this again.
Yeah, so a really good Gragas ultimate out of Loveling isolates Godby in the Baron pit, and look how much damage he's taking there. He's just getting absolutely chunked out, but a good Shockwave swapping spots with Loveling meant that he could survive till the end, and this is what we're talking about here. Look at the shield that goes in on Imp, gives him another 25% effective health pool, and Flame, he's just too tanky at this point for Uzi to go anywhere near him. He's a big tree, and Cool thought he was safe there because he didn't know Imp was chasing him, but they just press the go button, pick up the Baron, and everything going LGD's favor.
Unfortunately for OMG, Imp is always chasing you in this game, and Flame is a big problem. I mean, everyone in LGD at this stage massively in trouble, and yep, that's Imp with 4 items and a spare Vamp Scepter.
Yeah, exactly right. He's going no defensive items. He feels that confident in this game with the Orianna, with the Janna, that he's thinking, I'm a 6 damage item Twitch. If that goes into Bloodthirster, sells the Yomus for a late game Phantom Dancer, he's going to do max damage.
Yeah, he's going to do insane damage here. Even the Zeeks for extra attack damage and lifesteal in case he didn't have enough. Can just stand next to PYL and activate that ultimate shooting from 850 range. LGD looking so strong in this game. And OMG just have no answers. They've set up some good moments, but it's been patches of brilliance versus one hell of a game so far for LGD.
Yeah, and I honestly just think it was a superior game plan coming out of LGD. They haven't done it in flashy plays. They've done it in cold calculations, rotating the Twitch around the map and making sure they're always in the right position. And you got to give them credit for that. It's one thing to win a game of League of Legends with raw mechanics, but going against an OMG lineup, probably not going to happen because these guys are so skillful. Doing it with a good game plan, so impressive.
Yeah, looking really good here. And honestly, Flame has been probably the most impressive member so far on a Makai, a champion he's not really known for, but played it beautifully all game.
Yeah, certainly has. And that was a lane swap Flame where he's caught up to farm an Imp. He's at the point of the game where he's nearly 6 items himself, and he's just an absolute immovable monster. Look how tall he is. He even watered his roots before the game, got nice and big. Now he's got that iron elixir and just, yeah, he's going to be doing work.
Yeah, and he's causing all the problems for Uzi, really. Frozen Heart, Thorn Mail, and Extra Warden's Mail, just so much health as well on top of it. Kalista can't do anything against the Maokai, and we've kind of talked a lot about Nautilus being good against Maokai. Urgot's seen a kind of rise in popularity for the same reason. Good old Maokai, also very good.
Yeah, exactly right. And just a point-click CC, it's what kills mobility, and he's got that on his W, and then you can muck up one of the hops with the EQ, and from there, it really is just Godfrey's job to make sure that he's the one that cleans up the rest of the fight. The one thing we will say, this LGD lineup cannot siege. They've got a Twitch. He's always honestly sucked at sieging, really can't get into range of those turrets without making himself a big please jump on me and wipe me off the map kind of target. So they will have to wait for that big team fight and then push through at maybe the 45 to 50 minute mark. But they're in a very good position to do so.
I mean, they've got Baron, so they've got a bit of pressure now. They can potentially apply to turrets. Dragon up in a minute 10 as well. I don't know, man. I feel like no Twitters I've ever had just gone fearlessly and ulted under the turret to hit it. Because that does work.
It certainly does work. You can just get all the extra rage. But the problem is if they choose to fight you afterwards, you ain't got your moves.
No, not so good here, but we'll see what happens. LGD, if they get desperate, might opt into it. But right now, in complete control of this game, massive gold lead as well. Not quite the 10,000, but a good 6, 7, or 8 up right now. Cool, I guess, is the good news there is he's actually gotten quite a few items. Haunting guys added in there as well with a Void Staff, and Athenes, a Rabadons, and a Seraph. So weirdly enough, no rail as not control. Full damage here from Cool.
Yeah, so he's going full damage. Also on the side of Godfrey, we have to mention that he's got all 3 needlessly large rod items. So
he does.
Has lots of staffs, and I don't know what the hourglass is supposed to. He's got like a staff, a hat, and an hourglass.
Yeah, it's like a tome. It's like a sacred artifact that powers up. Trust me, it's good. A wizard needs it. As LGD gonna look, 10 seconds till that dragon. I mean, you mentioned Orianna, jokes aside, is fully built now, so massive damage coming through. Imp eventually will get even stronger, which is a pretty scary prospect at this stage. Casually 1,400 gold bank there on the Twitch because, you know, he doesn't really need to spend it right now. Fourth Dragon's going to go over to LGD, and OMG running out of options here.
Yeah, they're trying to make a play on the top side of the map because they recognize the fact that they're probably doing Dragon at this point, but you can't overstay now because you've got a Maokai that can just dive, and maybe that is the answer to the lack of siege coming through. The Flame, once he's got it actually, now that he's got his Randuin, maybe he just sits under turrets.
Maybe. I mean, he's got almost, what, 4,000 health or something at this point on the
About 500
Maokai.
armor, I think.
Yeah, just insane amount of armor. So even the Nunu good at diving as well. A possibility for LGD, but they don't need to really do anything. They're not particularly afraid of OMG beating them because they have the comp that outscales, and Imp even going to go aggressive, but he's got so much protection now.
Caught.
Yeah, Uzi off to the side, Flames on top of TBQ. Beautiful zoning ultimate there. Kalista still alive, but Flame not tanking any damage. TBQ getting a little low, actually, maybe the problem. Ulti there from Gragas going to disengage from TBQ. We're going to get those Sun Flashes in. Cool does get the first kill. Massive shockwave though from Orianna. Going to answer in, a PYL even picks up a kill in the mix.
Yeah, so I don't know how PYL got the kill, but what a shockwave coming out of Godfrey. They're going on Imp.
They've tagged him. That's big news there. Imp has to be careful. Ball going to try and protect him. Uzi going really nuts there, trying to get the kill. Cool's on top of him, though. Is going to be able to get it as Cloud actually picks up the kill. Flame going to go down now as well. And LGD, is Godfrey still alive, gets the kill under Gragas. He can go back in 1v2 at this point if he wants an Uzi. Has to keep running. Dissonance coming through. Hops around the ball. Can he outplay Godfrey? Pops to Ceres. PYL's back as well. Uzi's still going down, but PYL gets the kill. Godfrey takes out Cloud, and there's your ace.
And what a sick team fight coming through Pastry Time. Everyone really going hard there. Neither team wanted to back out, and what it means is a 3 for 5 in the end. LGD survive with their 2 supportive members. Not able to protect the Twitch, but they'll push in, maybe take the first base turret of the game.
I mean, it's just 2 threats here for LGD, but they're damn good threats. Orianna, Twitch, absolutely insane like him. They'll even be able to take the turret. They've got just enough damage in there as well. Inhibitor probably not going to go down. Afraid of Sun coming back up, and pretty short timers on the rest of the crew coming through as well. But again, they just have to buy time. They've got 4 Dragons, can wait for a 5th. Go back, spend your money, get to Baron, and close out the game.
Yeah, so let's take another look at this fight, and it's all about Uzi being caught out of position at the start. TBQ actually gets a really good ultimate here to zone it off, but Imp just can't find an angle to line up on everyone. He doesn't want to open up on only 2 members. What that means when he uses the rat-a-tat-tat in the end, he gets knocked away, and there's just not really much he can do. From there, TBQ's taken so much damage, Flame's at half health, and it's not really until that shockwave that Godfrey turns the fight back around. as soon as they tag Imp, they think that they've won the team fight because they get the invisibility out of him. And right here, it wears off and he comes back around. Oh, actually didn't wear off. He just really manned up and came back around the corner and put a lot of hurt down on both Cool and Uzi. They're able to turn the team fight. Godby, he just flashes over the barrel. In the end, he goes complete man mode.
Watch this from Uzi, though.
Uzi with the dance shoes, able to return the favor over the top of it, and he nearly turns it around. But PYL, hero play, shields himself up, gets a couple of auto attacks.
Just Zephyrs him.
Gets
Use the targeted
Zephyr.
ability. Don't worry about these skill shots. I got you covered, says PYL. And impressively for me, I only just noticed it as OMG of all teams are actually on top of the Baron right now. We'll have to get to PYL's item build later because that Baron is melting. And LGD, what are you doing? They've got a ward, but Flame can teleport in, but they're just not going. We're going to try and fight, but Sun wants to turn it around. TBQ going to go in. Kalista gets the Baron. Now the fight's going to be on Sun. Already used his ulti cloud. Going to get Shockwave. Massive play there as Imp slays Uzi and Godby lined it up perfectly. LGD going to run through OMG. That's 2 dead already. Loveland going to join in soon. He's trying to kite away. Imp gets a triple kill, Sun. Maybe going to be the 4th there. Cool. Run away off to a base. I don't think Imp's going to get the Pendrin back. He's going to get a kill into TBQ. Sun still running. Might give Imp his 4th. They'll chase in there. Zephyr does it. Good damage actually done by Cool, who's zoning them away. And they have to be careful. They don't want to chase Sun too hard here, and they'll eventually give it up.
Cool does work on the back end of those fights. That's why the extended engages are starting to really go back and forth, because it's all about the big burst damage that comes out of Godby with the Shockwave. I mean, you saw a 4-man Shockwave there, but in the end, if Cool lives, he just does so much damage from halfway across the map.
Yeah, just such good range. It's Xerath-esque, I guess, there as far as damage goes. Is even PYL going to get chunked out?
Yeah, and even without the Rylai's, he's just able to hit every single ability. He's now fully stacked as well. So the early advantage that went to Godby, that's been equalized through the item builds. And this game, now at 50 minutes, I'm still going to give the late game to LGD. I think they do have the superior comp, but if either team loses a team fight, the game's over.
Yeah, carries fully built on both sides now as well. Fully stacked there for Godby, fully stacked for Imp as well. Might want to trade out some of the items, but PYL going full support mode today. That is an Ardent Sensor spawn.
That is something that I didn't know the name of, but gives you attack speed if you heal or shield something.
There you go. Today you learned it's an Ardent Sensor. I mean, that's actually what I was going to point out before. Not that specifically, but PYL, look at that inventory. He's playing Janna. He does not have a Magi's.
No, he doesn't.
He's in very serious mode today, is PYL.
He certainly was. He was sitting on an Aether Wisp, actually, I think is what that Ardent Sensor builds out of. So gives himself some added movement speed there, and they need to be careful. Uzi's going back. They're on top of wards. Cool's not even near the team. If they go right now, 5th Dragon is up actually for LGD, so they're not going to go right now.
Yeah, 15 seconds. LGD going to wait this out. Confident in their ability to fight here. They've got a great team fighting comp, but everyone's built up here, and that gold lead that is 9,000 gold ahead for LGD. Pretty irrelevant at this stage of the game. Loving actually going to go on a mission. OMG are going to start a race.
They're going to base race it for the 5th Dragon. The problem is if they get pincered into the base, there's going to be all kinds of bad news, but they'll get an inhibitor for it.
Yeah, inhib's going to go down. Dragon does force, so LGD now have their 5th. OMG going to get the inhib and back out, and honestly, probably weren't going to contest for the 5th. Not a bad trade.
Yeah, not a bad trade. Maybe they can stall it out, but the scary thing is now LGD just grab that minion wave and march down to the open inhibitor. So I don't know whether they actually get that much from it. As our helpful observer is pointing out, a massive minion wave in the bottom does need to be trimmed. They're sending Cogmore down there. Just give it over to the Nautilus, mate. He needs the gold.
And actually sold his Leandrews for Rylai's.
Really like the pickup. Needs more control over the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, I didn't know if I wanted Leandrews without the Rylai's, so just has the Rylai's instead. Imp is massive, though. He's actually sold his boots and got a Phantom Dance. So just has Ghostblade for a bit of extra speed. But we talked about late game carry Twitch. He has arrived.
Yeah, and I don't actually know how much attack speed he has at the moment, but he has to be over with the Ardent Sensor, as well as the Blood Boil. Everything else, he's got attack speed.
He does have a lot of attack speed. You know, doesn't need the boots. Perfectly fine here with the Blood Bowl. One of the nice things about going actual 6 items on a Twitch in this comp, I said it in the draft, they built around Imp and he is delivering.
Yeah, but they can't walk up and hit the inhibitor. We mentioned how much they struggle with sieging. This isn't even a turret and they can't get in range.
Yeah, they're trying to get on top of it. Flame doesn't do any damage at all. And Imp, 2-shot range, can't get in range of the Nautilus ult either. That's too risky. Loveling going to get chased down. Imp finally gets some pot shots in, but Cloud might just ulti him. The ball keeps him safe, but don't get it quite. Imp does run back in and the inhibitor finally finally breaking down. Imp's actually used his ulti on top of Sand. Flashing forward aggressively. Ulti there by Loveling. Tried to tag Imp, but Imp's just doing damage to everyone.
Yeah, he's just sitting there. What? That was crazy. He flashes forward for like 3 auto attacks. That's a very long cooldown for not much reward. Top lane is a huge wave for OMG, so they're going to have to back out, although he goes back in.
Oh, Loveling in trouble, going to get tagged. Will he go down? Ignite there as well. True damage from the Venom. Not enough. Oh! Just enough there. Imp gets the kill.
And they were recalling. They thought he had lived. As soon as he goes down, everyone cancels. They're going into the base. It's a 5v4. Still need to be careful because that Rat-a-tat-tat is on cooldown, but they'll just follow the bottom minion wave in.
Poor Loveling, yeah. I think he's a bit angry about that. I would be too. Oh my god, Imp just destroys. Cool as he walks into the base. Cloud going to get chunked out now as well. San almost gets his Banshee's Veil popped, which would have been tragic there. And LGD going to get on top of these turrets. 3v5 right now. TBQ uses his ulti. Massive shockwave flash by Godby. They're still fighting in. Flames taking the turret. Can they keep going? No. Imp's finished the game.
Yeah, Imp able to finish that one off. And LGD take it in pretty emphatic fashion in the end. And that's probably the man of the match. He's got a cheeky grin on his face now. He knows exactly what he did that game. He just walked around and killed people.
He did. Had a fantastic game there, did Imp. Been a while since we've had a true hard carry performance from the world champion, but that was far and away one of the hardest carries I've ever seen.
Yeah, you got to give some credit over to the mid lane and top lane as well. Flame and Godby definitely played their role in that team comp to a T. A couple of huge shockwaves, and not to mention the fact that Flame, never thought I would say this, no offensive item, complete tank, was there for the peel.
Yeah, fantastic Maokai, honestly, which, again, not something we usually say about a player like Flame. Great tank play, and honestly, just great teamwork in general by LGD. I call him the hard carry. That's more a reflection of the style that he played and his team played that game, because that win was a team effort by LGD.
Yeah, it certainly was, and as I said, it was very impressive because it was a tactical decision. They knew how they wanted to beat OMG.
And, you know, they beat them soundly. Can OMG recover and pick up another win? We'll find out soon, because after this quick break, OMG versus LGD Game 2 will be here. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the LPL coverage here. We have our second game lined up between LGD and OMG. My name is Pastry Time. This is Spawn. And an amazing game one from LGD, playing around Im's Twitch miraculously.
Yeah, it was a really impressive performance coming out from the entire lineup. They knew exactly how to stall out with that Twitch, and it just meant rotating him around the map, trying to absorb some farm, but more importantly, trying to absorb some champions.
Yeah, forget miraculous. I actually meant meticulous, because that's the play that came out from LGD. Very calculated, very strong, and not the fun kind of silly selves that we've been seeing from the last few games, to be honest.
Where was the Varus? Where was the Misfortune? Bring it back, Imp. I can't wait to see this game, though. Acorn is in the starting lineup, and maybe he's a little bit more of a fun guy than Flame, because we know he likes to put the carry pants on.
Flame does love to win. Had a great game, and wasn't a carry game, unfortunately, but a big, good tank game for him, a Maokai game of all champions. Next we'll have Acorn on Cannon playing carries or something. Something crazy could happen here, because poor Flame just seems to be Acorn every single time he plays a game, but you know what? He's taking his role seriously, and it showed in that game.
Yeah, I certainly have to respect what Flame is doing when he's brought onto the lineup. He's showing his versatility as a player. That game was a very good, pure tank game out of Flame, and we jump into Champion Select and we're seeing pretty similar bans.
Yeah, and LGD actually ban away the Janna there from PYL. I guess keep it away from Cloud as well, but certainly a PYL special there on the Champion. Got banned as well from OMG. Sun still in the top lane, by the way, so going to continue. They had a decent game on Gnar, and again, looked good as a somewhat resourceless-looking top laner, but OMG could just never get it going.
Yeah, and it was more about Uzi's positioning than Sun in that game, to be honest. He was a big frontliner. Him and Loveling, they were doing their job really admirably. Cool, he took a while to get going, and Cool and Uzi kind of swapped roles. Uzi, fantastic early game, was really rolling. Cool, very far behind. Cool in the late game, doing good damage off the back of team fights. Uzi went crazy, and I don't actually know what happened. Maybe a little bit of a brain phase, but we'll see if we can piece it back together.
Yeah, Cannon banned again there for OMG, so I have to think that's again another top support, possibly mid flex ban there coming through. LeBlanc banned again away from Cool, so still to respect. It was Ari last game as LGD's third, I believe. I wonder if they'll do it again.
Yeah, I hope that we do get to see Cool play a little bit more of an assassin. Ari with Luden's Echo is so strong on this current patch, is able to dive in there with the W, which does a lot of damage at the moment, and Luden's Echo and blow someone up.
Yeah, Sejuani banned on the blue side though for LGD, so don't want to first pick it, but don't want OMG to have it. And OMG probably going to ban Rek'Sai in this situation would make the most sense, but OMG have plenty of options to choose from.
Yeah, there certainly is a massive list of champions still outstanding. I'm looking at you, Maokai, along with the likes of the Ari still being available. Rek'Sai, Gragas is a very contested pick at the moment. They really do, on the red side, have a good couple of picks, and they ban away the Kalista.
I actually quite like that because it just opens up more of the champions that you were mentioning there, so OMG more likely to get two of the strong champions that give LGD only one. Uzi's Kalista is great, Imps is fine as well, but I think OMG just, you know, Uzi can function on another carry. Let's just ban away a champion that's sort of in the middle as far as power goes.
Yeah, I certainly can see where you're going with that one. I just think that Uzi definitely prefers it over Imp.
It's Flame hanging out on the bleachers, cheering on his team. Cheerleader Flame now. I mean, he played great. He's smiling. He should be.
Yeah.
Had a good first game. Picked up a win. Now going to get Acorn in and watch him lose and be sad.
Yeah, no, I don't think Acorn will want to lose this game. I think that he will want to get one of those tanks himself. Actually goes back to the Rek'Sai at the last moment. Not sure if I agree with that. I think there are some champions that do similar to what Rek'Sai does. I don't think anyone is better than Maokai in the current meta in the top lane.
Well, we'll see if OMG do want to take it. Have to think that Sun, if he's going to be in the top lane, certainly got some games on Maokai, but they're highlighting two champions that certainly Cloud is known for, and that would be just fine for Sun if they want to take them, but we'll see what they want. They lock in the Thresh for Cloud, so that's already a big champion for him to play in Sun. Maybe just thinking, can I play Maokai? Have I got enough practice? I'm subbing him for the top lane. He thinks he does. He's going to take it away.
Yeah, they take it away. So a very beefy 1-2 punch already coming out of OMG. They also have good pick potential in the mid game. So I am now very interested to see the Yari come through, because you've got a Thresh. You've got all of the initial CC that can come through from Maokai. And oh my God, PYL, please no.
No. We'll see what happens here. Has already brought it out once, the Bard. Don't know if we'll be seeing a repeat performance here, but LGD again, maybe want to have some fun here. They've certainly been very jovial in some recent games, but they'll flick through a couple of picks. Oh my God, the Bard's locked in.
So stealing a line from Atlas, Pastry Time, we are going to go on a journey.
We are going on a very magical journey indeed, Spawn. Hecarim the takeaway from Akon, though. So a bit more of a standard top laner. Great against the Maokai. And look at Godby. Looks like it's already laughing.
You're going to have a rainbow pony going through a magical journey. This is going to be great.
I mean, you talk about Hecarim flanks. Now it's even easier to flank.
Yeah, exactly right. You can go through walls and crazy stuff.
I do like that Akon's the one that gets the teleport smite carry champion, and poor Flame had to play Maokai. But it was open. He had a great game. We'll see what OMG want to take away. Cool looks very unhappy with everything. Uzi's gonna, can I please do this? He's smiling. He wants to play Vayne. I like the Gragas pick. I think Loveling actually played it quite well here, so wouldn't be too surprised to see it. They're going to take Gragas and Uzi. I think his analyst is telling him no, but his body tells him yes. It is Vayne.
Well, the thing I actually like about the Vayne pickup here is the fact that Bard, he's not going to be in lane that much. He's roaming around the map, so Uzi actually has the ability early on to get pretty close in the 1v1 versus the Hecarim, and in the 2v2, well, there's not really going to be a 2v2 because we saw PYL already. He doesn't spend much time in lanes.
He likes packing up in general as far as movement goes, but now Bard even like flavorfully gives him a reason to leave. Sivir Cassidy know the picks for LGD. Imp, I like the Sivir here. It works well on the comp, enables Cassidy and Hecarim quite nicely, and Imp, after a big hard carry performance on Twitch, going to take a step back and much more of a utility champion this time around.
Yeah, so a really big mid-game focused team this time around coming for LGD. I honestly don't know when Bard's going to be strong, so I'm just going to throw him in the mid-game pool as well. Pretty safe. But they've got the Rek'Sai, excels in early mid. Hecarim, once it gets to Trinity Force, probably doesn't get much stronger than that until 6 items. Not to mention Cassidy with all the mobility. Mobility lends itself to mid game very well, but it is Cool's Ahri.
Yeah, and this is a great pick here. It was banned away in the first game, but Cool going to try and show up Godby, I think. Godby had a great Orianna game in game 1, and Cool's going to answer right back with Ahri.
And I love the OMG team comp. They have the 4-man unit, very good at split pushing, good at forcing people off turrets, and then Uzi, he can just run around the map and look to 1v1. Unless he runs into Acorn, really, he's going to have an okay time.
And the nicest thing about, I think Bard in particular here, is that it's probably going to be a lane swap, maybe even end up as a 1v1 in the top lane, maybe with the top lane, and maybe even with both AD carries. Supports can leave and Thresh, very high impact. Cloud's a great roamer, and Uzi, when we've seen he can get aggressive freezes in the 1v0 lanes, he just goes off as far as farm. But we'll go through our matchups. Hecarim Maokai to start things off, and Rek'Sai Gragas in the jungle.
Yeah, and Rek'Sai and Gragas, they kind of do the same thing. They traverse terrain very well. You see, it is the Cassidy versus Ahri matchups. It's like we come full circle back to the start of the season. And Imp versus Uzi is going to be Sivir versus the Vayne this time around.
And last but not least, or perhaps in this case, it is PYL. He's back on the Bard, and Cloud's got one of his best champions in Thresh.
Yeah, exactly right. And thank goodness there is not a Cho'Gath to eat everyone coming through the magical journey this time around, because last time he took his team on a ride with him and then got yelled at really loudly.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here in this game. But LGD going back to some interesting picks. I actually think apart from the Bard, it's pretty standard LGD stuff. And PYL, come on, man, it's the roaming support. He just wants to play Bard.
Yeah, exactly right. And you need to see if you can make it work. I really do think that there is a place for Bard in the meta. I think it is with the Smite Teleport and maybe a more immobile jungle that you can help set up ganks with. He can really get people into some very cool positioning with that magical journey.
Well, we're going to find out what sort of magical journey we're going on today as we're about to get onto the Rift. And welcome back onto the Rift. LGD versus OMG Game 2. LGD actually up again, but OMG, massive 5-man stack. Flash knock up there into Imp, and the death sentence just short.
Yeah, so they're able to get Imp's Flash level 1. Bard putting down all the pain early. You see him gallivanting away. Will be caught out probably.
Yeah, tumble the skilled early for Uzi. The passive helping here at level 1. Loveling still chasing in Cloud. Maybe going to find another hook just for harassment purposes. Dodges the Q, does Cloud, so not going to get tethered to a wall. And OMG going to get some wards down, looking for the swap for Vayne, you have to think.
Yeah, so extremely deep vision coming through all over the bottom half of the map, being mirrored a little bit by Rek'Sai, who's just chilling out at the red buff, asking for some help. And obligingly, Acorn will come over.
Yep, gonna get some vision down there. Acorn does not have his trinket, unfortunately. Just Cassidy left for LGD, so can't quite get the vision down. Have to think they've already suspected the swap. Civ is actually up in the top side, so you have to think that they are going to get the swap here. But even in some sort of 1v1, as long as Uzi gets a safe lane to himself, even against the Sivir, he'll be just fine.
Yeah, Uzi's going to be spotted. This is a very bad path to take into the lane.
Oh, just going to live, though. PYL doesn't go through him, and Cloud's going to join the top side. The buff is getting stolen away, but Uzi somehow gets away with that.
Yeah, and that was weird.
That was weird.
Yeah.
I mean, the weirdest thing is, with the way that the jungle now works out because of the swap, I guess both lanes swap, but LG are going to be the ones that end up with control of the top side of the map.
Yeah, exactly right. So this is a 2v2, and yet they're able to steal away the buff. They're going extremely early for a gank. Uzi as well as Cloud, they know something is up.
PYL.
They've moved very far away.
PYL only level 1, unfortunately, so we can't go on a magical journey just yet. But that's a big gank coming through. 4-man gank. Actually make it. No, 5, not quite. Caston's in the mid. Uzi going to pop the heal early. Flash uses well. Massive flash knock up there from TBQ. The dive comes in. Hook lands not quite from Cloud. And OMG get away.
Every summoner spell now burnt in the bottom lane. So what they got early with that flash on Imp is now completely gone. And they didn't really lose that much for it because Hecarim, he's level 2 as well as the Maokai, going to just be able to teleport into that bottom lane.
Yeah, and Uzi has to be so careful here in the lane, even though Bard doesn't have the best lane pressure. If he gets caught by a stun and hits a boomerang blade there from PYL, he's going to rack up the damage quickly, and he's completely zoned off the wave right now.
Yeah, so Bard, especially with, he's got some low base auto attacks, but as he picks up those meeps, I think, able to get a little bit more harassed through. So we'll see if he does go for a little bit of a wander to start collecting those over the map.
Yeah, unfortunately needs to get the chimes to power up the meep, so we'll have to go on a bit of a journey at some point. That's sort of Bart's thing. He is a roamer, but right now PYL sticking in the top side.
Yeah, so they've got a big push in here. They're just freely harassing Uzi, although PYL just took a little bit too much harass there. Sets down a health. Wait for that one to power up.
Yep, some spare food there. Health hanging out in the brush is leveling.
They go
We'll come down to the bottom lane. Yeah, they might look for a dive onto Akon-san. Gonna start it up. Good levels here on the Maokai. Twisted advance following in now. Lovely gonna tank it up. Knock up coming through. Damage not quite there. San's still tanky, but Akon might just chase him down. That's gonna force San to flash, and he will get first blood.
And that was an ugly play coming out of the OMG top laner. Went the wrong way. If you're on that side of the turret, just flash back into your lane. Don't go towards the jungle. Would have been even worse if the jungler was there for a counter jank, and Akon just saw it coming.
Yeah, gets the first blood, almost donated to him here in this situation, and the Hecarim who could potentially have been held down in this situation, at least early on, given all the swap that's happened. I guess maybe not with the standard lanes, but Hecarim off to a good start, never a good sign.
Yeah, exactly right. And the funny thing is, Maokai actually does really well against Hecarim with the ability to heal up whenever Hecarim is spamming that Q. It wasn't ever really a threat for that lane to get really far behind, so going for an early dive just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and the pressure really is on the top side after that big gank. No revisit here from LGD, but they don't need to. Uzi's already going to start falling behind. He's can't play aggressively at all without the summoner spells available. Just has to get whatever farm he can, and Imp has done a good job denying him so far.
Yeah, Imp stacked this wave, but he missed 3 CS doing it. So a little bit of a misplay up there, but he will get the early advantage, and they'll continue to harass under turret.
Yeah, and Cassidy also winning the mid lane matchup as well. Been a while since we've seen it, as PWL does get descended there by Cloud. Going to get ignited. Flash out there, but too much damage coming through. Heal being used as well. Uzi wants it so bad. Ignite doesn't quite get it. Good double binding, but Cloud gets the kill. Loveling's here as well. Going to land onto Imp, and Imp gets the kill. Now Silverbolt's proc doesn't complete. Loveling moving in, gets the chilling smite. Cloud going to move him, but he actually might die here. Has to maybe auto, but Loveling gets the kill.
Yeah, Cloud, a very over-aggressive play there. You also have to say the same about PYL. I think he thought he was dead to the Ignite, turned back around, and then ended up falling to an auto attack. But in saying that, Cloud picked up the kill for his team as well as Loveling, and it was Imp that picked it up on the side of LGD. So probably more worthwhile gold on the LGD favor, even though it was a 2-for-1.
Yeah, and as we move back into mid lane for a little bit now as well, I have to ask you, Spawn, again, it's been a while since you've seen the matchup. Cassidy winning so far. Is this how it's supposed to go in the early stages?
Cassidy just is a very strange matchup. He's kind of what old Ari used to be, where you can just call everything a skill matchup. Ari now has some very good matches since she's been changed, but with the way the shield works, with how much, I guess, durability Cassidy currently has, he really does need to be bullied more by auto attacks, and it just doesn't look like Cool's been able to get that done.
No, and again, you can see Cassidy just kind of unharassable at this point. Goes in, good charm will save cool from potential all-in there, but level 6 is hit for Cassidy, and Godvy's really turning it on now.
And the thing about the going aggressive means he's going to go extremely quickly. It is a little bit more of a rift. Ooh, 1v1.
Yeah, Imp in trouble, but Cloud going to make it a 2v2. Great spell chip with a hook. Lands inside. Cloud sets it all up, and Uzi going to look for it, but TBQ finds the knock-up. Loveling here a little late, and LGD going to keep chasing in. Teleport even coming through, but Acorn, he's got his ulti. Cloud gets knocked up, ulted there, and PYL gets the kill.
Yeah, with the assistance of the little friends as well. I think it was actually an auto attack that came through and cleaned that one up. PYL goes on a magical journey.
Yep, going through, trying to zone out Loveling, but can't quite find it. Going to keep moving in. Imp goes on a journey as well, wants to join his friends, and actually going to kind of proxy the wave as a result.
Probably just needs to learn the interaction well enough, so he's like, I'll just go through for the sake of it. Oh, that's what that ability does.
Yep, now he knows. He's like, okay, I'm not going to do that again. Not following it ever again, PYL. But, you know, Bard's actually stuck in lane for a while. It's been a bit awkward that he hasn't been able to collect the charms and do roaming, but at least he's shown presence in the lane, and that's put Uzi very far behind. Yeah,
it certainly has, and, you know, actually is fairly impressive in this lane. It was a very good game coming through, and we're getting pointed out how much Cool is losing this lane by in the mid lane. Whilst Cassidy, a little bit of a skill matchup, there's no way that Cool should be 20 CS behind at this point in the game, and it's just better play coming out of Godfrey.
Yeah, I mean, we had an isolated mid lane from all the swapping. Attention was mostly top and bottom, I guess, here. So, you know, they've been able to play it at 1v1, and Godfrey certainly won the early stages of the lane. Even Uzi's pretty dramatically behind as well. Now catching up with his comeback in, but doing a bit of thrift shopping there. Just double longsword, Dorans, and Boots one, getting whatever AD he can right now.
Yeah, exactly right. He'll go into that Cutlass, of course, early game, and the impressive thing about Godfrey is understand that he's started to win the lane, so he's gone away from the Catalyst of Protector. He's no longer just trying to go even with the Cassidy. That's a very much go even Cassidy build. He's grabbed the blasting one. He wants to start dominating with some AP, and you can't really blame him. He's still 20 CS up.
No, can't at all here. And Imp also moving back. PYL will rejoin, going off to collect some nearby chimes, I think. But he returns almost level 6, actually. So could see PYL's Bard ultimates come out. We saw a couple of choice ones in the last time we saw his Bard. So we'll see if he's improved the skill at all. Oh, so Hook's actually landed in the top lane, though, so we have trouble there. Could hear that sound effect as PYL now going to be the one under effect. Uzi going to get initiated on the good condemn moves. PYL back with him, running in there with the ultimate. Cloud forced to get off with it. Imp might have landed up. Boomerang Blade, good flash there from Cloud. Keeps him alive, but LGD winning the lane, and PYL going on a journey, just missing the Q into the wall.
Yeah, so not able to get it, but the flash in.
TBQ finds it, gets it with the smite actually there, and Uzi, couple of auto trades here and there, but can't do anything in the top lane. San's joining in, but the tower's dead, and PYL gets it, might actually be under attack. Bud has to be careful. Imp's zoning out Uzi, though. PYL will go down, and Cool's joined in, gets the kill. Uzi gonna go down, no! Condemn keeps him alive for a bit longer. Loveling now joining in as well. Cool, ripping people apart, gonna get the kill onto Imp. Already gets a double. Godfrey's joined in now as well, though. There's Rexler getting the kill onto Gragas. Now they have to run away, but Cassidy really wants to go back in. Sun gonna get low here. Uzi with the turret shield might be okay. Out of mana, going very aggressive back in, and a massive fight and a huge trade in the top lane.
And this is one thing where our new teams will learn about Cassidy after his slight changes, that you do not go into consistent fights against him. Although good flash bind.
Sick flash charm there gets him. Follows up with the orb, and Coolzari's still good.
Yeah, still really good now. 3-0-0 after that team fight. So what he was struggling with in lane, he more than made up with in the first little skirmish. But people stacking on top of the Cassidy, and that's what we want to talk about, because you saw how many Rift Walks came through in that set, that little skirmish, and it's just the damage continues to stack up. And with the max mana build coming out, it will be the roller into probably Athene's Unholy Grail. He can just do it for days.
And you can see PYL starting to roam now, has the Moby Boots and a Sightstone in his happy place, you have to think. Now roaming around on Bud.
Little bit of a different relationship coming through.
Yes, quite a bit different. Nothing like Imp and PYL in the top lane, which is very loving.
Exactly right. And we see PYL actually in the bottom lane. He's still doing a fair bit of laning for a roaming support, trying to line up the wall stun coming through, sweeps out a ward. One thing I will say about Bard, probably has the coolest new auto attack animation. Just looks like he's brushing across.
It does. It's very peaceful to
is.
play Bard. I think that's what PYL is really enjoying. And there's a lot of comfort picks here in the game for both sides, actually. So maybe it's just, you know what? we won a game up already. Everyone just, play champions like. We'll take it slow, and PWL just on the Bard. I mean, traditionally he's played music. Maybe just going to put them all to sleep. Very lovingly.
Oh, just misses there. Thought one of the creeps was going to die. Of course, it goes through a couple. The ultimate!
Yeah, Tempered Fate comes down. Now TVQ lines it up. Huge double knock up in there as well. Cloud under threat will go down to Imp. Now Sang going to join in as well. And we joked about it last time, but PWL's Bard mechanics back on point. And San nowhere to go. Going to get knocked up again by the Rek'Sai. Gets bound into the wall, and Imp gets a double.
And he's making me a believer, Pastry Time. That was a sick play, and you couldn't have done it on anyone but the Bard. Just keeping him there, the double knock-up, making sure he stunned them both into the wall afterwards. What a great play coming through here. And Akon, he's got Uzi scouted.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he's got the challenging smite. Does challenge him now as well. Yeah, Loveling's here. Actually, he's going to go in for the smite. Can he find it? No, TBQ secures it there. PWL, Magical Journey's away. Loveling's like, I do not want to follow you.
Yeah, he's like, I will not take that path.
No, wrong.
Wanders back into his jungle instead.
And I have to agree with you. That combo down the bottom, I wish we could get a replay. That was absolutely sick. When you looked at Bard's ult and what it does, that's the sort of thing we expect to see. And that was on-point initiation by PYL and the rest of LGD.
Yeah, and you think what other champion from that range can do exactly what Bard just did? And there's no answer to it. No one else can do that kind of thing. Morgana probably has the most similar ultimate, but you need to be right in the middle of their team to get it done, and they can still walk out of it. This is a little bit of a cast time, and then instant. Like, you can see where it's going.
Just think about LGD's comp actually with the Bard in it now that we kind of reevaluate that last little play. You got two good abilities to put in there. You can run in Hecramol, or you can run in Rek'Sai for a knock-up. You can set up Kassadin to charge up Rift Walks while the stasis is going on and then jump them in. And Sivir gets everyone in range so that if you long-range Bard ulti, everyone catches up in time to CC them.
And that's what I was going to say. The main complaint about Bard at this... Wow.
Yeah, good first shot there, but Im gets tagged by a Trump. Death sentence there as a Loveling joins in and cool. Another kill, his fourth, I believe.
Yeah, that wasn't one of Imp's better plays coming through there. He was caught way out of position and made pay. They're going for a 1-3-1 split push, but now TBQ, he's being caught out of position.
Yeah, has to be careful. Tunnels away, takes a tower hit, but should be safe here. Bard not quite in the area to send him on a magical journey, but everything will be all right for now. And cool, just going to rejoin the area. Blue buff now, Inari, 4 kills and a quick Athenes.
Yeah, so he's really in control of the mid lane now. Cool, pushing in, probably will even be able to take the turret out. Although PYL, he's flying in there.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to face check any CC. He does even just take a quick orb of deception, and quite a big chunk of damage comes through as a result. We'll defend the lane while the rest of his team is absent here, and they'll catch up eventually as they move back into their lanes. And San actually going to be the target, apparently.
Yeah, so they're waiting for him to show himself. I think San has a very good inkling someone's there, but they will still be able to go in on this.
Yeah, and then they're ready to go. They have the ward. TBQ follows in. Chilling Side does come down. Knock up through there as well. San forced to flash away. Won't chase, but they get a summon a spell.
Yeah, so he used the Righteous Glory. Really patient play out of San to not go in too deep there. Doesn't die. Gets a summoner spell, but that was a lot of time invested for not really much return because it is a Maokai. He'll be completely fine.
Yeah, we'll see Imp getting towards his Infinity Edge. Almost done there. Uzi lagging behind a Blade of the Ruin King here. Would have liked to have finished up by now. 100 gold off at this stage. 800 gold in.
Under reverse, Imp on a more that late game hyper carry.
Oh, more love. Maybe that's why POA is playing Bard. He just wants to share the love. Everyone needs to go on a magical journey together. Magical journey of life spawn.
Yeah, but and if we keep going back to the Bard, the Sivir makes a lot of sense with it because if we've seen one thing is that maybe it's not always in the best position. Some Bard ultimates you really do have to throw from quite a ways away to get it in the optimal timing. So Imp really is going to do a good job of getting his team in there. Not to mention the fact that as soon as you come out, you've got this Hecarim that just wants to get all up in your grill. Really is going to make it so that they really can layer it through.
Yeah, I mean, just even, getting people out under the Bard ulti when it's being thrown in as well. It's just a bit of extra movement speed when they're setting up highly positional ultimates like that. It's very valuable to have as TBQ actually going to get knocked up on a Loveling.
That was a 3-man Bard. Come on, TBQ.
Not quite lined it up yet, but maybe going to go in for it again. Could potentially line it up there. ProSeeker will find them. Just some wards being cleared out, though. 2 orange turrets actually up for LGD. Looking for actually a hook landing down to TBQ. Does go back in, forced the tunnel out, and LGD very safe, very solid here. And now everyone goes in. Going to go in massive. Cloud gets chased down. PWL gets another kill. Now Akon diving in the back as well. It's forced to ulti away. Bard ultimate's lined up. He actually got out from under it, but OMG is still going back in onto Imp now as Loveling dives in. Cool. Very threatening as well. And a massive kill there for Godby. Gets one, but he's too far in now. The tower does go down. Godby getting chased down, but Uzi Can't quite get him as the heal comes through there, saving that Kassadin's life. And LGD, they get all 3 outer turrets and 2 kills.
Yeah, 2 for nothing as well as a turret. Fantastic play coming out of LGD, and it's just the Kassadin. His Rift Walk's on such a short cooldown at the moment. He's able to get in and out of these fights. Not to mention the fact that TBQ, he's playing another fantastic game, this time on Rek'Sai. He's an absolute monster already, 3-0-5. He's got the Ninja Tabby for a bit of extra tank stats, as well as some team support coming through from that Aegis of the Legion. Really is going to supplement what is already a very powerful mid game.
And we talked about one of TBQ's biggest issues on the team has been consistency for him. He's either very good or just kind of a little average. And this series especially, and even in just the last few weeks, he's looked very strong from the jungle, really improved. And the whole team has kind of come together with him, and everyone we have to look to. LG scary.
Yeah, definitely. And I think arguably at the moment, you look at Godvi as maybe the big carrier on the team. Him's definitely playing well, but the pool seems to match him.
Cool, going to dive in though. PYL does get the slow to love him, but he's going to get knocked out. Hook there is on. Uzi gets the kill. Very good gold to get onto, and Cool still chasing in. Bit of a movement speed buff there as Imp still getting aggressed on. Lovely going to catch up, gets it, tilling smite. Charm lands point blank there, and Uzi gets a double.
Yeah, so Uzi finally getting going in this game, and if there's anything you don't want to do, it's let Uzi get a little bit fed on the vein, because we've seen it before. Boy's got some sick mechanics, and he loves playing this champion. They'll push in, also take a turret, so they return the favor.
Yeah,
2-0 trade.
I mean, I look at OMG's lineup here after that game one loss, and I think all they wanted to do, if they were going to lose, is lose on comfort champions. Go back to basics, give him the Vayne, give him the Ahri, even Cloud on Thresh. Everyone from OMG, I guess with the exception of Sun, who's just got a very solid champion, has signature champions here, especially in their history. So, you know, they've gone back on comfort, and it's made a big difference so far.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Magical Journey can come through here. Nah.
Bard ulti on the Dragon, actually. They're going to try and line up a steal. Oh, very good setups there from PYL. But unfortunately, we do have a temporary pause, it feels like.
Yeah, but the Golden Dragon was pretty
was really
spectacular
cool
to behold. I want one of those things. And you see, once again, no one else can do that. That's a Bard-only special.
That is a Bard-only special, so we go back in the fight. Very messy right now here. Not too sure what's been going on. We do pop back, unfortunately. Seem to be having a couple of problems here and there, but nothing too major. But the Golden Dragon, it was really sweet.
Yeah, I really like that one coming through there. And that's something that I guess is underexplored in Bard's kit, is the ability to secure objectives like that. The Baron, the Dragon, you can really, I guess, throw people through the loop, because if you're running these compositions that rely on taking them very early, you can really just muck those things up. And so far, having a fairly solid game.
I mean, it's a pretty well-named ability, Tempered Fate. A lot of these things, these big objectives, they are about timing, and Bard gets to throw that out for a couple, I think 2.5 seconds, and then reset for some sort of reinitiation. It's cool. I mean, PWL's actually clearly brushed up on his Bard mechanics. I think the first time he picked it, he'd been playing it a bit and really wanted the champion to be good and wanted something that he wanted to play on. Now with the second play in the LPL, even just so far in the early stages of this game, improved dramatically. And I think it's something that he's very serious about playing, even though it might look silly sometimes.
Yeah, and I definitely agree. And this is something that I just always have said about League of Legends in general. There is a meta because that is what is currently strong. But if you have a champion that you excel on that is outside of that, it is actually more dangerous, because teams do not have experience playing against these picks. There is no way that OMG have played against a Bard the same amount of times as they've played against a Janna, a Thresh, even a Blitzcrank, which is a curveball pick in the support position at the moment. But just isn't as explored. So when you do cool things like the first turret dive that we saw, you're just not prepared.
Yeah, and I mean, why not do it there for LGD? They've got some time. They've already made it into playoffs, secured their spot pretty handily at this point. Playing against OMG is always going to be a tough order, but if you're going to mix things up, why not test it against one of the best teams?
Exactly right, and maybe it turns into the position where you get a free ban. The last thing teams want to have to do is get in a position where they have to ban PYL's Bard, because it's just not that kind of a champion where you want to have to waste one of your very valuable 3 bans on it.
And we've seen bans are pretty scarce, honestly, right now. There's, you know, some strong champions that people want to take away. Sejuani, Urgot definitely come to mind. I think Rek'Sai, Gragas under them as well. There are a couple of strong champions that people want to take away, but the meta's so open that most of the bans have been targeted. And there are the carries especially, that's where you usually want to point your targeted bans.
Yeah, exactly right. You're on a team with Imp, you're on a team with Godvi. Throw in Acorn there as well. You don't want to have to throw a ban at a curveball support pick. That's just something that you don't want to have to do. And whilst it is quite a balanced meta at the moment, there's still the likes of Urgot that you just, once again, it's one of those picks. You don't have the same amount of games. You have to ban it because it's so strong at the moment. Throw in Sejuani. Even Gragas, I think, at this point is getting towards, even though not having a great game here is leveling, the point where he just does something in clearing out space around turrets that no other jungler does. That teams are going to have to start banning him as well because he makes push comps out of things that don't normally push.
I mean, I think you said it in one of our earlier broadcasts, maybe even this week, but for you, Gragas is just sort of like upgraded Lee Sin.
Yeah, exactly right, because he has the same ability to initiate from the flank without having to overcommit, which is a definite upgrade, because one of the things about Lee Sin is you can get some of these great flash kicks, but you end up in the middle of no man land. He has the slow, the sticking potential, not to mention probably better peel coming out of Gragas, so I really do like what he does. And he does something that Lee Sin doesn't do, and that's if someone is standing on a turret and you don't want them there, you just throw the barrel at them and they're not there anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, Gragas, maybe not as aggressive as Lee Sin, that's where the downsides come in, but in a world full of big tanky junglers, Gragas is surprisingly aggressive.
Yeah, exactly right. And earlier game, because of his cooldowns being a bit lower from the massive tanks, I'm looking at the Sejuanis, the Zacs, the really big tanky junglers. You can throw a Mumu in there. He'll get played at some point, I'm sure.
He's been played already.
He'll
get played again.
Yeah, he'll get played again. So all these guys with the huge cooldowns, Gragas has slightly less, so he can repetitively body slam. He can hit them with his barrel a couple of times and do that percentage health damage. So I really do think that we're at the point in the meta where teams are going to start figuring these champions out and use them to their strengths. And as the curveballs, they're just going to keep coming.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for all of LGD's misfortune, Ashe, mid-Riven, jungle Riven, Kha'Zix shenanigans, there's a bot in there. You know, people I played it once, didn't get a win. Looked a bit silly.
Yeah, people thought he fell into that category that we're talking about, but now he's showing that it definitely doesn't.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing about LGD mixing things up is that at this point, moving into playoffs against LGD, you don't know what's real anymore. Like, do they actually play Ashe? Does Love Misfortunes is like secretly really strong? Like, LGD have done so much stuff that's looked brilliant, silly, confusing, and just mostly wonderful, if I'm perfectly honest, that anyone's going to play them in playoffs and be like, I don't know what to do against you
exactly
anymore.
right. And, you know, we saw Curse of the Sad Bullet Time be a very real strategy in previous seasons. There's no reason that Tempered Bullet Time can't be something as well. Throw the Bard ultimate out, get Misfortune in the perfect position, then laugh your head off as you destroy your team.
I'm ready for Bard Misfortune. I mean, that'd be sick.
Well, Misfortune, the other thing about Misfortune, not a great carry, by the way. I am not encouraging anyone to pick her up. But her damage early game, because it is so mixed, is probably unsurpassed still in regards to AD carries.
Yeah, a weirdly good duelist is Misfortune. And again, when you don't play these champions, I mean, we know this stuff because we spend too much time thinking about the game. But these players, they got games to play. They got scrims, they got solo queue. You know, they've got lots of practice they have to put in. There's a reason they're here at the highest level. They don't have time to test all these things.
And the other thing is the difference between a color caster and a player is I definitely think about everything, whereas they actually have to do it off feel.
Yeah, they have to, you know, figure it out, make sure they got the mechanics down, and go through everything perfectly. We are going to take a quick break, though, while we do sort a couple of things out, but don't go too far. The LPL should hopefully be back very soon. And welcome back, guys. Apologies that we seem to have missed a little bit of the game there as we did have a slight malfunction, but everything's still going good as we actually have LG breaking the base, it feels like, of OMG. In fact, very well breaking the base. Godby forcing the Zonders as he's hopped straight back in. Now Loveling going to fight Pilwell. Oh, takes a magical journey. Bit of BM there, and Bud's going to go down to Maokai. So OMG fighting back, but they did lose quite a bit of their base.
Yeah, they certainly did. They're down 2 dragons to 1 as well off the back of the last fight. So I believe they grabbed the last one, and we'll see. They didn't. So we'll see exactly what happened through here is OMG trying to push in.
Yeah, they're actually going to face tank with San here as well, but Super Minions also coming in. They can't really push out any more than this, but they're at least going to try and find some damage.
Yeah, they certainly are. So they're looking to get back through here, and we'll see exactly what they can get done. They do manage to pick up 1 turret for themselves, not able to get anything else, and we'll see whether they can maybe get some vision around to the Baron.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. TBQ popping back into the Grump, though, as we'll take stock of what's happened. LGD, pretty sizable lead, actually, as we kind of look back through. Again, apologies we missed a couple minutes of the game, but next Dragon back up in a minute 30. We've got 2-1 up in Dragons for LGD, 5-3 up in turrets with the base broken as well, and Baron respawning soon. So, because LGD built up a pretty sizable lead since we've been gone.
Yeah, exactly right, and you have to think the 2-4-16 Bard might have something to do with it. PYL really making it work this time around, throwing the fact that TBQ's got a 4-2-14 Rek'Sai and is doing quite handily for himself as well.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic series, to be perfectly honest. I mean, again, we talked about it. TBQ has looked shaky at various points, but right now in this series in particular, looks absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, it certainly does. And they start up the Baron. A lot of damage coming through from this lineup. You might think that there's surprisingly not that much with the Hecarim, but there's going to be a fight.
Oh, great bind there. As he coming in, the Tempered Fate as well, going to stop the move in. Actually, unfortunately, gets on to Akon, but buy time for the Baron. Loveling, though, gets into the middle and steals it. Now Imp trying to get away, but Uzi going very aggressive, but Imp going to flash forward. Cool, though, just takes him out as Uzi gets the kill. Godby, though, still hopping around on Cassidy, pretty massive here. Cool going to try and find him. Akon ripping through people, though. Cloud will go down, and that's the rest of OMG.
Yeah, and Godby still doing damage on the back. Changed Cassidy, just absolutely rips through team fights. If you can't lock him down, he doesn't have the same level of mobility, but it's just way more consistent now, which means that his damage is through the roof. Couple that with the fact that Akon had the probably best ultimate he could have held for. He held on it so long, made sure that he nailed Cool with it, and they're going to push in, probably win the game.
Yeah, game looks to be over here. Imp is dead, but it's not going to matter. They've got plenty of damage left here with the remaining members of LGD. No, actually going to pull away. Little too early. Uzi, Cloud, and Loveling all coming through with Cool. Nice early, up nice and early as well. So instead, they'll back away, portal through the base, and LGD still with a massive advantage. Don't have the Baron, unfortunately, but OMG don't have it either. They all died.
Yeah, exactly right. They got the Baron, so mission successful, but the patient died, unfortunately, so not able to get anything from there. And in the end, it might even be LGD that rotate around and pick up a dragon for themselves, so they get a meaningful objective off the back of it as well.
Yeah, nice stuff from LGD, keeping on top of their objectives. Imp gonna kind of get in there, but throw the Boomerang Blade out, and everybody takes the magical journey out, except Godby, because he's not a team player.
He has his own.
Instead, just Rift walks out as we do have a replay.
Yeah, so let's check out what happened in that Baron fight. You see, it's a very good stun coming through, and then the Tempered Fate kind of stops Akon, the Satyr, right there, and he's moving through and very disruptive. Loveling manages to grab it, and from here you feel they could have disengaged. However, they go very deep in the Baron pit, and we have some action live that we'll take you to shortly,
Yep.
but
starting a big fight actually in the mid already. It's already have TBQ going down. OMG fighting back nicely. Uzi has been popped with a Tempered Fate. Now Godby gonna line him up. Uzi tries to flash away. We'll be okay for now. Godby gets hooked somehow by Cloud, who does go into the zonies, but OMG winning through now. Managed to kill 3 members of LGD and fighting back. OMG not out of it yet. That magical journey somehow saves PYL, but he might still be dead. Everyone follows. Amazing bind, but he gets hit by the death sentence at PYL. He deserved better.
yeah, he certainly did. Probably deserved to live after what was a fantastic outplay. But OMG now, with 4 members dead on the side of LGD, will look to return the favor, break into the base. Really is up to Imp to stop this one coming through, but I don't think he can do it.
And insane that we were 10,000 gold behind now. OMG's still behind, but make it a little bit easier as far as the gold totals go. Only 7,000 gold now. And OMG have somehow found themselves back into the game. We've got big items coming through for Uzi. He's managed to get quite strong. Cool is massive at 9, 3, and 10. In fact, both carries for OMG are doing a lot of heavy lifting. And can they keep doing it here? Because they will, I think, outscale. It's very close, though, Spawn.
Yeah, it definitely is very close. I still think you give the edge to Cassidy and FLICKR in the late game, because FLICKR going to be able to dive onto Uzi a little bit more effectively. If Bard stops throwing the Tempered Fate at him, he'll be able to get a lot of work done in these team fights. And you feel that TBQ probably going to be a little bit more useful than the Gragas at this point, because he's just extremely tanky. Gragas has gone for more of a armor, I guess, supplemented build. You throw the fact that there's a Warmog on top of TBQ right now. As soon as he gets the Thornmail, he's a real threat to the backline.
I can see POER going to move around, ward up the Dragon, I believe, just trying to get some vision before it respawns in a couple of minutes. Tunnel's taken there as well. Lots of mobility actually on LG and the Tempered Fate. It has landed in, but missed, unfortunately. I think Cool might have been their target, but Akon, no, Cool, I believe, got the blue buff.
Yeah, I think, no, Akon definitely did pick that one up, so they're able to get the blue buff. I think they threw it at San, but they've caught maybe Loveling out in the jungle. No, Akon just wants to take his stuff.
Yeah, Akon going to find him. Lantern there as well. Loveling will take it. They're very nicely placed by Cloud, who again understands Thresh exceptionally well. LGD back in the bottom side of the map, trying to get some more work done now. Going to keep pushing, but the mid inhibitors respawned. OMG on a good place now to fight back.
Yeah, they certainly are. So maybe an evener playing field than we expected coming back into this. Magical Journey brings Akon into the lane. That's very cute. Circumvents, I guess, a little bit of a gap that they could have got exploited for. And they're going to have to back away. That everyone pulls off. They want to respend their gold. And Uzi, he's finished the Infinity Edge. He's definitely ready to fight.
Yeah, absolutely massive right now on the vein. 9-6-9. Had a pretty rough early game, but it's picked up nicely and gotten a lot of kills that his team's given over to him. So he's ready to hard carry. He's got to position well. Godvi especially is a big threat to his life, unfortunately, there as a Cassidy. But they've been nailing him with skill shots. Cloud especially somehow picked him out of a rift walk in that last fight. And if they can keep it contained, Uzi will free hit for days and kill everybody.
Yeah, he certainly will. And we see Akon. He's another threat there, but a little bit more tanky at this point. Needs the Frozen Heart to come through, you feel, to really compete with Uzi on the backline, just because of all the added attack speed that will be coming out. So there are some answers to the OMG lineup coming through from LGD, but now it's all about execution. When you get this far into the game, everyone's got what they need to make the team fights happen. It's about how well you can actually get it done.
Yeah, and OMG's two big carries here. Cool and Uzi today with going. Absent, unfortunately, is San subbing in for him in the top side of the map. We'll see what they can get done. Cloud's been amazing on Thresh so far. Even Loveling on the Gragas, setting up nicely, stealing away the Baron as well. Baron back up in a minute 15. The fourth Dragon for LGD and the second only for OMG will be back in a minute 35. Uzi's split pushing, but he can't do this for too much longer because LGD will collapse very quickly.
Yeah, they certainly will, and I want to see what his last item is because he has another dagger. I'm expecting a static shift, but Akon, he's going in on Sun.
Yeah, going to find him there. We'll try and lock him down. Bard on the way. Looks like the team's actually trying to follow through as well. Ulti not popped for him, but Tempered Fate coming in, but a nice dodge by Sun.
Yeah, and it was maybe because he wasn't chased by Akon. Akon had pulled away from the, I guess, pursuit, and then in the end, San could juke back, and PYL didn't get anything done.
And again, one of the nice things about Bard ulti, its range pretty insanely long despite the slow missile speed there. So long-range initiation potential, but unfortunately Akon didn't quite chase him down, and San kind of saw it coming because it does take a while to get over there.
Yeah, it was a little bit telegraphed. They knew exactly where the team was moving to. So everyone backs away once again, buying some items before the next major fight. Uzi actually sold the dagger, went back, picked up a defensive item for himself. Not the QSS that we're used to seeing out of Uzi, maybe preferring the Banshee's Veil here.
I mean, at this point, the CC that you can get out of, you shouldn't really be hit by. Heckromolt's annoying, but he's probably going to be on top of you anyway. Bard Bind shouldn't be a thing that you get hit by. And Rek'Sai Knockup as well, it's uncleansable. So I like it. It blocks major spells that could come through, and especially just trying to block some of the Cassidy damage.
Yeah, I definitely agree that is as long as you get rid of one of the big spells, Banshee's Veil is good. It's when it gets hit by a Prey Seeker or something like that that it becomes more of a frustrating item. But neither team really wants to fight right now. Maybe even OMG more on the front foot.
Yeah, they're playing quite aggressively here, very forward. Have 4 items on their carries here. We've got defensive item building through for Uzi. Not quite sure what Cool wants to go for as his last item, but has plenty of choices. If history has been any indicator recently, probably Luden's Echo going to be the 6th item just to round out the build. Didn't see it here from Cool early, interestingly. Went for a very traditional AP build.
Yeah, traditional AP build coming through. Akon's been hooked.
Yeah, get grabbed up there, but can't follow through there. Very tanky on the horse as well. Frozen Heart has been completed by Akon. Almost 4,000 health on the Hecarim right now. So that's another problem for Uzi to have to worry about in that next big team fight.
Yeah, exactly right. And he does true damage, but how many times do you have to hit the horse to put him down for the count there? And Uzi, he's going to pick himself up a sneaky dragon.
Yeah, it's the second game, actually. We've seen him do that.
Yeah, so he'll be able to grab that one. They did have vision of some OMG members, so they know exactly what went down, and maybe this will lead them to start up the Baron.
LGD going to think about it, but I think they see the rest of OMG, and Heckram looking for a good flank. Akon's actually got himself into a nice position, but OMG pinging him out. I think they know he's there. Loveland going to get landed away. TBQ going to come in onto Sam, but that's not the best target. Akon going to try and find something here, but Uzi gets out of the way. Tempered Fate, though, nails him down, and they're going to try and run into Akon. Slightly mistimes the ulti, but Godv's still running in. Uzi somehow gets the kill onto him. Still alive on the vein. OMG peeling perfectly as Cloud gets low and falls to Imp. Uzi life-stealing away, but Godv going to pick him up as he tries to life-steal off the Raptors. 2 kills for 1 there as Akon's gone down. Sun maybe looking to follow, and Cool trying to get another, but Cassidy gets a double, and this might be it.
Yeah, and it's just all about the Cassidy this late in the game. His cooldown has come through finally, and they even go into Cool.
Yeah, Cool actually getting aggressed on there. Loveling going to come back in. Gets the kill into Rexo. Will Cool as Imp going to chase in. Loveling very tanky, can be annoying for quite a while. And Cassidy low on health, but there was plenty of mana if he wants to go back in. LGD trying to win the game, but OMG are buying a lot of time for themselves.
Yeah, and they've got their 2-wave clear champions
Oh,
up.
that bind hit onto Cool. He's forced to zone his PYL. Massive Q there into the wall. Cassidy gets an easiest kill of his life after the stasis finishes. Loveling gets chased down. Godby gets another double kill. And LGD, they've taken it 2-0.
Yeah, and they did it with no wave control. I thought it might come back to bite them. Magical journey through the exploding Nexus, and really well played out of LGD.
I mean, a great team game again by LGD. A strong 2-0 there as they move towards playoffs. And PYL, you can see him on his screen, shaking hands and smiling, and I would be too. He has just won a competitive game on Bard.
Yeah, so the 50% win ratio coming through from Bard. I'm sure he's going to look to boost that by the end of the season. And you see Imp also shaking hand there. He had a very good season in his own right as well. And LGD proving that they've got some tricks up their sleeve for the playoffs.
They do, and that's a scary thing. OMG still finding their feet, Sun having to sub in for whatever reason. Uzi looking strong in game 1, but significantly neutered in game 2 there. And I have to say, PYL's Bard, he's made me a Bard lever spawn. It was great. Even in the last fight, locking up Vayne for 2.5 seconds, that's so many missed auto attacks for an AD carry.
Yeah, exactly right. And it just allows you to position yourself around her. So able to nail her by herself means that they're just able to get the winning team fight, and I really like what happened.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some sweet ults, some great play from LGD, but all in all, it was a good team performance and a 2-0 victory. There's OMG fall there in one of their last series of the LPL. Don't go too far away there. After this break, we'll bring you our last LPL match of the evening.
would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. Here we are, on the way now. We're the warriors that built this
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, and we're here for our final matchup of the evening, Energy Pacemaker to take on EDG, a very formidable opponent. This is a bottom versus the top matchup, Chris.
David versus Goliath, if there ever was one, first versus 12th. I believe EP still have a mathematical chance to get off the bottom of the table. Ooh. A 2-0 win over EDG, though, maybe a bit much to ask. But hey, anything's possible in Week 11 of the LPL.
That's true, and we have no idea what's going to be coming through for these teams as well, because anything could happen. There's been some interesting things picked up by the EDG lineup, and Energy Pacemaker, from the word go, have been picking strangely.
Absolutely. I mean, the Hecarim Ignite teleport looked crazy many weeks ago.
Yeah.
Flandre on the Smite teleport looked weird just a week, maybe 2 weeks ago. I mean, the meta evolves, the meta changes, but EP, I don't know about the Garen, that's for sure.
Don't know about the Garen. Also don't know about the possible Darius that we may have on our hands this game, ladies and gentlemen. Drizzle is going to switch over to the old Jarvan, and it is going to be a Graves instead, so not coming through. But the thing that excites me is Deft picking up the Sivir here with Clearlove's Nunu. And Clearlove, the classic, I'm going to ignore the turret and dive you from level 3.
Absolutely. Nunu still very strong with turret dive ganks in particular. Not so much when it comes to the standard ganks, although we've seen those be quite successful as well. If you have enough CC in your lanes, you can get the potential perma-slow coming through with the very low cooldown on the snowball. Deft is looking at picking up Katarina. I'd imagine Pawn would just lock that in for himself if he was going to select it. Of course, no rush to pick the last pick just yet. Of course, they have the 5th pick advantage being on the red side, and plenty of CC coming through in the bottom lane at least, and combining that with a Shyvana.
Yep, Shyvana picked up here for Deft. Of course, going over to Koro there, who does have the Smite teleport, so the Flandre special there on the top side of the map. Amazing J looking at being a magical horse there on the top side. Shu holding onto that one for him potentially, and we'll see what Raphael decides to go with there in the mid lane. Has been fantastic in the past, of course, was the premier Victor player here. But of course, we've seen him fall off just a little bit now that the tank meta has come through, and Raphael thinking about hopping on to Azir here himself.
I mean, any of the control mages, you're in a blind pick matchup, so go for something safe like an Azir, like an Orianna. Azir, you feel like has a bit better in terms of matchups than Orianna, although Orianna a bit untested outside of Godfrey actually on the 5.6 Athene changes at least. I mean, Azir's seen a lot of priority in a lot of matchups. It makes sense as a blind pick, and now it's just on Pawn. What does he want to play? You feel like if it's Cassidy, it's going to get bullied around a lot, but there's many different options. The Katarina keeps getting hovered. We can hope for the return of the cat.
We shall see. 14 seconds to go. You never know what Pawn's going to be picking here. The Ziggs is what's hovered at the moment. We haven't seen it thus far this season in the LPL, but probably not going to see it today either, as Kassadin does look like the final idea here, and Pawn going to be taking the Kassadin to the mid lane, the newly changed Kassadin, but still rather strong.
And look, Kassadin was always considered a good matchup against Azir back on the 5.2 days, the heady days of week 1 of the LPL Atlas. And look, you have a shorter ranged Rift Walk, but you still have the same kit. You're still very strong if you can get on top of the Azir, although not going to get a lot of help in that regards when it comes to the Nunu in terms of ganking, but perhaps a Shyvana flank will be enough to get some kills onto this Kassadin.
Yeah, and we'll see exactly what happens here because, of course, Kassadin, a bit of a menace there in the mid lane generally if he manages to get going, but if he doesn't, then he can just sort of Rift Walk into his own demise, and that can just be the end of things. But this is Pawn, and Pawn's been able to do ridiculous things with that champion.
Exactly. Pawn has been so strong. And just a bevy of champions. Him and Godfrey definitely been repping the large champion pools. Not the Katarina this time, although we've seen Katarina and Veigar mid multiple times from Pawn. Going standard-ish, I guess. Of course,
I know. It's a bit disappointing, isn't it, to be honest?
Champion, but Kassadin bringing back into the champion pool for Pawn.
Yeah, looking good. But it is going to be Zhang Ao versus Deft here in the bottom lane. Sivir versus Graves. And we haven't seen this one for quite some time. Of course, Sivir slipping out of the LPL meta just a little bit. but still fantastic in that matchup if you manage to spell shield the buckshot.
And just that triumphant return to the LPL, moving in, just because of, again, it's tankception. Everyone's building a Synthehawk, even the top laners at this point. So having that extra on the hunt movement speed is such a priority. It's such a big team buff that you take the lower damage output, you know, at least on paper, from lack of a damaging ultimate, for the utility from that kit.
Well, we'll see whether it does work out here for EDG as they head down towards that bottom side. But Zhang Yao is going to have a big test here against Deft, because Deft just all round a ridiculous player. But, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get on to the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with Energy Pacemaker taking on EDG for our final matchup of the evening. Of course, this is the first one. Zhang Yao actually going to face check Meko and Deft there just a little bit.
A very nice use of the Ricochet to cancel the auto. We always talk about the auto cancel for burst damage, but level 1 warding, that's gold advantage to EDG.
Yeah, beautiful stuff
Probably not
already.
the first time. Probably the first, but not the last time we'll say that this game.
Oh, come on. I don't know. I believe that everything's going to be happening in this game. Of course, Amazing J does have the smite there in the top lane as well. It's going to be a smite off. Both of these top laners guaranteed to get the cannon creeps, Papa Smithy.
But you can see the increased adaptation we've seen when it comes to the flash start for Amazing J. Now you're even safer in taking camps, perhaps even 2 camps, that who knows what items you can get towards to complement that fast. You're already banking, I believe, 110 gold at this point. So going from there, Amazing J, trumpeting around the very impressive Unicorn.
Yeah, and Drizzle probably won't have very many jungle camps to go to.
No, I mean, that's the reality. Jungles are completely ruined when there's 4 smites and even some AD carry support lanes that want to pick up buffs. There's just nothing to pick up after the first clear. With Shyvana especially, and her jungle follow being insanely fast, it's going to be a bare jungle.
Yeah, and in fact, the lane swap's going to come through. And of course, the free's going to be coming down for Deft here on the top side of the map, whereas on the bottom side, of course, they are not going to make it to that lane in time. They actually decided to, I believe, take at least one of the Krogs. I'm not entirely sure. Of course, it's still down there.
Though. He's going to the top of the jungle, not respecting the lane swap. For now, he's not going to be found out, but we'll wait to see where Korra goes from this camp.
Korra has actually decided to steal away the blue buff as well, on his own. No worries at all. And that is going to mean that only one buff available here for Drizzle, who's looking for a level 2 gank onto Pawn. Pawn taking a lot of harassment from Raphael. Of course, the last time that we saw Azir was in the hands of Rookie, and it was terrifying to see. Drizzle very patient here in the mid lane. Pawn, if he wants to move up to these creeps, it's going to be very dangerous. Flag and Drag does get the flash. Successful level 2 movements here from Drizzle, but he has no blue buff to go to, and he's going to be very behind moving forward.
He is definitely the big loser in this situation. It's going to be a 3 buff from EDG and just a single buff coming through for Drizzle himself. Korra is helping Clearlove on the second buff to be picked away, so it's going to be red, 2 blues and a red through for EDG.
Yeah, EDG already with a fantastic start as Mako and Deft up here in the top lane, still freezing this one out. Drizzle just wandering around aimlessly throughout either jungle here, looking for any camp that he can get his hands on. Korro is going to head back to base, of course, has gone down very, very low. Picked up the Ruby Crystal start here as well. So that is sort of the favored start for the top lane Smite Teleport Shyvanas here in China.
I mean, Doran Blade's probably an option as well, but just a bit more sustainable with 2 potions. If you're ever found at a camp, you can have a bit of a regen to be able to go and do some more jungling. So probably the safest start. And of course, Ruby Crystal will definitely build into useful items in this tank meta.
Yeah, Amazing J doesn't have the teleport, was actually forced back here. He's going to head back to base. Picked himself up, a cloth armor. And he's heading back towards his top side. Mako hanging out in this brush, and EDG probably not going to let the horse get too much farm as Clearlove pays a visit here to the mid lane. Pawn without a flash, needing a little bit of help. An Amazing Day. Ooh, Shu actually lands the death sentence here onto Mako, who gets a nice double stun. The boomerang coming through against a couple of members at the same time. EDG just sending a message here to Energy Pacemaker.
Not the most helpful of death sentences in that situation. You're just looking at the lanes as they shake out. We do have Zhang in the solo lane in the bottom. Shyvana, played by Korra, though, is the other champion. So, I mean, Shyvana will definitely scale with levels. Well, even gets resists when she's able to skill the ultimate, the Dragon's Descent. So happy to be in that matchup. Isn't going to be harassed out, at least so far. 15 to 8 CS compared to his lane opponent, Hecarim. I guess EDG are happy with this matchup. And, of course, Koro's laning with red, so that's pretty strong.
Yeah, not too worried about much here as he's trying to make sure that Zhengao doesn't get another freeze, and he's going to be able to here as the creep's not going to make it towards that turret. So definitely going to be safe here on this Graves, but he's copping E after E, and Koro's really starting to lay the harassment down. Just can't manage to quite get up there and CS freely.
They're just trying to prune the wave and now just trying to push it back as Zhengao definitely doesn't want it to hit turret. Multiple members.
Yeah, Drizzle actually manages to get a flag and drag here as well. Def going down low, but Mako is the focus as he walks away. Look at the Molten Shield doing so much work. And that is a 3 versus 2. And Def didn't even have to blow heal or flash, nor did Mako.
And Deft is just standing up so strong in this situation. DPSing down 3 members, probably did about 800 to 900 damage worth of autos between the 3 members in that situation. Man, when you're an AD carry and form, you can make crazy things just look easy.
Yeah, when you're Deft, that is. And, I mean, I remember you discussing Deft's Ezreal seeming to get more damage than he probably should be able to on that champion out. And in that situation, able to fend off 3 members who manages to collapse on top of you. Very, very well played. Pawn still taking harassment here, but that Q doing some work and trying to keep him healthy.
Probably not going to be too much to note in the mid lane. Casson doesn't really have kill pressure unless he gets a gank, and only Shyvana really has any CC that can actually cause a pick. You'd have to think through the flash that Azir has. So going to be a farm lane, although you have to say that suits Casson. We already saw Wayless go off in the late game on Casson in the previous series, and shouldn't expect anything different from Pawn.
Yeah, Amazing J, though, is able to pick up a bit of farm up here. Of course, Mako heading back to base. Deft not being forced out of this lane, though. Just continuing on the low health bar that he has. Drizzle looking to pay another visit here to the mid lane. Of course, Pawn without that flash available again. He's going to move around Pawn, taking a little bit of harass, but there's the Rift Walk now. Actually going to use it to get out of the way of the Sand Soldiers there and keep himself a bit safe. And Raphael does need to be careful. Pawn can really start to move around this one now as Drizzle is paying another visit. And Clearlove going to take down the Rift Scuttler in full vision of all of Energy Pacemaker.
There's multiple members around mid. This is not a surprise. A bit later than we usually see the 4v4 mid lane gank around 4 minutes into the game. Clearlove's caught, but very, very tanky.
He is. He does get challenging smited there. I was going to say smote. I was going to say smote, but it just didn't happen that time. But he is going to be able to wander away. Does use his flash, though.
It all feels a bit academic. Just not a lot of action in the first 7 minutes, especially for an LPL game.
This is not what I was expecting from this game, Papa Smithy. It's not. I'm honestly a little bit disappointed.
Well, the moment you see Azir back in the meta, you know there's not going to be kills around the mid lane, sadly. Just not a kill-centric champion. Not really having his turret being killed anytime. I always have shades of that 35-minute laning phase between Xerath and Azir that makes me very, very sad. But hopefully the rotation will be stronger. Speaking of rotations.
Yeah, actually, Koro coming in through this one as well as Amazing J. Doesn't have his ultimate just yet. Def finds his way in here, using that ultimate, and does pick up first blood. Pretty easy there, and a beautiful teleport from Koro.
It's going to be a massive first shot for Def. We already see Zhengao has gone back. Got a BF sword on 73 CS, ideal CS, and now also identical CS, and also 400 gold from first blood. Should be big. Of course, with all those members being committed to top, Dragon is the result.
Yeah, Dragon going to be the result. The teleport actually back in from Amazing J.
Look at Koro. So, what a teammate. Just waiting for
he took half of his health bar off.
Look, he's going to want to go back and start working towards that Cinderhawk. It's probably not a big deal. Amazing J with a very optimistic teleport back to top lane and then has to skedaddle away.
Yeah, and Koro actually going to be able to take down the Gromp here as well. Actually waited so long at that blue buff that Smite was available again.
It's such a weird meta, Atlas, with 4 Smites
Death Sentence onto Pawn here as well. Does have the Rift Walk available. Is going to go over the wall there. Beautiful choice of direction, making sure he can't get followed. But just going to head back into the lane. No worries there at all. Shu not quite able to get too much done on this Thresh. Has been landing the Death Sentences, but not quite able to make it work. And with the pickup of the mobility boots here as well, very early on, foregoing the Sidestone. Oh, goodness me. This is a 4 versus 1. Amazing J in a lot of trouble. He's going to try his very best to escape. The Ignite's ticking down. Not a lot of hard CC. Mako really needs to find something as the heal gets popped as well. Mako does have The stunner available. Is he going to get in range? We'll never know, ladies and gentlemen, but he is going to get out safe and sound. No worries at all.
Amazing J actually went aggressive, hoping he could pick up a few minion kills to hit level 6 and be able to use the Onslaught of Shadows defensively. Managed still to gallop away. It was a very weird procession of people with no CC rushing after him. But the result is that he lives.
Yeah, Benny Hill music needed to be queued. Wasn't actually, but EDG still with the lead, even though it is about 400 gold. And that being said, Raphael doing well in this mid lane, able to stay further ahead in farm. Although Pawn does have his Catalyst already available and has picked up an Amp Tome as well. We'll see what that actually goes into, of course. You expect the Rod of Ages, but not entirely sure what that Amp Tome is going to be doing.
I'm a really big fan of the build that Wayless has been popularizing, the Rod of Ages into Athenes. Usually that might be a bit overkill on mana. I mean, the first time he did Rod of Ages tier into Athenes, which 3 mana regen items.
Probably enough.
Maybe over the top, but of course has the mana scaling on the ultimate. And just coming back to the ultimate, with that 1.2 second cooldown, if you have 40% CD, which you will have with Athenes and towards the end of the game, the refresh on the Athenes is the big deal. The 30% of max mana coming back. You can use that Riftwalk aggressively for damage, 5, 6, 7 stacks, and just get the refresh coming through from the Athenes. So you can really be a highly relevant, consistent damage dealer rather than just the burst champion he was previously known as.
Yeah, and I guess the playstyle of these Kassadin players is going to be changing here as well after the rework. Oh, Drizzle not spotted here on the top side. Shu and Zhao playing back quite nicely here as well, trying to make sure that he's not spotted out. But Clearlove going to be here as well. 3v3 in the top side. As the freeze is attempted here by AP as well. They don't want that one to crash near the turret just because that turret quite low on health.
There's a lot of people here.
Oh my goodness. Some explosive action. We'll see where the Drizzle's going to go first here onto Deft.
He's being very tasty.
He is definitely being tasty. Oh my goodness. I feel like that we should have some music. Dun, 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 dun.
I feel like David Attenborough should be commentating this.
I'm not going to try
Sir
again,
David.
Papa Smithy. Oh, actually, there's the Tibbers onto 2 members there as well as the Absolute Zero comes through. Drizzle, he's going to get healed up, but Cataclysms himself to death as Zhao does manage to pick up Deft in this exchange. Clearlove flayed back under the tower. A lot of damage. The double kill for Zhao, who's very low, almost kills himself on the Molten Shield, but the Mastery going to keep him alive.
A triple kill for Zhang Ao. Graves has gotten rolling. That's definitely going to be minimum an Infinity Edge picked up. Just a terrible turret dive coming through. Deft dying, I understand. Clearlove ate a turret shot he didn't need to, and then Zhu, with that long, short cooldown on the death sentence, had it up for a second time to sentence a 3rd member to death. I mean, EDG always great with his turret dives with Nunu, but that time a massive misfire.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's necessarily that they're great. Oh, actually the flash forward here from Raphael looking for the last couple of auto attacks, but Pawn able to survive there. One more tick of the Ignite would have been it for Raphael in the 1v1 versus Pawn in the mid lane, but not going to happen this time.
And almost a solo kill on his Korean compatriot Raphael by Raphael there onto Pawn. I mean, what's happening here for EDG? They definitely haven't picked a non-standard lineup. It's very reminiscent of other champions, barring perhaps the Kassadin as a bit of a curveball, but EP are just really on top of things early.
Yeah, they're definitely doing well, and Deft falling down on that top side. EP having a good exchange in a 3v3 situation. They do manage to take down the top outer turret, so continuing that gold advantage or EDG, but might be answered here as EP with a lot of members here in the mid lane and only a Kassadin to defend. Koro is heading around here as well, and there is a collapse, and will be 5 members of EDG pretty soon, but we'll see whether they are going to be able to stop the onslaught because this turret is very, very low.
But the item timings are definitely a lot better for EP than EDG in this situation. You see the Athenes completed, Infinity Edge, and a dagger completed for Graves. So super, super strong. Has collateral damage available as well compared to just a lot of parts of items. Working towards the Rod of Ages, working towards Infinity Edge. But those items not complete. Dragon in 35 seconds. No time to shop for that if you're EDG. And it should be an uncontested Dragon for EP.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether Koro is going to make it back there. Of course, has his teleport available. Has just taken the red buff as well. Oh, actually, no, he's going to leave that one up. I think Clearlove wanting to pick that one. Is Amazing J still up in this top side. Does have teleport available as well as you mentioned, Dragon available in 14 seconds. And we'll see who's going to be down there. There are some wards for EDG. Koro making a bit of a drive-by here just to clear out all of these creeps. And, man, that Gromp buff is silly damage.
I mean, Gromp buff, Cinder, Hulk, and just the natural burnout damage, already 5 points in that ability. We're talking about crazy amounts of AoE magic damage from a champion that itemizes physical and just tankiness. So, I mean, the magic damage from Shyvana can't be ignored, and it has to be respected. It's effectively, a double AP comp. I feel like Shyvana's basically the Corki of top lane. Definitely does the majority magic damage.
Yeah, really ridiculous. Django actually able to clear out that entire wave with a buckshot here as well. Does demonstrate just how far ahead he is this game with the 3 extra kills. Every kill for his team here as Mako looking for the Tibbers. Actually lands it after Raphael gets out there. Oh my goodness, just the tip of the boomerang comes through. Teleports are cancelled across the board here as Koro not going to go off on his, and Amazing J going to hold his off as well. But Raphael, very, very low, will be forced to go back. EDG might be taking this opportunity to pick up a dragon.
But you feel like EP have been poor in not being able to prep up this second dragon. They had the timer. They had the item spikes. But still, they look like they're ceding away dragon advantage to EDG. That's, again, just a poor strategical rotation coming through from EP. They are the ones that should have had the stranglehold of the dragon area.
Yeah, this might just be intimidation here. You're the bottom team in the league against the top team. You are going to give them concessions that you wouldn't otherwise give to other teams because the confidence just not quite there. But Koro, he's going to get locked up here. Wants to use the Dragon's Descent, but it might be a little bit too late here as he's going to fall down. Amazing J picks it up with the Onslaught of Shadows. Tibbers does manage to pick up the dragon in the meantime. And EDG look to try and disengage this one, trading dragon for dragon.
Yeah, kill for dragon. If Sivir is rotated, and yes, is rotated to mid, she has almost instant wave clear. They need to force Sivir away from this top. No, it's already been prepped earlier. Kill in a turret versus a dragon, probably take the kill in the turret.
Most definitely, especially considering the fact that Energy Pacemaker already had taken a dragon themselves. Amazing J going to be able to pick up a pink ward as well, and EP pretty happy about this situation and now have the gold lead, even though it's only 200.
It's a very small gold lead in this situation. They already had the item timing, so they'll feel bad for ceding any objectives when they already had completed their big items. Now Deft goes back, has an Infinity Edge, even throws in an Avarice Blade for even more AoE wave clear. Probably needs it, given that Kassadin, very risky and very gated in terms of cooldowns when he gets his Force Pulse available for wave clear. And Koro probably not going to be able to run into the middle of a minion wave, 30, 40 minutes into a game
Unless
safely.
It's a Ghostblade Sivir.
Ghostblade Sivir is always an option. I mean, we actually saw it earlier in the season. I mean, it's a crazy 2-item power spike. It's just one of those situations where for 6 seconds you can kill turrets, and then for the rest of the fight you really can't. And Atlas, you best of all know how long these team fights are on patch 5.6.
Yep.
I think Yomu's Ghostblade has gone straight out the meta just because fights end in 36 seconds, not 6 seconds.
Yeah, or maybe if they extend even longer, you'll be able to get 2 uses out of it. Doesn't have a long cooldown.
I feel like Phantom Dancer or Static Shift might be more damage in that situation when people have 200 armor and 2,000 health. Well, 4,000 health.
Yeah, a lot of health. Ridiculous amount. But look, I'd respect it if it was to come through anyway. Shades of PDD, Papa Smithy.
Look, PDD was a top laner building Ghostblade on Shen. That's a very different thing to Ghostblade on Sivir, which on patch 5.2, excellent. Patch 5.6, no.
No. Bad move. But Cinderhawks have been built all around here by both top laners and both junglers here as well. Or I guess all junglers. Not entirely sure what the proper phrase is.
The only person who's missed out on the challenging smite train is Nunu. Surprisingly, with Cinderhawk, you think he'd have enough AoE wave clear.
I thought it would be the poacher's knife. That seems to be the Nunu item of choice today.
We saw our poacher's knife today. I mean, there's just so many smites. There's never any camps for you to poach is the really big issue. And then sometimes the AD carry, I mean, when they're as big as Zhang just buckshots the Raptor camp, and there's nothing to smite anyway. So I don't know about Poacher's Knife in this situation. We saw skirmishes.
Shu actually in a whole lot of trouble, though, as Absolute Zero comes through. Drizzle does manage to knock him out of that one, as Raphael has found a place in the cove, but Clearlove flashes on top of him. The Azir is most definitely dead. Double kill now for Pawn, as there's the boomerang coming through over the team. Pawn picking up a triple. Amazing J now in trouble. No more Rift Walks to be had, though, and he'll settle for a triple kill. Pawn always finds a way to get himself into these games.
I'm going to be honest, Atlas, just from the little Kassadin play we've seen so far, I wonder why this champion just hasn't reverted to his old stages. Okay, you lost 150 range on your Rift Walk, but it's up every damn second. It's so strong in the late game. The re-engage is on.
Yeah, actually, Force Pulse there as well as the boomerang comes back. Oh my goodness, Zhang's going to fall down, and Amazing J versus Pawn at the same time. Not sure who's going to win this one, but Amazing J does find his way back under the turret. And we were definitely sure who was going to win. That could have been the, I guess, late pentakill here for Pawn.
Yeah, delayed Quadra 4-0-0. Cassidy's always seem to find a way, whether it's the champion getting back into the meta or just the picks that we've seen come through, always seem to work out in the late game. Gonna throw on basically the parts of a DFG. That item doesn't exist, Pawn. I know that you're not thinking about that. But obviously going to be working towards both the Zhonya's and some sort of 20% CDR item. Again, I like the Athenes for the 30% mana restore. But Merlinomicon, not a bad choice either.
Not a bad choice. I guess they don't have too much regen here that you really need to take care of as far as finishing off a target. So probably the Athene's worthwhile, but I guess it's only Raphael there for the magic damage, so not entirely sure what he's going to go with, Papa Smithy.
Look, he's got the Fiendish Codex. That's all we know at this point. Could be the spooky ghosts for all we know.
Oh, I hope so. I certainly hope so.
I mean, Caston really needs help chasing down people, especially now with the 1.2 second rift.
Shu definitely needs some help getting the heck away from this Cassidon. Death sends him closer, and that's not going to be the way it works. Is Pawn going to pick up his 5th kill of the game?
I mean, Cassidon, this is just the way of the Cassidon. Cassidon's always been a staple pick in the LPL meta, even when teams moved away from him back in 2013 during Season 3. Cassidon found a way. White of Starhorn Royal Club, or Royal Club as they were known at the time, was well known for his mid Cassidon at that point. I mean, Cassidon been changed so many times, still very, very strong. And when you're 5-0-0, you can build whatever you want because you're going to wreck a team fight.
Yeah, one can only hope he builds the Spooky Ghost now just because he can. The Twin Shadows potentially coming through, and I just really, really like that item. Gives you movement speed, Papa Smithy.
Oh, and that will help Cassidon chase down people I come back to again.
Yeah, stop ruining my dreams, Papa Smithy. Shanghai's going to be able to clear out this bottom wave, though. Of course, still very relevant in this game, going to be building up that Phantom Dancer as opposed to the Static Shift that Deft has opted for. Of course, the Avarice Blade helping him get there a little bit faster.
I mean, the only thing that EDG don't have is wave clear, so I don't mind the Static Shift. You give away the critical chance for, like, 1% movement speed, which is basically a nothing statistic, but just the instant wave clear from Siva, that's what Deft really needs to provide this game, and, press the ult button.
Yeah. Press R and
hope for the best.
Hope for the best. Precisely. Kill minions and press R. That sounds like something that he can definitely find his way around. Of course, Deft probably one of the most impressive mechanical AD carries thus far in China.
And this is the new Azir build that's really ascended, has been
my
Luden's
goodness.
Echo Azir. I'm not 100% clear about the interaction with spells and the auto attacks of the Sand Soldiers. I have to assume you only get the Luden's Echo proc on the first, on the use of your Q, maybe on the use of your W, but not going to be just spamming out those procs on like a 3-second cooldown.
Yeah, and it's probably not going to get recharged as well every auto attack from your Sand Soldier.
Not.
That would be pretty ridiculous, and I would definitely then understand why Raphael would be going for that item very early on in his build. Pawn does find himself on top of an Energy Pacemaker ward and very deep behind enemy lines.
But he's both tanky and just completely scary to get anywhere near now with the Zhonya's, even for a potential stasis option. Out of position, though. He'll come around for his team. EP, you feel like they had this game really locked down when they had the first dragon, when they had position on the second, but suddenly it's a 2,500 gold lead for EDG.
Yep, and they are going to be forcing this second dragon here as well. 3,000 gold in the lead. The dragon's still here, still attacking Clearlove, but he's not worrying about it too much. Of course, that Cinderhulk doing a whole lot of work. See what is going to happen here as it comes through, but
Deft
resetting
really
towards the back.
Tanking this dragon, of course, it's going to reset. They need Clearlove to be the one tanking it. Deft really scared at 500 range of the Onslaught of Shadows. Death Sentence goes wide. They'll rush it down, but will there be a fight?
Yeah, Clearlove actually going to get it. Oh my goodness, Deft manages to spell shield the Cataclysm. Drizzle's going to fall down as the Siva manages to take him out, and Pawn now in the backside. Zhangao in a whole lot of trouble. He's going to fall down. Pawn picks up another kill there. Deft did fall down as the Emperor's Divide came through. Pawn trying to kite around this one as well as Raphael. Very, very low. The Sand Soldier's not going to be there anymore as Amazing J falls after him, and Shu finds himself the last man standing. Pawn with the Riftwalk will still be there, but decides that killing minions is probably more important.
Yeah, 4 for 2 trade comes through. Even though they're all melee champions, they'll probably take this turret. Only Thresh to stop them. Pawn keeps bouncing around 7-0-1. So close to legendary already at 23 minutes in the game. And it doesn't matter what the balance level is of Cassidon. A legendary Cassidon, game's probably over.
It's ridiculous. And he got ganked at level 2 here. And let's check it out again. Look at this spell shield.
Watch the re-engage. The spell shield is very clever coming through from Deft. Does spell shield the damage as far as we can tell. So lives throughout this fight. Pawn's actually off screen at this point. He only enters the fight right now. Uses the Zhonya's instantly, so doesn't even get feared. That was the only duration where he'd be be easy to auto. He falls low during the engage, just from the Ignite and all the Sand Soldier damage, but comes back in aggressively. It's the reality, just how strong Pawn is. It's even numbers at this point. Kills one, comes in to kill another, and Thresh has to walk away with his tail between his legs. So excellent team fight for EDG, and Pawn's already just not able to be dueled. He's working towards the Athenes, as we mentioned. This Rift Walk, we could see 9, 10, 11 stack Rift Walk coming through in a fight.
Yeah, and if he manages to get the reset there, get a whole lot of extra mana back, like you mentioned, it's going to be very, very difficult to deal with him. He still has the Flask there as well, so he can sit around in a lane, do whatever the hell he wants, and he will have a whole lot of extra mana as Energy Pacemaker are going to be able to take down this Rift Scuttler. And Amazing J follows through on to Koro. Athene's completed now, as you mentioned there, for Pawn, and Koro going to be relegated to underneath his turret, which still has more than half of its health, so that one not going to be going down anytime soon. Koro with a Randuin's.
He's very, very tanky, but it's 4 members at this point. He can only really hope to buy time. No one's rotating aggressively, though, and they get the turret.
Yeah, Koro eats a whole lot of spells. Not too worried about that one as the Randuin's does come through. Raphael's there as well. Was that a flash actually used? No, I don't think it was. As Koro trying to chase after. There's the Dragon's Descent as well as Clearlove comes through with the ultimate. Zhangao going down very, very low. Descends onto Koro. Def takes down Amazing J. There's a beautiful Emperor's Divide, though, in the back line as Pawn trying to get in amongst this fight. The boomerang is enough, and the double kill comes through for Deft. And man, Energy Pacemaker, they try to make the moves. They try to rotate and take turrets, but nothing they can do against this lineup. And EDG, they're going to take a Baron.
It's a super low CC lineup, but so much damage coming through between Shyvana and Kassadin. The go button engaged with the on the hunt. The Baron damage is massive at this point. Clearlove will just secure that one through, and there's nothing that EP can do. Raphael gets a bonus, gets the blue buff just about, but that's all they have to show from that engage.
And here, I've got a different line of thinking here, Papa
I'm
Smithy.
listening.
The On the Hunt is kind of like an AoE slow.
How do you figure?
Because it gives everybody on your side movement speed, and therefore, respectively, the enemy team is slower than you.
So you're saying it's a movement speed imbalance?
Yeah.
That's not a slow.
Sort of. It's kind of like a...
No.
Oh, okay.
It's like a haste,
I went
actually.
for it.
That's
yeah.
what it is.
Yeah, but it makes you faster than them.
A haste is the opposite of a slow.
But it makes you faster than them. If you think about it relative to your team, they're going slower. Right? Okay, maybe it was too deep. Clearlove is going to be able to take down the Wolves, though, and you can see there are 5 pink wards on the map here for EDG. They have complete control of every quadrant other than one, which they are now infiltrating.
And the big loser of this game is Drizzle. He was the one, of course, who got 3 buffed effectively. Still doesn't have an Aegis at 27 minutes against a 4 AP lineup coming through. Of course, Shyvana almost exclusively magic damage. Clearlove and Annie, a support active magic damage. And Pawn is just a god at this point. Now has 40% CDR, probably even more with the CDR boots. I don't even know if he's
got blue buff as well.
At this point, blue buff, yep. He's just not done his sums. Poor effort there, Pawn.
60% cooldown reduction. Don't worry about it.
I mean, he's just a kill off of Legendary. Nothing they can do. They just can't choose a fight unless they account for Pawn. And a 1.2 second Rift Walk. Stasis option, Kassadin. I just don't know how you account for that, Atlas.
Yeah, I think you run away in fear, hopefully faster than he can teleport after you.
Doesn't have a teleport, but his Rift Walk, it's fast.
That's what I sort of mean, is the fact that it feels like he's just teleporting around the map, which is just terrifying. EDG are going to use this Baron buff, though, to take down the inner turret here in the mid lane. As Raphael tries to defend it with the Sand Soldiers, not going to do anything at all. As EDG able to take what they want at this stage. Koro split pushing on the top side. While this is all going on, the last 2 remaining inner turrets now towards the top and the bottom lane.
Koro is just so tanky. You get natural resist from the passive as Shyvana. Warmog's complete. Double Ruby Crystal, because why not? You've got the health death cap and the Cinderhawk. Might as well just throw in some cost-effective health to finish things off. Can't really get turret damage in.
If that's looking at building towards a Spirit Visage, he'll be able to take half of his health in damage, stand in a brush for 4 seconds, and he'll have all of his health back because of the Warmogs.
And you wonder why we haven't seen Dr. Mundo, Atlas, because he must do some hilarious things with Cinderhawk.
Well, EDG are going to rotate down towards this bottom side of the map. The Baroned up minion's going to be able to make short work of that turret there as well, as Koro continues on the top side. Pawn being a menace there in the mid lane as well, but Raphael able to clear out this wave quickly enough to stop EDG from breaking the base just yet. And if we're talking about this game going towards the super late game, is there a way that EP holds on, turtles out the game, waits for this Hecarim to get huge and Raphael to do so much consistent damage that they have a way back in?
No.
All right. Well, I went for it.
I mean, I can understand your thought process there, but we're talking about a Castan who's 7-0-3. Sivir in the late game does a lot with peel, still does a lot of relevant damage, and there's going to be plenty of peel. The dive from Shyvana, Nunu, and Kassadin is just going to be unholy. It's going to be so strong. 3 dragons to 1, moving towards the 5th dragon. The Baron has never been an option for EP, and you just look at Koro. He doesn't even take damage.
That death sentence needs to be renamed here, as Drizzle does have the opportunity to go in for a knock-up, but doesn't want to go against multiple members of EDG. Is that command attack on the Sand Soldiers is going to get blocked out by the spell shield, but oh my goodness, Pawn going so deep into this one. There's the absolute zero. Everyone on EP is melting as Deft picks up a double. Pawn picks up a kill. Amazing J tries to get something done as Pawn is completely underneath the turret now as Clear Love comes around again. A double kill for Deft as Koro finishes off the last one. The triple, actually, as Raphael falls down. And my goodness, EDG, they just look unstoppable here in the LPL.
And this is the issue for EP, is that even though there's very low range on this EDG team, there's only a 500 range Sivir and then just the ranged auto attacks from Annie. They have a Shyvana shrugging off damage. Clear Love's always very tanky on the Nunu, and hell, Pawn can do some turret diving as well. So turret diving, there's just no way to stop this team whatsoever. It's just a relentless dive. The double Tibbers comes through, but that's not the big concern. Just wait till Pawn starts ripping through this team. There's nothing they can do, even though it's a wonderful 5-man Emperor's Divide. It just doesn't matter. Pawn goes into the front line, can use the stasis. If you watch this fight, he actually falls very low in mana. Then look at the buff to Theens when a member goes down. Gets a massive chunk of mana back.
That's his whole health bar.
That's 30% of his mana. That's what happens with the Theens. And then Dangerous Game is an extra 5%, I believe.
That is completely ridiculous. I wasn't actually watching his mana bar during that team fight, I have to admit there, Papa Smithy, but watching it just then, I do now understand exactly why that item is opted for here on Kassadin. It makes you sort of feel like he's a little bit like a Katarina.
Well, I mean,
getting resets in the fight.
And that's what it kind of feels like, because 35% between Dangerous Game and the Athenes, and then you take into account the fact that when he hits people with his W, that also gives, I believe, percentage mana back. You're getting so much of your mana back on each kill if you get into melee range. And that's kind of the cute thing about the Kassadin rework, is that back in the day, Kassadin did most of his damage from, what, 600 units away when he used to have his silencing Q and, of course, the false pulse. Then they tried to make it more into melee range with the changes onto his W. Now he's heavily incentivized to go completely into melee range, charge up your ultimate, and get in there for rift walk damage. So look, if they wanted to turn him into a completely melee range assassin, the job has been done, because you now dive so aggressively as Kassadin, really build up that mana, but you do crazy amounts of damage in melee range.
Well, he's now 8-0-7, so he's definitely doing that one here.
He just bought an Archangel's for more mana. And he didn't have a tier.
Interesting.
That's just an Archangel's.
And let's have another discussion here, because Koro's picked up a Frozen Mallet.
So Shyvana was actually one of the champions you always considered Frozen Mallet on. I mean, the thing about Frozen Mallet is it's a great item. It just builds really terribly. Like, I think it's on purpose builds terribly, because if that was in the meta and it gave everyone a slow, it just really skews balance in general when it's like, oh, I don't have a slow, I'll just buy one, which is what Frozen Mallet is. If you can just buy it, it has excellent stats. It gives you 500-600 health. It gives you a lot of health. Warmugs gives you 800 as a reference point. The effect is excellent, especially on a melee champion. I believe it's 35-40% slow. It's a great item. So if you can fit it into a build, if you don't need resist, and remember, Shyvana gets naturally armor and magic resist from the passive scaling of her ultimate. Level 16 for ages, level 18 now. Again, the health multiplier with Cinderhulk. There are far worse items in this situation than Frozen Mallet.
Yeah, Frozen Mallet, definitely one of my favorite items in the game. I just wanted to hear you talk about it and how it's good.
Do you like any item that people build naturally?
Not really, no.
So you're just ultimately a hipster.
Yeah, pretty much. It's going to be a Tibbers on a shoe, though, and he's most definitely dead. Gets a nice box down, though. This might actually help out as Raphael with a decent Emperor's Divide.
Pawn's
but
coming.
The full channel of the ultimate to come through from Clear Love as Pawn enters through the backside of here as well. Oh, my goodness. Just Zangout just got ripped apart. Amazing J tries to ult in, but Drizzle's going to die. The double kill now for Pawn. And, oh, Koro just tearing apart members here as well. And everyone on EDG just seems to be doing far more damage than they have any right to. And the surrender to come down 34 minutes into this game. Energy Pacemaker tap the mat, and EDG I mean, it didn't look great at the beginning of that game, and then Pawn all of a sudden had 5 kills and 0 deaths.
Remember, he was 0-0-0, I believe, then got a quadra kill delayed in a fight, and then just ran away with it. It's the same thing we saw when Wayless, or Godfrey as he was doing in that game, combined with Ashe in the late game to do scary things. This new Kassadin needs to be seen to be believed. You just see how much consistent damage. There was like 9 Rift Walks during that fight, mostly for damage. Still managed to Rift Walk around the surrender. It was probably costing about 1,200 mana at that point, but it didn't matter. And Kassadin, we're either going to see a lot of Kassadin or no Kassadin at all coming to playoffs, because the bans, they might start coming.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they will, and we'll see whether that's how Energy Pacemaker react as we enter our second match here. Of course, our final game of the night, Energy Pacemaker seeing whether they can bounce back against EDG. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Atlas, and this is Papa Smithy, and we're straight into Champion Select with Energy Pacemaker taking on EDG for Energy Pacemaker's last chance here in the LPL before they head to the relegations. Of course, the last place team. We'll see whether they can pick up a victory here and at their final hurrah.
It's worth knowing that 4 teams go into relegations. Then, of course, the LSPL teams. There's 4 LPL teams, 4 LSPL teams. Some of these teams, Energy Pacemaker in particular, are not really odds-on to make it back into the LPL, at least in 2015. So this is their last hurrah in a lot of ways. It's going to be interesting to see if we see something different come through, because so far it's looking pretty similar.
Yeah, very similar. In fact, Raphael mixing things up just a little bit. But otherwise, it's going to be the Janna. The only change so far here for Energy Pacemaker.
And mousing over the Teemo. We haven't seen Teemo in a top league. We have seen it in the Challenger Series, so it'll be something different. Probably not going to see it this game. We can all hope for the off-meta Teemo, but not going to be the case.
Not this time, as Drizzle is going to go back to that Jarvan 4 there in the jungle, but it is going to be Sion in the top lane there for Amazing J. A different option, but can still run really fast when he presses R.
Not surprised to see Pawn back on Jinx Studio. This is definitely the champion that he defaults to, and they run a lot of Jinx comps around Jinx Nunu. We've mentioned a couple of times, Pawn hasn't played his one Talon game of the season.
No.
He's got to play everything else. They give him a very long leash, do they, EDG? So credit to EDG on that one, but maybe he'll stay in the meta, but he's considering options, and with the Ghost Flash, it's probably TF time.
It might be TF time, of course. That is reminiscent of a Vladimir option here as well.
True.
But TF is what's going to be locked in here as FLICKR in there for the top lane as well. Corey going to take another Smite Teleport champion because that's what's fun for him. As Mako has locked in that TF, but now it is going to be the Vladimir Hobbit on the other side. Raphael thinking about picking that one up. A lot of consistent damage, but will find it difficult to follow a Twisted Fate around the map.
I was going to say very kiteable as well, and there's a lot of speed coming through from this team comp in general. Probably safer to go for the Azir. Not an ideal matchup for the Azir, but definitely can do fine, as Azir seems to do in almost every matchup.
Yeah.
It's nice to see him back in the meta because the Emperor's Divide is such an interesting ability, especially when the bouncy castle starts between Gnar and all the other abilities. But Azir is their lock-in. Not necessarily going to be able to control TF, and the first Destiny, it's what we always come back to, could be telling.
Yeah, and we'll see whether that is going to come through. But, of course, it's Pawn. So he'll probably be able to make it work irrespective because, I mean, he played Kassadin into the same matchup, looked like it was going horribly at the beginning, and then got a quadra-kill out of nowhere. So.
Well, I mean, the random quadra-kill doesn't really give us a lot of analytical data about how strong this Kassadin is. Most champions that get a random quadra-kill are pretty strong. But,
Generally going to do pretty well.
Generally going to do pretty well. Kassadin still going to be a late-game hyper carry, however many units they have on the Riftwalk. Low cooldown blink, pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. Doesn't matter exactly quite how far you're going to be going on that Rift Walk, but he's certainly made his resurgence, but not this game. It's going to be the Twisted Fate here instead, and we'll see how the Horsey goes in the top side of the map here as well as Koro tries his hand at another Smite Teleport champion. Of course, Mako back on the Annie there as well, another terrifying champion. The thing is that Deft now on more of a late-game scaling hypercarry here with the Jinx, as opposed to the Sivir, who can be very powerful throughout the mid-game. So we may not see such a shutout here from EDG early on.
I mean, Jinx in general has been super strong in this meta. Another tank buster, late-game hypercarry. Jinx is probably, at this point, Deft's most trademark champion.
Yeah.
So strong on that champion. Excellent understanding of range. Even manages to get into rocket range behind structures or walls to get, damage that just can't be traded with. So I'm not surprised to see him bring it back, use it all the way through their winning Demacia Cup performances. And again, it doesn't show anything because everyone already knows, Atlas, that Deft's pretty damn good at Jinx.
Yeah, pretty damn good at Jinx. Pretty damn good at the majority of AD carries here as well. Has recently picked up the Callista, and just to demonstrate the fact that Deft, yes, can play Callista to a very high level. But, we'll see what happens come playoffs here as well because, of course, you have to think that things are going to be held fairly close to the chest. But this game is definitely getting underway, so let's hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, our final game of the evening. EDG taking on Energy Pacemaker for the second time tonight. EDG managing to pick up the win in pretty commanding fashion. The surrender coming through at about 34 minutes into the game. I say about, exactly 34 minutes into the game. As Energy Pacemaker now are invading fairly deep here. Shu wandering pretty quickly. That Tailwind helping him out there. They get some deep wards down just to see exactly what's going on. And the lane swap seems to be already on here for Energy Pacemaker.
And Pawn actually stayed for an extra potion, so obviously worried about the laning phase that's coming through in the TF versus Azir matchup. Very late invader, I believe, is spotted out. So Clearlove decides that he wants to start around the red side, or the blue side of the red team of EP.
Yeah, and it's going to be the Krug start here for Amazing J as far as his suicide route is concerned.
They're trying to find Koro a camp to start on. He looked like he was going to start on the enemy blue buff. Actually finds Drizzle. The Smite War.
Oh, the Smite War could come through here as Drizzle does manage to lock down the Gromp, and now Koro definitely doesn't want to fight him.
And the junglers just showing who's boss. We've had the Smite for longer. Damned if we don't get it down.
That's exactly right. Amazing J didn't opt for the teleport Smite top lane. I found that a little bit unfortunate there because, of course, Amazing J more than happy to do without his Smite here as well as he's down towards the bottom side. Probably could use Flash if he wants to be face-checking maps like that. As Pawn is going to lock a blue card here and manage to keep pushing out this wave.
I mean, the worrying thing I'd say for Energy Pacemaker is it feels like the last game was definitely reminiscent of Energy Pacemaker at the start of the season when they went for those innovative strategies like, for example, the Scion starting Dragon level 1, picking up that buff, and then just not knowing how to finish out a game. Remember, Energy Pacemaker was significantly ahead in the previous game early before the random quadra kill coming on to Pawn. You feel like they kind of reverted back to a stage where they don't know how to close or build a lead. And against a team like EDG that can get back into very close games, you can't give them an inch.
No, they will definitely take a mile. Is that what we were looking for? That was the analogy?
I believe the analogy.
Nailed it. Pawn, though, is going to eat a Sand Soldier here as he throws some more blue cards around. And so far, there has been a fair bit of harass here. Raphael has been definitely strong as far as keeping Pawn down in the early stages of this lane with the Azir.
But he obviously respects the pressure coming through from Azir because it's not just a Boots 4 pot start or 4 biscuit start as it would be with the Master he's gone for. He's actually gone heavy into regen. So, I mean, Twisted Fate at that nebulous, I believe, 5-10 range, obviously worrying about the guaranteed damage coming through from the Sand Soldier trades and respecting with a heavy regen start. Not Doran Ring, not even Boots 4 pots. It's actually the full regen start.
Yeah, just wants to keep himself safe, I guess, and we'll see what he decides to go for.
You can see the damage coming through with the trades. Every time he goes in for a blue card, a red card, whatever, pick a card he picks, taking a lot of trade damage.
Yeah, it does manage to get that last minion a little bit low there, but doesn't pick up the CS as Raphael now able to push back, but Pawn still definitely doing fine as far as that farm is concerned. Drizzle is going to pay another visit towards this mid lane, though, and Trinket Ward is going to spot him out as Raphael has gone very aggressive, completely out of mana here as well, as Pawn turns around and hits him with a blue card and does a fair bit of damage. Of course, the highest damage dealing card. So when your TFs are not locking in the gold cards, it might be because they just want the extra damage.
And Drizzle definitely tries to make his presence felt in mid. They want to get Pawn to use one of his offensive summoners or movement summoners defensively in this situation. So at level 6, Azir can't control the roam. If you don't have Flash available, you probably won't get the secondary gold card or the follow-up CC through from the Twisted Fate. So making him use a defensive summoner, okay, on the obvious level gives you more kill pressure, but just taking away from the power of the level 6 roam is also a side benefit for EP.
Yeah, and this has meant that a lot of pressure there towards the mid lane, but means that Koro does have the opportunity to farm there on the top side. Amazing J has got some wards down now, but still sitting only on 4 CS here as Mako is being a nuisance here on the bottom side. Deft able to freeze out this wave, just tanking it up.
And compare the freezes that have been going on in the relevant levels. 13 to 4 CS tells you that Deft, unsurprisingly, is a master of freezing the lane, and even Sion, with a lot of ranged wave clear, hasn't been able to pick up any creeps.
Yep, none at all, as Koro, you can see, just rampaging through his wave there on the top side.
He's already able to shrug off a lot of the damage coming out from one of the strongest early duelers in Graves, and you have to think it's only going to get worse. I feel like EP need to start rotating now, because you cannot sustain a 23 to 4 CS advantage between top laners.
Man, he's going to go back with about 770 odd gold. He's going to be able to pick up a few more items. Actually finishes off the Barmy Cinder there as well. Picks up a few health potions as well as Pawn. He makes his way back to lane. Actually decides to go, in fact, for that Sheen as his first item pickup. Incredibly aggressive after the super defensive very early start.
And see, a lot of TF players have been moving towards maybe the CDR boots first, or just starting with a Fiendish Codex, or even some double Dorans for laning phase. This item tells you that he wants to get the damage off in one of his ganks. He's been able to keep both summoners off. Twisted Fate has ensured that his first gold card is going to be playing a lot of damage on a Destiny. He's going to port back now with no mana and just look for his options in other lanes. At the moment, only Graves really strikes me as a relevant option, especially when Hecarim picks up the Onslaught of Shadows.
Yeah, and the Barmy Cinder is here as well, so able to help him with his pushing of the wave. But with the Boots 1 pickup from Pawn, probably looking to try and get his Destiny down now as soon as possible. Raphael looking to push this wave back out, completely even on the farm. As far as these mid laners are concerned, Drizzle sort of looking for Pawn, but doesn't find him. And the bottom lane for EDG are still just hanging out. Of course, the BF Sword already been picked up now for Zhang Yao, as he's going to head back towards the bottom side of the map. Some standard lanes now going to ensue as EDG not going to give up too many early dragons here this game with that lane swap or anything like that.
Pawn's still getting heavily harassed. You can see that the extra potions and biscuits were definitely necessary to navigate. Hasn't picked Twisted Fate for lane, clearly is picking it for the roam. But so far, so good in terms of Destiny usage. No Destinies in the first 8 minutes. Means that no global pressure put out yet by EDG.
No, and EP still hanging on, of course, behind a little bit in gold that has just come from the fact that they haven't been farming out these waves quite as well, and you have to think that most of that going to be towards the top side.
I mean, surprisingly, Nunu actually has double the CS of Jarvan.
My
Usually
goodness.
a single target jungler. For him to pick up just that many camps is a big surprise. I know Drizzle's been paying a lot of attention to the mid lane, but level 6 to level 4, I have to say, I should have been watching his pathing a bit more specifically, because I just don't understand how there could be such a massive discrepancy.
Yeah, 500 gold in the lead as well, purely off that farm. And so Clearlove just really having his run of it here, now paying a visit towards the top side. The pings are out on the red buff. Koro's going for a bit of a roam as there's the Destiny Drizzle. You are in so much trouble. Doesn't have anything, and first blood going to go to Pawn.
And he's going to stay level 4. Another buff stolen away. Definitely is going to be able to pick up the blue buff for himself. That's what Raphael needs. Drizzle had a horror game last game, you notice, and it looks like it's only going to get worse in game 2.
Yeah, it does seem to have started Definitely worse.
I mean, the big deal here is that the only person to hold down Pawn is the gank pressure from Java, and it's almost irrelevant when he's level 4. At this present point, even Pawn on a champion like Twisted Fate, not known for early burst, is going to be able to out-trade the Java and even have kill pressure on a Java 1v2, 1v1. So Twisted Fate looks like he's going to be on a pretty long leash this game, and that's never good when we're talking about Pawn on that champion.
Yeah, but we did just see Raphael push him out pretty effectively in that wave as Django actually going to get a decent, massive buckshot there as well as Mako able to stun him up there for a moment. But the trade definitely going well here for EP. He's deft. He's going to pop some potions here as well, even on the items as far as the damage is concerned. But Deft definitely squishier here at this stage. You have to respect the burst coming out from Graves at the level 6, level 7 mark.
And speaking of burst, it will be the Lichbane first coming through from Twisted Fate. It looks like Deft and Mako trying to keep the EP bottom lane in lane, despite the fact that Destiny's not available for another 90 seconds or so. Just trying to harass and stop the big buys from coming through. 9 CS lead built up by Deft. Again, never should be surprised when it comes to CS, whether it's denying enemy CS or picking up himself. That's pretty good at League of Legends.
He is definitely pretty good at League of Legends. That is something that will always remain true as the Chompers going to come through there as well. Tibbers comes down. Collateral damage there, though, so Deft not wanting to stay in this fight, and that smoke screen doing a whole lot of work. Mako does have the stun charged up. Drizzle paid a visit here as well. Super Mega Death Rocket gets Jang out. Beautiful shot.
That is just poor play from EP. I'm going to call out Drizzle again. It feels harsh, but just stand in front of your AD carry. Stand, 500 units in front. Ensure the AoE's not going to hit him, because even though it's speculative, it was obvious there was kill pressure coming through from the Super Mega Death Rocket.
Yeah, and Deft had hit that level 6. They knew that it was right there. They knew what was available.
He had the mana for it. They had all the information, just played very, very poorly around it. Amazing J with the awkward decimating smash. Going to take a lot of trade damage, and look who's here.
Yep, Pawn ghosting up towards this top side. There's going to be the ultimate used, but oh my goodness, the perfect use of the Onslaught of Shadows means that Amazing J can't do anything. He's running away from the horse, and Pawn is going to protect him here as well. So that is 2 for 2 on the Destiny front.
But I believe that Pawn flashed in front of it as well. Not sure which one registered first, but of course, interrupting that channel of the Unstoppable Onslaught, picking up the kill. Pawn 2-0-0. Definitely going to have enough gold for the Lich Bane now for even more burst damage. And man, this game went from bad from worse much faster for EP. Already 4,000 gold behind.
And Clearlove sort of just, I'm going to sit in this Tribush, and they do know that I'm there, of course. I saw a Janna.
I mean,
so
Nunu doesn't give any cares this game whatsoever.
No cares.
Level 7, he's got the Cinderhulk. He's already naturally tanky. He probably ate a Gromp at some point for the extra percentage maximum health. And EDG, they're just going to walk to a victory, you have to think. I hate to proclaim a game over 11 minutes, but against a Twisted Fate with no lane control, all lanes winning, looking pretty good.
It is definitely looking good for EDG, but all things considered, not over at this stage, despite the fact that they have a Jinx who is ahead in lane.
I mean, Jinx is ahead, Hecarim's way ahead. At this point, nice CS advantage coming through from Raphael, but no lane control whatsoever on Pawn. A little bit of kill pressure, as we've seen from the trades, which are definitely looking good. But at some point, all the other lanes winning is going to start to overfill even to Raphael's lane, and the Destinies have been on point.
They have, and we'll see whether Pawn's going to continue that one, of course. Games can always be thrown, but probably not by EDG, and we haven't seen that happen in the past. Is Deft and Mako going to take down the Krugs here on this bottom side, continue that CS advantage? Lichbane, as you mentioned, is going to be completed here by Pawn, so a whole lot more burst damage to come through. But of course, with the slight nerf to that item, not as strong without any other AP there as well.
I mean, it's obviously exited the meta in a lot of ways. We saw lesser. Oh, there's the burst.
Yeah, Tib is coming through there as well. Oh my goodness, is the Super Mega Death Rocket going to be available? Doesn't need it as the auto attack comes down as well. Mako is still very, very low, but it doesn't matter as Deft is going to force the flash there out of Shu, who is so damn low. Pawn does have Destiny. We'll see whether he manages to pick up the kill here onto the Janna, who's moving up towards a turret. Clearlove is hanging around, but Pawn just does a little bit of a loop and heads back towards mid.
It doesn't have his summoners available, so knew it would be at best a 1-for-1 trade. Probably smart not to go for it. They're going to get this turret in bottom. Another kill credit going to come through to Deft. I mean, the Lichbane rush is interesting. It's come back into the meta. It was definitely Morellonomicon or Athene's, 20% CDR was the big choice. Then Hetong from Vici Gaming has been loving the Lichbane rush just to start with the split push. And to be honest, with Sion so far behind, Gray's not doing very well himself. Getting out of this mid lane, out from the perma push and poke from Azir into a side lane is probably going to suit Pawn just fine.
Most definitely. Koro, Decimating Smash is there. Amazing J moves the wrong direction. Someone should talk to Koro about how that actually works. That was very, very strange, that interaction, but does have his Cinder Hulk completed now with a Skirmisher's Saber as well. So doing his best jungler impersonation there from the top side of the map. And Clearlove paying a visit here as well. Drizzle was pinged out. Of course, they seem to know exactly where Drizzle is throughout this entire game. But Raphael, he has been the shining light here for Energy Pacemaker as the Destiny comes through in the bottom lane. Man,
rude.
this use of the Chompers just looks broken coming through from Death.
That's why you see so much Jinx Annie, is that you do have perma CC coming through from the Annie spellcast into the Chompers. It's 3 seconds of CC, especially after a few levels with Twisted Fate thrown in. It's basically permanent CC because, of course, the cooldown on the picker card is very, very low. And the kill pressure onto Graves, it's basically infinite at this point.
It's silly, and the Infinity Edge now completed with a Brawler's Glove for Deft as well. 146 CS to 113. He is so far ahead on this hyper carry, who should have been kept down in this laning phase by the Graves. You have to think, of course, one of the lanes that has seen a lot of success here in the LPL has been the Janna Graves lane. Not going to be the case this time, as Raphael going to try and clear out this minion wave. Sand Soldiers are going to help him out with that one as Mako does complete the kill onto that pink ward.
But I guess we can't be too surprised. It is first versus last as Drizzle's going in very aggressively.
That was super aggressive as the Cataclysm comes through as well. Dodges the Super Mega Death Rock as the heal comes down, but oh my goodness, Zheng Hao manages to pick up the kill, and Mako, oh dear, doesn't have the flash.
There's plenty coming though.
Yep, Clearlove here with the absolute zero. The Annie's still alive, and oh my goodness, Zheng Hao just gets torn apart. Pawn's going to get exhausted. Locks a gold card, looks for Raphael as the double
Mako's
kill comes through. Oh my gosh, not yet as Raphael picks up the kill. May have been baited a little bit too far forward now as Amazing J just getting ignored. Just wants someone to talk to here as the quadra kill comes through for Koro. Massive stuff by the horse.
Yeah, Sion looking for someone to love, dies for the second time during that fight. Nothing he could do. Pawn gets going again. The Hecarim even more scarily. Just a longsword towards the Trinity Force, but now 4-0-1. Going to have a few more items.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Pawn did. Koro's just saying, oh, okay, so that's how you get ahead in the mid-game. You kill 4 people in a team fight. Okay, let's do that.
And we'll watch the replay coming through. Mako lived for so long during this fight. It's comical. So they go straight on to Deft. The anti-synergy, I'm helping Jarvan, stops Sion from getting the kill. They do burst down Deft, which feels great, but there's plenty of cavalry literally from the Hecarim coming in. At this point, Pawn just skirts the outsides of the fight with Ghost going. Watch Mako in the back. He falls super, super low. But the consistent damage from Pawn through an exhaust. He's got CC for days. He's got poke damage. This is what Twisted Fate does best. He's not the best when it comes to burst damage, but consistent long fights. That's why you take double summoners. You just kill people. And Amazing J looks for the hug in that situation. That's all the Decimating Smash is going to be. And we'll go on to die.
Yep, the little cuddle. And now another Destiny comes through, and Drizzle is dead. Most definitely dead. Super Mega Death Rock are not going to find anything, though, as Def tried to steal that kill away, but not going to be happening. 3-1 and 2, though, still pretty happy as the Berserker's Greaves have now been completed. Deft on full turret destruction mode, or at least attempted, as these Sand Soldiers are going to thwart that particular playstyle. 8,000 gold the lead for EDG. Is Koro going to split push?
And I think at the end of this game, it will be a 39-5 season coming through in the 44-game season of the LPL for EDG. They have been so, so dominant. Only one team with a winning record against them, Atlas. Quick bit of trivia. Which team has a winning record against EDG in the LPL?
Is it Snake?
It is Snake at 3-1. They are the only team with a winning and even trade of games. They're 3-1. The only team to have a favorable split against EDG. Might be a relevant statistic coming into semifinals, but every other team definitely looking to avoid this EDG team. They're looking so, so strong.
Oh my goodness. Beautiful use of the cleanse there by Raphael. Still going aggressive as the Emperor's Divide comes through. Pawn going to flash out of the way. Tries to get the kill. Oh, doesn't try. Picks it up there onto Raphael as Amazing J now in a whole lot of trouble. That was a 2v1 while Clearlove was picking up the Dragon. And Pawn, he's unstoppable.
Well, that's the thing. You talk about the fact that TF doesn't have burst. When you're 4-0-5, so much gold already banked. Of course, have the loaded dice passive.
I didn't talk about that.
Even more gold. This is what happens. You get plenty of burst damage. That was, of course, me, Atlas. I was referring to myself in the third person, as you do.
Understandable. I
smell what the papa is cooking.
I hope not. I'm not entirely sure what I feel about that statement.
It's analytical. Don't worry about it.
Okay, good. Zheng Hao, they're going to try and pick up these creeps underneath the turret, sort of wondering what to do with himself here as he does have the Infinity Edge completed. Not too far behind as far as those items are concerned. Of course, only a Brawler's Glove here, but Deft is going to go back to base and rectify that situation.
Oh, no.
Almost.
Most of a Phantom Dancer coming through.
How much gold is he away from a Phantom Dancer, Papa?
He's a dagger and the combined, so I would guess 900 gold.
970?
970, look at you. You're very on top of your AD carry items.
That's all I know. Money amounts based on silly
Speaking
little
of
items.
money, this Hecarim banking the big cash dollars with the Trinity Force. That
The outright.
He's got Trinity Force, Cinderhulk, and the Home Guard boots at 19 minutes. That is utterly disgusting amounts of damage coming through. And just gold that's been able to be spent. Everyone is so strong. EP, I mean, this is realistically, as the 12th place team, they're probably the least likely to come through the LSPL promotion tournament. This might be their last hurrah for 2015, so I don't know if they want to surrender at 20 minutes, but 11,000 gold with the fact that, I mean, this is 5.6 where targets give even less gold.
Oh my goodness. He tried to use the Destiny to stop the ultimate from Amazing J as the Decimating Smash comes through. Pawn's not finished.
To die.
Yep, actually Amazing J is here. The exhaust comes through onto Pawn. He's trying to make something happen. Does have the Zhonyas available, of course. We'll see exactly what happens here as we get this one underway.
The potential is very, very high in this situation, Atlas. I'm not liking it for the Janna, who came for the drive-by kill pad, as far as I can tell.
Well, what actually did happen was that Jinx got a double kill in the bottom lane.
Oh.
So, didn't even see whether Pawn survived or died on that one, I am afraid.
It's not been good game for EP. The first game looked a bit competitive. The early advantage was towards EP.
Yeah.
But I believe we're going to have the surrender come through, Atlas.
Oh, unfortunate. 20 minutes rolls around, and Energy Pacemaker, they tap the mat. But you have to think that there was no way they were coming back into that game. You actually proclaimed it fairly over very early on in that one, and I don't disagree because EDG just look completely unstoppable throughout the entirety of the LPL. And as you mentioned, what was it? 35 games to 5 losses? 35 wins? 39 to 5. Oh, I apologize. Of course, it is a 44-game season, ladies and gentlemen. If there's one thing I should be able to remember, it is pretty static statistics like that one. So 39 to 5, pretty good here for EDG.
Yeah, 44 times 12 is the amount of games that we will be seeing played this. Actually, a little bit less than that. My math is also off today, Atlas. But it is our last game of the night. EP, they just couldn't get it done against EG. Not a surprising result, we have to be said, but the result is the EP. They go into the promotion tournament. They have the worst seed. They're going to face the strongest of the LSPL best of the rest. I believe it's positions 3 to 6 in the LSPL because, of course, the top 2 teams from the LSPL were auto-qualified.
Well, we'll see how that one does work out. But ladies and gentlemen, we are finished for this evening. On behalf of myself, Papa Smithy, Spawn, and of course, Pastry Time, and our whole production crew here, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.